All right, sorry about that. A little bit of a audio issue there. I realized I didn't have my audio settings turned on correctly. Welcome to Brap, everyone. It is Friday, and we got a great show tonight, or early afternoon, whatever you want to call it. We do have some great guests this evening. We have with us, I don't know what you will call him. I feel like he gets called a different name every week. It could be asshole, it could be ponybot, but we have with us Mag, or the Mag.
Yes.
What's going on, Mag?
Yes. Hey, you know what? I'm an eternal pony bot now, so apparently. So let's just keep it at that. How about this? You know what you can call me? You can call me a gamer because I enjoy quality experiences as a consumer of a product. I don't slave myself out to anybody in particular or anything like that. So you can call me a gamer. How about that? Doesn't that sound like a nice title I could use instead of
Yeah.
being called everything else? All right, we'll go with that.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a very nice title, as a matter of fact. Game
All right, I'll
and,
take it.
and everyone on this panel, we're gamers.
Weird.
It's a weird concept, right? Like, oh my
Yeah.
god, you play video games, like But that's I mean that's what we do here. We play video games. But anyhow, but no, Matt, great to have you on. And I know it's hotter than Hades where you are.
Oh, it
So
is. Yes.
yeah, hopefully you're staying hydrated, and hopefully it's with an alcoholic beverage. Maybe not.
Not yet.
Well,
Still
later.
got work. Still got work to do. Yeah, it'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah,
That's a long ways away. Well, not
I
really.
know. I know.
Yeah, but anyhow, no, great to have you back on, Mag. And we have from down under, we have Falky with us. Falky,
Hey,
how are you?
doing well. Quite well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can't complain. It's Friday. I'm having a cold one right now, Falky. I am.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. Don't go too hard too fast, mate. You got to pace yourself.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Hold on just a sec here, Falky. Sorry about that. One of the children came in and was asking me permission to go to the pool. So, all right. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Falky. You were saying something about beer.
No,
And,
you're right. I was just saying, don't go too hard too fast. You don't want to fall asleep in the middle of the show.
well, that's what she
Uh,
said.
Wow. Holy.
Got that.
Not to me.
No, no. It's good. It's good to be here. Great to be having a chat amongst friends. And I can only echo what Mag just said before. We're all gamers.
Yeah.
We just like playing games. Give us good games. Wherever they are, we'll find them, we'll play them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it's funny. Like, there's been a narrative around that this year's been kind of a down year. I don't think so. I think this has been a pretty good year for video games. It's a lot of video games that I've been playing that I've enjoyed this year. I think this has been a solid year. You know,
Might have been a down year if all you like doing is playing under a rock.
Yeah.
yeah, it's fair enough, right? So, but I also want to introduce with us Detective Seeds. Seeds, how are you, sir?
Man, I'm good. It's Friday. It's been a long week. We are already drinking some beverages, so can't complain. I love talking about some video games. I was on several shows this week. Crossfire last night.
Yeah.
I was on Boom. I've been going around making my rounds, making friends, not kissing babies because it's weird, and
Yeah.
just talking video games with
Yeah.
whoever will, wants to chat, no matter what side they're on. So I'm out here making friends now that Xbox has given us their games over on PlayStation, which is my preferred platform.
Yeah.
I figure we can cross the aisle and shake hands and everyone be okay.
Yeah, we could be bipartisan in our gaming experiences, right?
That's right. That's right. And I'm not opposed to get platinum trophies on games that were made by Xbox. So
Oh man, see, that's not going to be well received there, Seeds.
it's okay. Not much is well received today on especially if you're on Twitter. So I'm used to it. That's why they made beer. So when things
Why?
aren't well received,
Why do they
I can
make
drink.
beer? What? Oh,
To
I see
deal
what you're
with
saying.
idiots.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's awesome. So
That-
yeah,
that's
look forward
funny.
to it, man.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's funny, man. Yeah. So, Seeds, I want to. You were on a particular show that I
Yeah.
was watching this week, and something. This was just baffling to me. Like this idea that a third party exclusive isn't really counted per se. And I thought you brought up a great point because An exclusive is an exclusive at the end of the day. Like it comes down to, I think, as you said, accessibility. And if you don't have access to a game, that means you don't have access. Like that dynamic doesn't change whether it was first party output or third party output.
For sure. So that conversation was a pretty good back and forth. I did get some insight afterwards, kind of offline, because I asked, I haven't always been on Twitter, and for most part of my life I haven't.
Yeah.
And for the better part of my life I've just been a regular gamer, not in content creation. So afterwards I asked, I was like, hey guys, I gotta ask, like, what's the deal with not, looking at third party games the same? And I was told, hey, for the longest time, guys that mostly aligned with PlayStation would give, shit over to Xbox guys for, relying on third party games, and now they're relying on it. And so I thought about that, and I was like, okay, well, that makes sense if that's how that went, because I truly don't know. And so I think that was a lot of the pushback that I got, and the guys on that show, very respectful to me. I knew going on there that it was primarily Xbox leaning. The host of that show was nothing but kind to me, both through DMs on the show, let me talk, and he brought up good topics that were across the board. So I can't say anything negative. I just think that there's a huge difference of opinions when it comes to when your side that you've been invested in for so long is quote unquote losing and changing. And I think that, today I saw some back and forth with Mike Ibarra, and
I was part of that conversation.
Yeah, and I don't. I'm going to mess up the quote, but he basically said, when your side is I don't know if he said losing or what his verbiage was, but you are going to kind of go through these issues and say the whole industry is changing when it's not. And so I do think it's about access, man, because the regular consumer, if I ask my buddies, hey, what do you think about this first party game? They're going to be like, I don't know what that means. They just care where they can play the game.
Yeah.
And so, first party, third party, it doesn't matter. When someone goes in and they buy a console, they're buying a console where they can play games. And the reason that we kind of got into that little...
Hey, sorry, Seats, real quick. I don't mean to interrupt. I want to...
Nope, go ahead.
Because you mentioned what Ibarra said, and I want to bring that up. So, Ibarra was responding to Tim Dog, and I asked Mike a question. I said, Mike, the narrative is that the living room is not the future, or that consoles are dying. Thoughts on this? And so Mike replies, I think those losing push the narrative that fits for them. Consoles will never die, in my opinion.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was, so the conversation that we had there that kind of brought that up was talking about Xbox selling future consoles. And I did say, like, 35 million consoles is nothing to really laugh at. Compared to what Sony's pushing out, yes, we make fun of it. And compared to what they've sold in the past, yes. But that was their own doing and some of their own messaging. And so the conversation that kind of led up to that was, how do you sell a console? And the cadence of games and good games sells consoles. It just does. And so that's kind of how we got into that and that back and forth. And I don't give a shit if it's first party or third party. If I have access to that game, that's what I care about. And so far we have seen that PlayStation, it's not even, you can't even argue it. PlayStation has given us access to the most games. This year alone, we on PlayStation have had more third party exclusives as well as first party than Xbox has. They've had, you can argue, Pal World, but you didn't have to have a console. You played on PC, and Hellblade 2 so far, and they have a few others that are coming. And PlayStation, I'm not even going to go through, and I could go through and name them, but I think we're up to like 7 or 8. And so it's just really not a match. And I think that when your side is doesn't have those games, then you don't want to count it, because you got to think of something. And I didn't bring it up. I was going to, but I was like, I'll just leave it. Gears 1 through 3 was not a first party exclusive. It wasn't owned by Xbox whenever Gears 1 through 3. I think it was 1 through 3 came out.
Yeah,
That wasn't
it wasn't.
that wasn't a first party studio.
That's correct.
And so if you want to go down that road, you can, but at the time of what's one of the most prolific series of games over on Xbox, wasn't actually owned by or wasn't a first party of Xbox. And so I just don't give a shit, man. If first party, third party, if you give me access to it, that's what I care.
I mean, that's a great example too with Gears of War. It wasn't. I mean, there's other examples. If you go back to the history of Xbox, actually the first Mass Effect 1 was actually exclusive to the 360. Knights of the Old Republic, the Elder Scrolls Morrowind is one. Atoji, Splinter Cell, those were timed exclusives. So yeah, I mean, I mean, there's something to be said for having access, whether you have access or not. And to your point, most consumers aren't going to know the difference between a first-party exclusive and a third-party exclusive. So I thought it was a very interesting conversation, though. And but no, it was good dialogue, though. It was good dialogue. And but yeah, to your point, like I've heard kind of the console warring talking points about that. I think that's ridiculous on both sides. But speaking of console wars, I do want to move to Mag here. And Mag, we were having a good conversation before the show started.
Yes.
How much can you share with us? There's stuff there to. It just kind of piggybacks off what kind of Mikey Barra and kind of the pivot, if you will, the great pivot, as I refer to, with Microsoft. And I personally don't think there's anything wrong with that. If it makes business sense for them to do it, and if it's going to increase their profit margins, it's going to make their business healthy. Fine, like have at it, right?
It doesn't affect me at all as a consumer.
It doesn't mean
it doesn't affect me where anything goes on from the Xbox side. If it goes to the to the new Nintendo console or to the PS5, PS6, whatever, it affects me in no which way or form. Because if I'm going to consume that product, assuming it's quality, I don't really care where I do it. I still have Game Pass. I haven't got rid of it. I still have one Xbox console in the house to utilize that Game Pass. And therefore, I will, if it's something that's like Indiana Jones, for example, I didn't want to go off on a tangent here, but if Indiana Jones comes out in December, I'm not going to pay $80, $100 Canadian for the game if I could just play it on Game Pass because I've already got it. But in the future, we'll talk about other stuff in the future when it comes to next gen consoles and whatever else. We will get into that. But what would you like to know, my friend?
So what? Because we were talking about things before the show. So,
yes.
and what is it that we could share? Because I may have not heard as many things as you have, but I've heard things. I heard there's more announcements coming later this year. Brum brum.
Yeah.
I've heard some interesting things about Halo, the future of that franchise. What can you share with us? Because I think the Indiana Jones thing is kind of the. I've heard that. Them staggering things out is because they don't want to rip the Band-Aid off. That potentially the fear is if we do that, we may lose a lot more people versus a gradual potential loss of consumers, right? But is there? This is a redundant question, I feel like, but there's more coming.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no question. And you're absolutely right. They are doing it slowly so as to get consumers acclimatized to their business model. Their business model was already settled in 2023. That's when I first found out about it. That's when I started catching shit about it, when I brought it up once or twice here and there. And then January, I dropped all the info bomb in January and when I went on about what's going to be happening. And I remember, we were talking, some other people were saying, no, it's only 4 games. And I'm like, no, it's not. I said, but and actually one of the first things we did do is talk about breaking that news about 4 games going over. We did know about that, but I said, but there's a caveat with those 4 games. There's going to be at least 4 or 5 more. And then when January hit, they said, I got a message from someone working at Microsoft. And he said full slate. And that was a message, and that's all he said. He wouldn't elaborate. And this is a pretty major person, so I didn't want to say anything. But I just heard the word full slate, and I was like, oh. I'm like, okay. And then slowly but surely, word started to get out. Obviously, how the rest went for the rest of 2024. Everybody hates me. I'm an idiot. I'm a fake insider.
You were pony bot. You're pony bot.
Yeah, I'm all these things. Actually, and the other thing, not to toot my own horn here, but even the Indiana Jones 60 to 90 day exclusivity window, that was another one I dropped in January. Nobody else did. Told him about that. It's all happening now. What they're targeting is the last message I got, which is about a week ago, maybe 8 days ago, is that Starfield is targeting June 2025 for PlayStation 5. If all goes well, then apparently the port is going very well. So the target of June 2025 is holding up. Forza Horizon 5 will be coming before then. They did not give will not give a solid release date, but we will hear about that sometime this year. Halo Master Chief Collection.
Will that sometime this year maybe be at a certain show that's in December?
At a certain show, certainly around the time that there's the big fat guy with the white beard comes around, somewhere around there.
Oh my God!
So I'm not 100%.
I don't believe in that guy anymore. By the way,
well, hey man, he still brings me cool stuff. So
all right.
Anyways, in all seriousness, we will be hearing about that. It will be launching before Starfield, as far as I know. As well, Halo Master Chief Collection has been delayed slightly. It was supposed to be a little bit earlier, but turns out it's going to be slightly delayed. They faced some kind of a snag, and so they want it to be perfect for the launch on the PlayStation. Ironically, isn't that ironic? They want it perfect for launch on PlayStation, but not when it came out on Xbox, that's for sure, and PC. But anyways, that's got pushed a little bit further down the road, so that could be later in 2025 or early 2026. Before we see Halo Master Chief Collection. Infinite is definitely on the table. That's being ported as well. And then the bigger one, which I talked about on XNC with Colt, which, it's funny. I was actually looking at the chat because I have 3 screens going at once when I do that show because I have the camera on and everything else. And I was actually looking at the chat to say, oh my God, I can't wait to see the complete, like, my crucifixion is essentially what's going to happen here. It's funny, the chat, we had almost 1,000 people there.
Yeah.
And the chat actually, not one person, actually there was one person, but the rest of them were actually like, yeah, it makes sense. So you can see how like people are being conditioned. Yeah. So my next one was that the reason why I think that they decided to go with Gears E-Day being a prequel to Part 1 is when you're going to introduce it to the PlayStation 5 Pro and eventually the PlayStation 6 and of course the series consoles and PC, why not start at the beginning? Because it'd be really difficult for
Hold on, Mac. Whoa. You're saying that Gears E-Day is going to be on PlayStation 5.
I think it'll be a day and date launch. This is the only one this is the only one I'm going to speculate, okay? So don't take this as gospel. The other stuff I told you is gospel. That's from someone working on the inside. By the way, another side note, I spoke to a project manager at Obsidian. They just ordered a whole boatload of the new Nintendo console dev kits. So that I found out about 4 days ago. So that's pretty interesting.
So I would imagine a Valve would probably be ported over to the PlayStation, or not PlayStation, the Nintendo Switch 2 then.
He didn't say Switch 2. That's the funny part. He said the new Nintendo console. So I don't know if it's going to be called Switch 2, but he did say that. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting. So I'm wondering what they're going to be porting over there. Could be older titles. Could be Grounded for all we know. But anyways, that's what's going on.
You say Grounded?
This is my only. Is that them?
Yeah, that is good. And all jokes aside, it could be Grounded.
Could be anything. It could be Avowed. It could be, from what I understand, the Switch 2 is actually, well, I'll call it the Switch 2. It's going to be pretty powerful. So not like monstrously powerful, but enough to be able to run something. Probably like a Series S or something. Who knows?
PS4.
But we don't know this. Yeah, we don't know. I don't know the specs. Anyways, my only speculation of the day is that I think that Gears E-Day will launch day and date on the PlayStation, Series consoles, PC. And the reason why I say that is, why would you start at Part 1? They just completely ditched a story halfway through the story, or 2/3 through a story, to be quite honest, and then they go back to E-Day. Why would you do that? Because why? I'll tell you why. Because if you're on a PlayStation, let's say theoretically you've never touched a Gears game before, why would you start at Part 6? And then all of a sudden they're going, "Who the hell is this chick? Who's this guy? Who's this guy now? What's going on over here?" Start at Part 1, and then after you release Gears E-Day, then you release the Marcus Phoenix collection on all consoles as well, and PC as well. That's my prediction, and I haven't reached out to anybody about that yet, but hopefully news will come sooner rather than later as to that. But hey, it makes sense, doesn't it? Think about it. Why would you go back? Why would you stop at part 5, not finish the story about Kate, and then you just decide to completely ditch it and you start from the beginning? Why would you do that? And seeing that everything else is going full slate. That's exactly why. I'm telling you right now, that's the story.
All right, I want to open that question. This wasn't actually a topic, by the way, but I want to open up to the.
Sorry, I just kind of it just kind of came out.
No, that's fine. I want to open this to the panel because I don't Gears E-Day, Tentpole Day to PlayStation. I'm not buying it, but what do you see, Falky? What do you guys think?
I'm gonna let Falky go first.
Yeah, right. So if you're going to do a pivot, there's no point in taking your time. You're losing money. The reason why they have to do this, as you call it, the great pivot or the great reset, the reason why they have to do it is they're losing money. They need money. You don't delay this shit if you know it's going to sell. So, and the numbers, like Mike said before, he was aware of all these things prior, and the numbers in the financials were suggesting exactly what he was saying was going to happen. Is this stuff is going to, they're losing money. They're losing way too much money. They're leaving too much value behind. They're not capitalizing on it. Change in Microsoft. Well, shouldn't say change in Microsoft leadership, change in leadership at Xbox, where the Xbox leaders are no longer controlling what's going on. It's coming from further up. They're not going to wait and take a softly approach when their key supporters base is far less valuable to them now in terms of dollars in the door than an expanded supporters base who are actually going to spend money on games. It's been proven with the testing that they've done with the few already. I can't remember if it was Grounded or which one it was. They said sold 1 million. Was it Sea of Thieves?
Sea of Thieves. Yeah, Sea of Thieves. Yeah.
Low-key launch on PlayStation and did over 1 million units. Hey, they took something that's been sitting on the shelf and turned it into cash. I see no reason why they would continue to delay this rollout. Just do it. If it's like the thing with Indiana Jones, they say, oh, it's a timed exclusive and all that without having said it. I don't think it's a timed exclusive. Chatting on, can't remember if it was this show or with someone else, that you look at when the launch window for certain consoles and updates and all this other stuff is happening, it lines up within that launch window. Mag B and DS will be able to talk to it a bit more than myself with the particulars around timing, but there's this gap between, let's say the end of October, early November, and the end of March, where two big releases of hardware are meant to occur based on what the inventory numbers and the production runs are telling me. Things are already in the pipeline being made for mass production for release to consumers somewhere in that window. And it just comes down to lining things up globally. So if you've got something aiming to be in the launch window of one of these updated pieces of hardware, why would you wait? Why would you not do it, E-Day? Why wouldn't you do it day one? It doesn't make sense. You're going to launch it and you're pivoting to a different, strategy that the very worst kept secret on the planet at the moment. Just do it. There's no reason not to. And senior Microsoft management, not Xbox management, Microsoft management have been up Phil's ribs about how much value he keeps leaving behind with everything he's been doing. And looking at what the last 3 quarters, the performance has been abysmal. And if it happens again, I don't think Microsoft's leadership's going to stand for it. They've got to get this pivot. They've got to hurry up and turn faster.
Yeah, I agree. The show that I was on earlier this week, I kind of put out there how I knew it was Indiana Jones that was coming. A lot of the guys I know, Mag and a couple others, were saying, no, it's Indiana Jones. And I was saying, yeah, it's Indiana Jones, not Forza. There are already purchase portals set up on the back end of PlayStation Storefront for some of these games. And so that's how I knew that one of them was Indiana Jones. And it's supposed to open up for purchase in March. And so there's another one coming that I did say I expect it to be announced at Jeff Keighley's show for 2 reasons. One, Xbox is going to use Jeff Keighley, at least for the interim, to announce these titles going over as a buffer. That way it's not coming directly. Yeah, it's not coming directly from Xbox. They're using Jeff Keighley to push that out. Number 2, I I believe, I mean, everything Mag said as well as has come to fruition. I only know of one on the storefront so far. So I don't know that the other one, when he said storefront, I don't know that it's been set up yet. I just know the one that's going to be announced at Jeff Keighley's show. And I expect that to be a pretty quick turnaround for a purchase over on PlayStation. I don't expect it to go into spring. I expect it to be around the time that the man with the gray beard comes down your chimney, unless you're on the naughty list. And so I do think, though, that
Brap is on the naughty list, by the way. But go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I do think,
Can't help it.
I still can't comment, obviously, on PlayStation hardware right now, but enough I can hypothetically say, because of all the reports that's out.
December 12th, or not December, September 12th.
That's okay. So
Too early.
I'll give you I can talk about that as well. So the state of play, the dates that I were given at first was September 12th at 4 p.m. And then the two individuals that I'd spoken to that gave me that information, which I hate calling them sources because they're friends. And one of the guy that is the engineer at PlayStation, I went to school with, graduated, played sports with, like he's one of my friends. So I don't call it a source, like he's a friend. And they said that it's done. The actual state of play, filming and everything is done. It's just a matter of when they are going to say it goes live. So they told me that it was going to be the 12th or the 19th. They said, I don't see it going into Tokyo Game Show. So I'm still going to stick with the 12th. And then you got other guys that are coming forward saying, hey, it's going to be toward the front end of September. So that was the initial date that I was given, was the 12th. Hypothetically, it seems like the PlayStation Pro's real. I still, have my hands kind of tied on that until, they do what they do. But I could definitely see a certain car driving game from Xbox porting over and doing very well on the PlayStation. A lot of graphical enhancements that they can do on that. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, GT Run has a 120 mode.
It does.
And so I wouldn't be surprised you see the same from that as well. And so, when it comes to the cadence of games, though, I think that Falky's right. Why you've had some, I don't want to say abysmal numbers, but numbers that don't reflect very well whenever you just spend $100-some billion. And so Microsoft's like, show me the money. And I do think that they're going to start expediting that quicker because they sold 1 million copies of Sea of Thieves for $40. That's $40 million, give or take. Obviously after the percentages come off a little bit less than that, but it's better than zero. And they really didn't have to do a whole lot of movement because they put it on the storefront. The porting of it, from my understanding, and Mag, I think, has a little bit more insight into that. The porting of the games doesn't really cost them a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. And so you do that port and send it over, and you can make, for some of these bigger titles, $70 a pop at your 70% plus microtransactions and stuff. I could see Satya saying, hey, let's go ahead and start pushing this stuff out a little bit more. We don't care what the guys on Twitter say. Let's just go full.
Yeah,
The guys on
very
Twitter
kind,
are
but-
15%, not even of the gaming market.
Probably less than 15.
And
Mag. Real
maybe
quick, Mag,
maybe
I'm
even
sorry.
less than 15%. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Mag. Real quick, I want to introduce.
Wait, what
Game Logic.
What percent did I get wrong?
Go ahead, C's.
What percent did you say I got wrong? What did you say was 15%?
We're talking about
No,
Twitter
no,
being
no.
15%.
Oh no! When you just mentioned Twitter, I'm like, the Twitter people make
yeah.
up like less than 15%. For them, I'm just agreeing with you, Ashley. I'm saying it's absolutely right that they say let them cry and scream. They make up nothing in comparison into the grand scheme of things, the bigger picture. They're not even a blip on the map.
Yeah,
And
sorry,
so
I thought you
they're
were
looking
correcting
at that.
something that I maybe missed.
Well, God, no,
No.
not at all. Not.
Now, real quick, I do want to introduce Game Logic to the show who just joined the panel. What's up, Game Logic?
What's up?
Well, I didn't just join the panel. I've been here for several minutes, actually.
Oh, well, I just saw you, so that's my fault. I'm sorry. Hey, it's beer o'clock here at Brap headquarters, so my apologies, Logic.
No excuse for a low performance.
Oh, come on.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Told you not to go too hard, too fast, mate.
Beer is an enhancement, not a deter. I don't know what is going on over there, Brad. Better fix that. It's supposed to make you perform better.
Well, Logic likes to slander me for being a Washington Commanders fan and for supporting the Goaties, the AAA bangers. So,
and being a Souls fan.
There will be no sir. You need to go back to the BRAP contract, page 3, section 5.
No soul slander.
Yeah, no soul slander.
Is this before he's a PCMR or?
Yeah, that's one thing he does not get flack for from me.
Yeah, it's so funny. I was talking to somebody today about. They were like, "Are you get the PS5 Pro?" I'm like, "Probably not." They're like, "Why?" I'm like, "I haven't fired up my PlayStation in like months. I primarily play on PC." So it's funny, like Mag, like it's funny, like when I hear you say like you're 1 week you're a bot, then you're a pony, then you're a pony bot. I get called a pony all the time, and I'm like, my PlayStation doesn't really get a lot of use until a first party exclusive comes out. I'm mostly playing on PC, so.
Yes, I can't wait to see all your GTA 6 footage on your PC.
I can't wait either. Exactly. That's
I'm like literally counting down
that's
the
a
days.
sore spot.
I am counting down the minutes till that game comes out, and every PCMR guy that I know out there that's friends with me and everything else, they are going to get the endless barrage of videos, photos, photo mode, everything you can imagine.
Oh.
And I know you guys have it. I know you guys all have like a PS5 or Xbox Series.
I will say,
but I'm still going to do it anyway.
I will say this. Now that I think about it, Mag, you bring up a great point about GTA 6. If the game is struggling a lot on PS5, I might have to go visit.
I don't think it will.
I might have to go visit Forte and get a PS5 Pro.
The PS5 Pro is going to be the definitive way to play it. And I made a bold, even if it's silly prediction, but I don't think it's going to be silly. I think that PlayStation, I'm not talking about the Xbox. The Xbox is still going to sell well too, just like how Xbox and PS5 did pretty well with the college football situation, right? You look at that. I think that PlayStation is going to sell 20 million consoles
off of GTA 6.
Yes,
really?
I think so, because
it's a bold prediction.
I think so. I'm not saying it's going to happen in one day.
I know. It's a prediction.
I'm just going to say over the course of like 6 to 8 months from the release of GTA 6 going into Christmas, they'll sell 20 million consoles. Dude, the FOMO is going to be out of control. And I can tell you this, the base PS5s, even though I heard they went up in price for some strange reason, when that Pro comes out, that PS5 original model is going to drop in price, and then they're going to do a Black Friday bundled with GTA 6. You watch. They'll sell 10 million in the one day alone. Mark my words.
And this wasn't a official topic, GTA 6.
Sorry, just kind of
No, it's fine. Like it just because the whole Wukong thing this week, right? Did Sony
Listen to Dirty Dry Rub in the chat here. There won't be any FOMO for GTA 6. Bro is tripping. Dude, are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
This is going to be the game of literally the century.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
It'll do well on the market, but
I
I will say for my own part as a PC gamer, the only value and interest I have in GTA 6 is in getting an engine formulated for the next Red Dead Redemption. I haven't played a GTA since
I thought
3.
you were going to say the chicks twerking on cars. I got to be wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't played a GTA since Vice City, and I just don't have a lot of care for the franchise. But I get its widespread market appeal. But I won't be one of the people jealous and FOMO and slobbering at the mouth over GTA 6 being on consoles.
I'm going to send you pictures every day, Logic.
Yeah. GTA 5 sold, 185 million copies?
Well, I mean,
and it still charts every month, right, on NPD. Like everybody has to have bought it like 10 times, or I don't get it.
For the shark card,
it is the most insane thing of all time. Like that 185, like whatever. I think it was 180 something million.
Well,
it's 187 million copies right now.
Yeah,
there you go. 187 on the mother. Yeah, okay, there you go. Dr. Dry Rub.
By the way,
Dr. Dry Rub. Let me see you not play it.
By the way, Mag, I was actually listening to that song the other day, driving around my neighborhood.
Get out of here.
Oh yeah, I had it loud. Yeah.
That game is going to I mean, I was talking about the other night last night on Crossfire. That game is going to absolutely change, in my opinion, the landscape of what some of these consoles do in terms of pumping out numbers. Because you have PS4 players a lot of them, that might be all they play. That they just haven't upgraded yet because they don't have to. And when you come out and say, hey, Grand Theft Auto 6 is coming, we just dropped this price down on our base PS5, they're going to come upgrade because they want to keep their catalog. They want to keep all these things. The other thing is, I talked about it could potentially extend the generation a little bit because if you have GTA 6, GTA 6 or GTA 5 came out, 2013, I think?
Yes.
Yeah, because I was on my last deployment. So, 2013. So, you got to think, man, like, if they can push the gen back by 2, maybe 3 years, that would be a big deal, and I think that they probably could because that game, what they are going to be able to do with it, it's $3 billion. It's more than some countries' fucking GDP. Like,
Yeah, I know.
It's on a
Some
video
people
game.
don't see.
So
Some people don't get it. But here's the thing,
dude. I don't know how you
Again,
don't, brother.
the PS5 Pro is coming out this year, right? And it's going to launch and they're going to relaunch it again, and they're going to package it with GTA 6 and all that kind of stuff. But just like they did in 2018 with the PS4 and the PS4 Pro, if you remember that came out, what did they do with the base model of the PS4? They dropped it to $199 and bundled it with Spider-Man on Black Friday and completely decimated all competition.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what they're going to do. They're going to take the base PS5, they're going to reduce it drastically down to, like, let's say $250, maybe $299, whatever, because of inflation. It won't be $199 like it was in 2018. They'll drastically reduce the price, package that with GTA 6 because they have the marketing deal, and then they're gonna have obviously the premium experience on the PS5 Pro with GTA 6. Mark my words, they'll sell 10 million copies. 10 million consoles will be sold on Black Friday weekend alone. But I predict about 20 million of PS5, and that doesn't include the series.
So the couple of things I'll disagree with is, so first of all, I would just
couple of things.
Yeah, because I have to go back to what Detective Seed said, and I love you, Seeds. I will have a strong disagreement with the notion of the generation being extended. I said this when Forte and I argued about it like 2 years ago. Time and tide wait for no man. Technology moves on. NVIDIA and AMD aren't slowing down for anyone, and AMD can't slow down in half step because NVIDIA is the competition. So those chips, the GPUs and the CPUs, continue to be cranked out at their regular speed. They haven't stopped and slowed down. I've contended I think this console is going to kind of, when we look back in history, is going to be looked a lot at it as a lost generation because there just won't be the same volume of uptake potentially as some of the other generations have been. But I don't think they're going to. And in fact, now that both competitors kind of know what years each other competitor was targeting for when their next console was going to come out as a result of the FTC hearings, my prediction has been actually that one of them is going to try and go early to try and beat the other one to the punch and get a 1 year lead and head start. Maybe not. And then Mag, I guess one of the questions I'd ask, and I'd throw this to Falky. So my belief right now is when you look at world economic conditions and you look at where PS5 costs are ranging right now and margins, I don't believe world economic conditions right now are seated in such a way that there is going to be the same price reduction that we saw for the PS4 when the PS4 Pro came out. My prediction is that the PS5 is going to stick where it is, and the PS5 Pro is going to come in over the top. But I would also pitch that to Falky to see if he feels the same way.
That's fair.
The short answer to that is regional. PS5 was the first launch PlayStation where they went away from regional divisions to global division for a launch, and they learned an awful lot from that around set pricing across the globe. And since then, you've seen the different regions will move prices up and down depending on more localized economic factors. And my judgment is that when the Pro comes out, I agree with what Mag's saying. They'll do some bundling work to try and shift the old SKUs out because they don't want them hanging around. But the pricing and the movements will depend on regional impacts rather than global impact. And that's what's driven the price rise in Japan for the start of September. A couple of different localized factors, namely their persistent high inflation domestically, as well as the cost of production more locally for them, as well as trying to capitalize on sales into China, because China's main import location for consoles is coming out of Japan. So, and they've got a favourable FX movement there. So to take advantage of that, I don't blame them for what they've done. But yeah, places like Europe, their economic factors will be slightly different to what's over in the US, what's happening down here in Australia and New Zealand. We're going to pay through the nose for it regardless, because we just don't have a big enough market and we just got to cop it. But I'd say that the bulk of the pricing structure will be based around North America and what's happening in the Asian market around Japan, China, up in that area. Yeah, I don't see heavy discounting of the PS5. Not this. If they were going to do it for Black Friday, they probably wouldn't be shifting pricing now. If they were going to do massive discounts, but because there's some laws against that shit as well in most countries. But if the Pro comes out before Christmas, which a lot of us seem to think it may do, it would be unlikely that it takes the same pricing points, mainly because of the technology that's in it. Not forgetting that when the PS4 Pro came out, the technology in that box was still nearly a decade old. And this is actually a slight tangent. Something that is worth using as a benchmarking point here, comparing PS5 to the PS4 and their Series X to the previous Xbox, what was it, Xbox One? Can't remember now. There's too many names for them. We're talking about cutting edge tech in a new box, bespoke to a degree, versus stuff that was ancient when it first came out in the prior generation. So we'd almost be better off in saying, well, talk about costs and prices, all the rest of it. What's a comparative point in parts of a PC or something like that? If we've got to pay, say it's $6.99, what is it? $4.99, $5.49, $5.99 US for a Pro, or $6.49 or whatever it ends up being for a Pro. What's a comparative point to get something similar out of a base PC build? That's probably a more. It's not accurate, but it's probably a more genuine comparative around the technology that's in these new boxes coming at that point, rather than looking at the previous generation going, oh yeah, but this, that, and everything else. You could, they're making massive discounts on previous gen because the technology was 2 or 3 steps behind already. So, yeah, short answer is more localized economic factors will dictate what the pricing points are.
Which is what we're seeing in Japan. Yeah.
Well, the other thing I would throw,
sorry, go ahead.
The other thing I would throw in that may or may not play a part in the cost of this thing too is, so TSMC is actively trying to get its customers onto its new fabrication process, which is a 5 nanometer process for the CPUs, APUs, GPUs, mobile chips that go out. Right now, the PlayStation APU is on a 7 nanometer process, so it's on an older process. So depending on how the business cycle lines up, frequently it will be the case that when you are getting a chip manufactured on an old fab process, you can actually wind up paying a higher price per unit. So that'll kind of come into this mix as well. I don't know, what the technology is that they're putting in the PlayStation 5 Pro, so I don't know if I would assume that it's on the same old fabrication process at 7 nanometers, so that might play into it as well.
Go ahead, Beck. I think you were chiming in.
No. I was just actually going to talk about the localization of that last sale that I was mentioning back in 2018 was localized only in the United States. That sale was not in Canada, wasn't anywhere else, wasn't in Australia. That was only in the United States that happened. So I'm thinking there's going to be a discount. I'm not saying $199. I'm saying it's going to be heavily. I still think it's going to be heavily discounted at Black Friday 2025, not this year, the next year, bundled with the game. That's what I'm predicting. Regardless. I'm just thinking moving the units and getting people into the PlayStation ecosystem and into the PlayStation Store, and then exposing them to PlayStation Plus and whatever else. I think at that point is going to be the goal, which is going to drive them into the next generation. That is what they're trying to do, because they know they're getting to that tail end of the generation. And by doing that, this is exactly what they did the last time. And then what did they do? They launched a year and a half later, or actually, it was almost 2 years to the month. Excuse me. 2 years to the month, they launched the PlayStation 5, hoping that a lot of people would adopt into the next generation. And that's by doing that, you've introduced that new market in that last 2 years, and you get them in there, and it brings them and it climatizes them to your storefront, to your ecosystem, how things operate, whatever else, and they get you spending. And that's kind of that end of the generation push. That's why another reason why you see a lot of the big first, if you want to, the big quotations of the big first party bangers come at the end of generation. Obviously, there's a development cycle that just happens to line up that way. But a lot of it also has to do with getting people into the next generation console. And by doing that, you've already got them into the ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
And I might.
So I still think they'll take a hit. Yeah, go ahead. I was done.
I'll just pick. No, it's all right. Just piggyback off that to tie it back to the point we started on at the start of this podcast. Would you, as Microsoft, want to invest all that time, money, and effort to try and catch up, or would you just say, "Hey, look, that's what they're doing. Let's just piggyback off them and not spend all that cash and just take the benefit by being on their store"? It's a no-brainer. Satcher and Co are sitting right at the top, are going, "Fucking do that."
Well, Falky, didn't Satya kind of hint at that? Like, I got to look this up.
Gentlemen, their goal is to be the largest third-party publisher on the planet.
I don't disagree.
They're going after they're going after that 10-cent market, and by doing so, you are reducing tens of millions of dollars of R&D, manufacturing, production of consoles, shipping, selling, receiving, the whole 9 yards, and doing all that. Why do all that when you could cut out the middleman? You could still offer Game Pass on digital fronts through smart TVs and through your laptops and all that other crap. Okay, and then not even have to make a console. They're going to make a console for the next generation, but after that, you could bet your ass they're not going to. And the majority of their profits are going to come from other publishers. Why not? Instead of having to put in all that work, you take the 70% publisher's fee. Exactly. Right? What are we talking about here? That's what they're in for. They're not in for your feelings. They're in here to make money. So you know what I mean? And so Falky's right.
So, Mac, I guess my only question, like, I don't disagree. I think they're going to make a console next generation.
Logic and I have
had this conversation. Logic's had this conversation on this show, and Logic and I have talked about this behind the scenes. Logic, I think you believe that they're going to, in terms of hardware, that the Xbox is going to be more like the Surface line of products, right, where it's more a boutique. I guess
the Surface is actually working on it, so the Surface team is actually working on that next generation console.
Yeah, and so I don't know, like, I think, next generation they make a console. I don't know if I guess it would depend also how the next gen console performs. I think, like, C's brought this up, like, 35 million is nothing to really sneeze at. It's still something, right?
It's still something.
Because then if they sell like another 35 million next gen, they keep the status quo. I don't know if they leave that status quo because they have all those Game Pass subscribers there. Where do those folks go to subscribe to Game Pass? Unless they assume that they're going to be utilizing Game Pass on something like a Fire Stick or PC or something.
But I would imagine in 5 to 8 years from now, the technology is going to evolve even further for cloud gaming and everything else. And then the thing is, your series consoles boxes that people have now, or people that may purchase in the future, even for a discounted price eventually, that will still be used as a streaming device. And that's why I'm not going to buy, for example. You don't buy it?
No, I've heard that before about cloud, and it was like the same thing last generation. So
I know we've been hearing about cloud since 2014, but I mean, eventually. I don't know. It's there's something to be said that hardware is not going anywhere anytime soon. There's no question of that.
I don't disagree.
But
go ahead.
But I think their point is accessibility. It's not about, you know what I mean? Their point is just to get you into the ecosystem and being able to pay either a monthly subscription or whatever they want. It's the accessibility that they're more interested in. I think they're going to, you know what I mean? The competition for hardware is basically coming to an end.
There's an argument to be made. I'm pretty sure I've made this argument on the show ages ago. There's an argument to be made that in certain circumstances, under certain conditions rather, that you could see Game Pass on a PlayStation console. And those conditions would be quite simple. One, that the Game Pass version offered on a PlayStation console does not have any third-party games in it that are already covered under other areas as to not cannibalize sales for PlayStation. So it's pretty much just got everything that's an Xbox published arrangement or Xbox first-party, third-party publishing deals and all the rest of it, which is still a pretty decent slate of games, might I point out, and that they just pay the fee. And that's it.
Kind of like EA?
Pretty
on
straightforward,
consoles?
kind of like EA, Ubisoft, and the rest of them. There's no reason why that couldn't happen. And if
like the EA on
With that, Sony would have to take a cut of that, obviously. I would imagine because as it stands, like Indiana Jones, Doom, the new Doom that's coming, and everything else, they're still taking 30%. Right?
Yeah,
they're still going to take their 30%. So they would have to take some form of an equivalency for a Game Pass subscription if they were to do that. But however, it makes sense.
Yeah, and the 30%, I shouldn't say 30% price rise, the 30% input. If you think about how much it costs Xbox currently to put third-party games into their service, I've seen some numbers where they're talking northwards of $2 billion worth just to put 24 games in. And Game Pass has got a lot more than that in it, right? And that wasn't even AAA games. At the moment, Xbox can't afford to put big AAA games there because it just cost them way too much and they'd kill it in 6 months. If they didn't have to spend that kind of money, which was the driver of them buying all these studios in the first place, it's far cheaper and more cost effective to build them all yourself than it is to buy them in to a subscription service. So if that's what they end up doing, and the opportunity for them to say, well, we'll do publishing deals and we'll do marketing, we'll just get all the third parties will just come, our third party arrangements will be, we do the publishing, we fund the game and all the rest of it, and it's got our logo on it. That gets them around that issue of not having to pay stupid amounts of money to bring third party stuff in. Then they can put it all through that. And if they've got 200 plus games sitting in Game Pass and they don't have to worry about paying out all this money for third party to keep it in there, they've cut out billions and billions and billions of dollars of expenditure that they can't afford to do at the moment anyway. And so the outcome of that is pay Sony 30% of a $20 a month fee. Right? We're making money out of this deal. As opposed to at the moment trying to compete and getting massive losses because they're having to spend so much third party to prop it up. There was 2 things I just want to touch on because I've got to go shortly. And of course they're finance related. Detective Seeds and May were talking earlier about GTA 6. I just point something out. There's all this chatter about it's a $3 billion game. I don't think so. I wouldn't even go close to saying it's a $3 billion game. You'd have to have tens of thousands of people working on this thing for a decade to get it close to that number. However, it will have to sell like hotcakes because last year, financial year, Take-Two copped a $3.78 billion loss, and that's predominantly from a $2 billion write-down from Zynga. So let that be a lesson to everyone who thought that mobile was the be-all and end-all of things to purchase. This year's forecast is they're looking at a $700 million loss. So when the GTA 6 comes out, if they release nothing between now and then, I think a Borderlands game is coming, and that may do some to help. Between now and then, by the time it comes out, it's got to make up nearly $4.5 billion worth of losses, plus do whatever it's meant to perform to expectations. If it does not, then they start writing off, because Take-Two puts a lot of their development costs into their balance sheet and then they write them off when they launch the game. If it had a $3 billion budget, we're expecting this thing to cover nearly $8 billion, $7.5 to $8 billion worth of cost recovery in the launch window.
Yep.
That is ridiculous. And then if you say it's got in 6 months, got to start returning money to shareholders in the same fashion of GTA 5, Take-Two could quite easily be bankrupted by that. I shit you not. This $3 billion price tag is a joke. Don't believe it. It's not that. I'll say that right now. There's a huge amount of expectation on this game. It can't fail, and they're going to need it to do big numbers.
How much do you think it is, Falky? The cost of the game?
I'd say we're somewhere around 250, 300 million direct cost for development, and then you're probably looking at another 100 million on top for SG&A, the support, and if they've got marketing deals with PlayStation and a few other bits and pieces hanging around there to offset some of that cost, I'd say that 350, 400 is probably where they're going to land in terms of what they recognise in their books. And then, yeah.
See,
I would have ballparked 500.
That's
look,
I think 500, but yeah, go ahead, C's.
1.5 million to break even.
The only reason I like, and correct me if I'm wrong, because Spider-Man 2 was what, 300 and some million?
That was total. That included marketing and all the rest of it. You look how much money Sony spends on fucking marketing.
Yeah,
that's insane. The activation they pour into games. No wonder.
So that's what I was curious about with the whole total, because I'm not sure if it was a Rockstar employee or who it was that came out and mentioned about it costing in the billions, and I thought that it was someone from Rockstar or Take-Two that mentioned how much it was going to cost, not just with the development, but marketing as well. So maybe whenever we get closer to launch, if we can keep an eye and see kind of what we think that total is going to be based off their numbers, because I'd be interested to see what that total comes out to be.
Yeah, so would I. And it'd be interesting to note whether they're talking about direct development costs or whether they're talking about total costs to just run the studio. Like, The Last of Us 2 was 200 million, something like that, they reckon. And it costs more than 200 million to run that studio a year.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that. So if we get info, that'd be great to kind of track that, because how massive that world, and they plan to add on, other areas around, that central location. So yeah, I'd be interested to see that. What it ends up being.
Phenomenal.
We should also be clear when Falky talks about that numbers that are put out sometimes intermix the cost of the development plus the cost of running a studio.
For sure.
Those are two different, right? Those are two different columns, right, on a balance sheet, right? The overhead costs, the G&A and the fringe and all that stuff associated with just purely running a studio does not go into the capital investment and the depreciation calculations for actually funding the project. Normally, when we talk about funding the project, it is normally the straight up development cost, right? Plus any of your production costs, like mocap studio time and audio booth time and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So you go, Meg.
No, I was just gonna say, I was just checking it out. GTA 4 had $100 million budget, $265 million for GTA 5, and they're saying it is speculation that it's $2 billion. But it says, as it stands right now, no one from Rockstar has come forward.
That seems
with an actual number.
$2 billion
seems, it is yet.
Yeah,
I think that's inaccurate. I would say about $500 million, judging by what Foggy said, makes absolute sense. Development price tag has yet to be confirmed by anyone officially related to Grand Theft Auto or Rockstar. So there you go.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what that final total is, and then we can see what they do in sales and all that. That'd be interesting to see because of how massive that game is.
Hey, real quick, guys, I want to introduce. Finally got him on BRAP. Nib GPT. What's going on, Nib? Nib, can you hear us? Well, Nib's here. I don't know if he can hear us. Oh, he's muted.
He's muted at the moment.
Oh, now he left. Now he's back. Hold on. He's back. Let me.
Well, that's it. You insulted him.
Yeah, I think Nib's upset because I referred to him as Nib.
Hello.
Nib, are you there?
Yeah, it's working.
Nib GBT. Oh, there you go. Welcome to the show. Nib.
The AI platform, AI plugin is here.
Exactly.
I'm tagging you in because I got to tag out. I got to make some calls. So
right.
Yeah, I got to go do my thing. I know it's Friday for everybody else. I know Falky, it's Saturday for you, but for me, it's still Thursday in my work week. I have to work Saturday, so I still got a bunch to do.
Hey, Bag, we got to get you back on because we got
always around.
No, but we got to talk about this the E-Day thing because we got to get back to that.
When more comes out, I will reach out to you. And if it's anywhere close to what I predicted, based on, these are pretty educated guesses, and we'll call it that, then you can invite me back on and we'll have a more in-depth conversation. How about that?
That sounds like a plan. Thank you, Mag, by the way.
I gotta jump as well and head to dinner meeting.
Hey, have a couple beers for me, sir.
I'll have many. Hey, chat, once you're done with this show, if you could go subscribe to Detective Seeds Platinums. It's a new channel, trying to get to 500 so I can get monetized. I've been averaging 100 subscribers a week. There's my plug. Now I'm out of here. Thanks, guys.
All right, Cease. Thanks, man.
See you later, Steve.
Gentlemen, you have a great evening. Have a great long weekend if everybody's celebrating Labor Day. So everybody enjoy. We'll
Hey,
talk to
Mag,
y'all soon.
Mag, cheers. Have lots of beer this weekend,
Yes.
please.
Yeah, I'm going to starting tomorrow. But yeah, don't forget I'm Canadian. All right, I'll see you guys.
All right, see you, Mag.
Yeah.
All right.
Just to put it in perspective, a $3 billion budget, if that were the actual direct development cost, that would employ a development team of 4,300 people over 5 years.
I mean, is that
Yep.
that
No,
seems
no. Before you ask, no, that is not
Yeah,
practical. It
that's
is
what I'm
not
saying,
by
like
any
that.
remote stretch of the imagination to reasonably and productively manage 4,300 developers working on a project.
that doesn't sound right. I don't disagree with you there, Logic. Nib, what are your thoughts? We were talking about GTA 6 and the impact that it's going to have on the industry. And Matt Pizzatello's talked about the impact of GTA 6. Like it's gonna move numbers, right? It's gonna have
100%.
Yeah, and
I wouldn't want to be any other game in the way of GTA. Like, when that game comes out, maybe roll out the way. But yeah, I was just listening because obviously I've just come in. I literally just drove in, got up, I was going to put the kettle on. So I've been listening, trying to chime into the context of the conversation you're having. But it's certainly interesting. I do think the 3 billion sounds like a little bit far-fetched. If what Logic Q is saying in regards to the number of heads it would need to support for the 5 years. I think Red Dead had that kind of number in the end credits. I think, if I remember correctly, it was 3,700 and something. I might be wrong. Maybe it was over 4,000. But that includes a whole amount of outsourcing. So obviously the credits that you see, whether it's 4,000 people, that also includes marketing, distribution, QA, voice acting, everything under the sun. So I can't imagine they'd anywhere get close to that in terms of full-time employees, which I assume Logic U is pointing at. So yeah, so I don't know. I assume it will be a super high cost though, but as Forky was saying, a lot is riding on this game. And the whole Zynga thing, the Zynga acquisition, probably, if I remember, they took out some loans or something like that through JP Morgan to pay for some of this, some of that acquisition. Yeah, so there's going to be.
So the loans that were taken out at the time weren't related to the Zynga purchase because they did the Zynga purchase with a share issue. The reason they had to take the loan out was for operating capital.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember reading a statement from JP Morgan or something about some collaboration of funds, and I was thinking, oh, damn.
And the underlying, so they did a share issuance to get Zynga, and they just did a straight share swap.
Yeah.
To get it, they took a loan out with JP Morgan, and the undertone of the security backing that was if it got below certain parameters, it would be a debt equity swap. Where they would just reissue. And again, this is how stupid it is. They would just issue more shares to cancel the loan out to value issuing shares to JP Morgan, who were already a shareholder. So
yeah.
Hey, real quick, I want to address something here in the live chat. So Logic, you lose mod status when you slander Souls games.
That's how it works. Okay.
That's how it works. That's actually, if you go to page 4 of the BRAP contract, section 2, line A, there you'll see it there.
Okay. Hey, one thing I want to mention while we have this break. So I do have an L that I need to hold. Anonymous, what was the guy's name? Or annoyingly unnotable corrected me in the chat. So one thing that I did. So when I mentioned the whole 7 nanometer process versus 5 nanometer process thing for TSMC, the PlayStation 5 launched on the 7 nanometer process. I did not catch that they had shifted the supply line, and then they had gone to the 6 nanometer process based on things that they had worked out with TSMC.
By the way, Logic, you're a managing moderator, by the way. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, thanks very much. You guys saw it here live, promotion right here. So it is possible that they will shift to 5 nanometer because it won't be as much of a jump.
What's interesting is the new I've read, again, I don't know if it's backed by, I can't remember where I read it. I think it was some Chinese website, but I've read that the new terabyte special edition Series X is still on 7 nanometer, which is surprising because PlayStation has, downscaled their process. So, it's more cost efficient, it's more heat efficient. They have more on each fab, so they can manufacture more. I'm just surprised. I wouldn't know the logic behind why Xbox has not done the same. I don't know if it's a costing or I don't know. It's an interesting one. But it's very unusual.
Doobie's probably the best one to talk to about the technology behind that. Well, he's the one that gives me all my information and the technology behind those pieces. But there's 2 points to that. Is one, well, Xbox doesn't have an internal Xbox Series hardware division anymore. They're gone. They're chopped, gone. And Surface team are doing all the hardware work now, and for the next one and to support the current one. So, and they've moved over to, was it Snapdragon? No, what is it they've moved over to? ARM?
I think the rumors are. Oh shoot! I thought it was Snapdragon.
Yeah, I don't know that it would be Snapdragon. I mean, Snapdragon Elites are what the Surface is on. The rumor was that the next Xbox was going to be on ARM. It didn't specifically say Snapdragon. Snapdragon being a brand name, a proprietary name from Qualcomm.
Yeah.
The next, whatever they're doing next is based off a different architecture. It's an ARM or something like that. So they're not worried about that. They couldn't care less about investing in updating the technology in the current box because they're not going to get approval to do it. They've been told spend all the money on the new one. And
the thing about
Sorry.
Oh no, I was going to say the thing about that. Let's just say quote unquote rumor is not really a rumor per se because it was from the FTC leaks from Microsoft documentation itself. So it was the Microsoft documentation to other Microsoft, whatever units that said, described what the platform would be. And I remember reading it. Yeah, it did say that it's going to be a hybridized console of ARM, and I think they said cloud or something. And I was thinking, damn, haven't they already kind of experimented with that with previously and to not great success?
They call it the hybrid cloud compute. I'm sorry, Frank. Can I before we get it escapes too far, just to caveat what Nib is saying. So yes, that was an internal document, but that at least as far as the way Microsoft explained it, that was a document that was generated by their hardware team as a brief to the GLT. So that was not an approved set of plans. That was a pitch. That they were trying to see whether or not it synced up with the strategic direction that the GLT was providing. So what we don't know at this point is whether or not that was the way that the GLT decided, or if they're off on some other path.
Okay, fair enough. I hope it isn't. I hope they go for more of a traditional system. But with the way things are going, who knows? Like, would be, I don't know where things are going for Microsoft right now.
Yeah, real quick, gentlemen, let me go to the super chat from Donnell Brown. $5 super chat. Thank you, Donnell. Says, one of my favorite shows to listen to. Great show. You know what, Donnell? I appreciate that. Even though you're a Raiders fan, the Raiders suck. I really appreciate the super chat. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nib.
No. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I do want to go to real quick, gentlemen. Just unless anyone has anything else to say about the manufacturing, R&D, and everything we're talking about, the hardware with Microsoft's next Xbox. No. Okay. I do want to move on to. Yeah. Go ahead.
Maybe. Do you think the Xbox pricing of their 2 terabyte special edition machine will have any influence at all on the PlayStation 5 Pro's price?
That's a spicy question.
None whatsoever.
I don't think so. Yeah, I agree with Falky.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
None whatsoever.
All right.
I think.
All right.
The pricing of the 2 terabyte series, which is effectively just the same box with a little bit more memory in it, won't have any impact at all on what the Pro comes with because it's a totally different. They'll be chalk and cheese. There'll be daylight between the power and the comparatives and the ability of what the two of them can do. And again, it's like they've just come out and said, we'll put a bigger memory storage in it and we'll crank the price up to reflect it because it's costly, and fuck it, we've lost.
Yeah, I mean, even I mean, okay, I don't know, I don't know the economics of the in terms of inflation and manufacturing costs. I know my personal manufacturing costs are much higher. So maybe they have a similar thing. But I think what's interesting to me is looking at sort of as a consumer end buying SSDs or whatever. Because I remember when these consoles first came out, to buy a 2 terabyte SSD of the PlayStation 5 equivalent spec that you need, I think it was like 350 to 400 like pounds. It was absurd, and now you can get them for like 160, 150 pounds. And you can get a 1 terabyte for under 100, when before it was like 200 and something, 300. So I am surprised, like four years later, for just an extra terabyte is this much more money, and we've finally gone back into the 599 territory. When, as far as I was aware, the costs of the of storage has gone down significantly on the consumer side of things. So it is a surprising cost.
And that comes down to the way that they designed it. It was proprietary plug-in extra SSD thing in the back, and then all of a sudden, because that's a proprietary and exclusive
Yeah.
style setup, you've just got to beware that. But they're not making them any bigger, and it's like, oh, we'll do an update with it all inboard, so people don't have to buy this additional storage, which you can still get, but it just doesn't work as effectively as the other one. For PS5 Pro comes out with 2 terabytes on board with and they keep the ability to plug another 2 terabytes in, and it runs at the max speed. Well, and you got 4 terabytes for $50 more, or it's a no-brainer.
If it comes out,
it's not going to make any impact.
If it comes out with 2 terabytes, look, I'm prepared for the PS5 Pro to be expensive, relatively speaking. But I'm going to tell you, just on tech cred alone, I'm gonna be salty if that thing comes out at 650 with 1 terabyte still on board.
Yes. I agree with you, but it would make more. You'd make more money by doing it that way.
I know. I'm not gonna question the business case. I was salty when they came out with the whole. What was it when they went to the new form factor and they said, "Oh, we've better preserved like the load of the operating system on there, so now you get slightly more memory." I'm like, you guys are full of crap. Like, it's still a 1 terabyte SSD. I'm pissed off.
That is a way to excuse the increase of, or not the decrease of cost, because typically hasn't historically been like when they go like slim factor, like the price goes down. Is that
yes?
Yeah, that's
Mainly
correct.
Slim factor has less. Obviously, there's less physical in there, so it should cost less. But let's speak about this. When they did the first revision for the heatsink, they've reduced the size of the heatsink from the first one into the current one by over 70%. And it's still costing them a bomb because the price of copper is still through the roof. And again, total sidetrack here. BHP, one of the biggest iron ore miners in the world. Massive. Iron ore has been the backbone of BHP for the better part of the last 2 decades. In their last forecast outlook, they mentioned iron ore 14 times. They mentioned copper 30 times. Copper is what they're chasing. Copper is what's being demanded because the supply of copper is dwindling, and they need more copper because more technology. So if anyone thinks that it's going to get any cheaper in the next couple of years, good luck. It takes a long time to dig those holes. But again, global economic points, they feed into so many different parts. And if they have a supply issue in China because the Chinese government says we're going to tariff XYZ coming in or out from these countries, and the US and China, because of the election coming up, decide to have another dummy spit, it could things could go completely pear-shaped, and we're looking at $1,000 for a PS5 Pro because they can't absorb the losses because things have gone through the roof. Or it could go the other way. It could be some glut in the market and oversupply, and all of a sudden the things are cheap as shit to make, so they'll bring it back and make it feasible.
Internally, I'm readying myself for a very high price, and that's why I made a tweet about my anniversary.
What do you think high? Like, are you saying? I'm speaking of U.S. dollars. Are you saying above 600 USD or?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I was going for. Yeah, I was going for 650 is what I was guessing, but I think it could be as much as 700. But that's why I made a tweet and I was like, "Oh, my wife is contributing towards the PS5 Pro." I would have said pay for it. Yeah. I would have said paid for it historically, but I don't want to put her out if this thing's like £2 million.
No, you know what's funny is that when the PlayStation 4 Pro, when that was being discussed, like we knew that was coming out, it was this very similar conversation. People were like, "Oh, this thing's going to cost like $600," or I remember some people saying $700, and then it came in at the launch $400, the same launch price as the base PS4, and they dropped the PS4 price to $100.
Oh,
so
man.
yeah, so based on that, historically speaking, I'm leaning towards $600 because I don't know if it was Falky, you said this earlier, maybe Seeds. I think if you get to $700, and I think you and I talked about this earlier, Game Logic, like you start dipping your toes a bit in the low end PC space, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I was going with the disc thing because I've heard some rumors about like you might have to buy the disc unit separately or something like that.
And that by the way, real quick, I've heard that too. That wouldn't surprise me, by the way. If Sony did that. Oh, it's $600 digital only. Oh, by the way, you want physical? Oh, we got this thing we can sell you because we know that Sony likes to sell people stuff.
Yeah.
They've already done it.
No, they've already done it. Yeah, no, they've done it.
They've already done it.
Because obviously their margins are better with digital as well. So it wouldn't be like a direct subsidy per se, but it would be like, okay, but you want to get physical, which we don't make as much money on, then here you go, buy this bloody extra thing and spend more money. But yeah, I would usually be with you. I would have gone for a more optimistic price, but just looking at, because this time, the previous generation, I think the RRP on a PS4 Slim was $299, but I remember you could actually buy it for $250. The 500 gigabyte version you could actually buy for $250. So it's a completely different world. In fact, for the first time ever, I remember like relatives and stuff. Usually, I'm like, "Oh, guys, wait for a price drop and buy the console later because you guys aren't enthusiast gamers the way me and some of my other relatives are." And then they wait, and then the price goes up. And they're like, "Yo, Nip, what the hell?" I'm like, "Listen, I'm sorry, I did not know that was going to happen. COVID, etc., etc." But yeah, it was the first time, and I know in Japan, because of the currency and everything, that's gone up in price substantially as well. So I don't know. I feel like it's a different world now.
Well, let me ask you guys this: Does the PS5 Pro need a disc SKU?
Oh, so
I buy mostly physical, so I do.
so Ham, I'm with Nib. Like for me, I buy both. I like having the option of knowing I can buy physical. I don't like the commitment of digital.
Brap.
I know what you're gonna say. Brap. I know where you're
going. How long ago when was the last 4K UHD you bought? Or physical game?
Oh, physical game?
I think the game has been more recent, is my guess.
Yeah, Rebirth for me. I don't know, Brap, did you buy it digital or physical?
I bought a digital there, but
Nib. This mofo ain't bought a physical game.
No.
I don't know that he's bought one this generation.
No, you know what though? That's sir, you're about to lose mod status again. No, actually, you know what's funny, Logic? I thought you were gonna go to PC, Logic. Because that's where I mostly
he got you there. There was a long pause. It's
I thought he was going to go with PC. The fact that I primarily game on PC, where it's all digital.
Right.
Yeah, I thought that's where he was going. No, but I have bought digital recently. God, what? I can't remember. It's been a while.
Bazinga. The fact that you're struggling to remember is my data point.
But my point is that I have a PlayStation 5 disc version. Because I like the option of potentially being like, you know what, the flexibility of saying, you know what, I'm going to buy this game digital or physical.
Yeah.
Because I know that I'm going to go and trade it at my local GameStop.
Now, So here's what I'm gonna hit you with, and I don't disagree with you. A lot of my causality is the same, and I have a disc based. I have an Xbox with the disc, right? I mean, I have the PlayStation 5 with the disc. But here's where I'm gonna hit you with the data, right? And this is I've done this to myself, right? On more than one occasion, I say, I make a purchase and I say I'm buying this SKU because I need this, I want this. This is in my list of system requirements, right? But then I have to come back some amount of time later and true that up with the data with the question I just asked you, right? It just this weekend, I think you maybe saw my Twitter post. I said, I was collecting like the MCU Infinity Saga, right? Physical. And then I just failed out of that loop this weekend because I was on Amazon. I was shopping for the discs. The discs don't come up in the right order. They're from different regions. It says it's shipping internationally. I'm like, why is this thing shipping internationally? Like 4K UHD, Blu-ray, blah, blah. I mean, my point is that even though, yes, I have a disc and I have that quote unquote convenience factor, I've never actually used it, right, and put it to value. So the reality is the next time around, I shouldn't tie myself in knots trying to buy a disc-based version, because the reality is I don't use it and I'm not consuming in that actual manner.
Yeah, to your point, like I haven't bought a 4K UHD disc in a long time. Like because there is the convenience factor of not having to go to Walmart, which no slander to their logic. I don't want to hear that slander about the asbestos tiles.
So just a quick question though for you guys: do you guys not buy your physical stuff online then? Because I still buy my physical games online.
I have through Amazon, but not in quite some time. Yeah, it's been a while.
And I was, but like I said, the movie, like where I've just recently gone with movies is I've just said I'm no longer like the part of the great attraction to me. I mean, this goes back 20 years when I started making the whole transition. Part of the joy of buying from like in Amazon or something like that is I got tired of going to what did we talk? Didn't we talk about Planet? What was the old record store, Brap?
Sam Goodies?
No, it was
Tower?
Planet. It was Planet something. I can't remember what it was. But I got tired of going there, flipping through the bin, right? Flipping through, I don't know, 30 like records, cassettes, whatever, and like not finding what I needed. So I was like, I'm just going to shop at Amazon because they always have everything I need, right? And I made that transition. But recently for physical media, I mean, I've been able to tell that there's something going on where finding things. Planet Video. Yeah, no, it wasn't a video place. It was a record place. I can't remember. Maybe it was. I think it was maybe Tower. Maybe I'm getting confused. So, but going back to I have been trying to shop for physical online, but it has gotten more difficult. There's some weird scarcity going on, and it is not the same convenience factor that it used to be. And when you talk about physical games, particularly for Xbox. And again, my sense of it from what I'm seeing is that there's something going on behind the scenes, and that there is a deliberate drawdown in the number of physical copies of Xbox games that are being produced, or at least that are being sourced and procured by Amazon. Like anytime I find a physical Xbox game, there's no way to get a shipping time on it of like next day delivery. And I'm an Amazon Prime customer. Like all the shipping dates are like a week, 10 days, 2 weeks out.
That's interesting. I haven't found that in the UK personally, but the only thing I would say, and going to the point about data, is from the Insomniac leak, we did get like a list of. We actually had digital splits for a whole host of PlayStation first-party games, and I was actually very surprised at some of those splits. Like I've got the list in front of me. For example, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, only 24% of sales were digital. Returnal, 39% sales were digital. Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, 43% digital. Spider-Man Miles Morales, 34% digital. Last of Us 2, 39% digital. Ghost of Tsushima, 49%. Demon Souls Remake, 30%, etc., etc. God of War is 34% digital. Spider-Man, 34% digital. So it seems like on the PlayStation side, physical sales are still quite strong. I don't know if it's because it's a single player and whatever the turnover thing where you can beat a game and return it or resell it, whatever. But yeah, I found that data quite interesting, and for me, those reasons, and obviously me being a primarily physical consumer myself, I would need a physical option. In fact, I'll go to say if they didn't give any disc version of the PS5 Pro, I probably wouldn't buy it, just out of principle.
Yeah, and we know from from public data as well, right? That the PlayStation consumer base, there is definitely a difference in demographic, right, in terms of their consumption patterns and behaviors than there are, on the Xbox platform. And one of those things is that there's a large, consumer base and characteristics of buying physical, I think, at greater volumes than, consumers on Xbox do.
There's a long-held habit. Again, they break down the demographics and all the rest of it of PlayStation gamers. It's not like there's a constant same age group, same demographics. Those that have been there from PS1 that have held on for this long, and PS2 who joined then and held on for this long, you see it in the graphs that it's just a wave that keeps shifting across, and there's been a long-standing habit of gamers to buy physical and then trade it and get the next one, and then trade it and get the next one, and trade it and get the next one. And the like GameStop and all those other ones have that program there, as not as good as it used to be because it is dwindling. But there's a habit there amongst a large group. We're not talking about a couple of thousand, we're talking a couple of million plus, 10 million, 20 million PlayStation gamers that use that as their method of how they consume their games. And it's difficult to remove that as an option if you're selling it, because you'll upset a lot of people. And I reckon he would be out on principle for about 6 months, and then he'd get one when it before the price kicked in. He'd get a warning that price is going up next week, and he'd rush out and buy one.
What you just described. I actually even do that, because there'll be like third-party games. Let's just say Star Wars Outlaws, for example, right? It's the game I'm interested in, but not like my interest level isn't to that degree that I would buy it day one, or if I did buy it day one, or if I buy it, within the next week or something, it will be on the proviso that I'm thinking of reselling it or trading it in afterwards. Like, I'm not going to hold on to it. And that way it's not really cost me too much in the long run. Whereas if I didn't have that option, I would be waiting for a deep sell, if that makes sense. So it's one of those things where,
And from my own personal perspective, when I got a PS4, I flicked over to digital. At a young my son was a baby, young son. He'd love to jam stuff in video players and DVD players and all the rest of it. And having physical was a risk, because you just pop the disc out and then all of a sudden it's destroyed. So when I got my PS4, I flicked over to digital. We've had a couple of physical games here and there, but it took a lot of self-discipline, is probably a good way of putting it, to say, because I now can't buy this and then trade it into the next one, which is what I used to do through PS1 through PS3. Finish a game, great game. I've got a few that I kept because I thought that they were ones I just kept going back to. But if I got something, played it, liked it, but wasn't going to play it again, I'd trade it and get the next one. On PS4, I was very strict, and it took a bit of work to be this self-disciplined. And this is why I say, if you buy something day one digital, you're a sucker. I don't spend more than $20 on a game, and that's it. I will not spend more than $20 on a game. If I buy a game for $20, $18, $15 when it's on sale and it sucks and I can't trade it, I haven't been out of pocket any more than what I would have lost on a physical transaction anyway. That was my justification. Will allow myself one new game a year at full price if it's really worth doing. But usually I manage to find ways of not paying full price for games digitally, and within the legal bounds as well, because you get in big trouble down here if you do something not right.
Yeah, that sounded ominous.
But it's it takes a bit for people to transition away from something they used to. We're creatures of habit, and we like to just keep doing the same thing. And perhaps in a very similar situation with managing people as I am, as you are, Nib, and imagine everyone else on this chat. When you're managing a team of people, the number one thing that causes you the most grief is if you want to change something, because people hate change. Consumers are horrible. They hate change. The consumers are the worst ones for trying to get a change through. And it's within the realms of PlayStation's ongoing success that they would want to ensure when they switch over to the PS5 Pro that they have some way of allowing people to continue to play their games that they've got on discs. Because remember, we're not doing from 5 to 6 where they could get away with saying, hey, we're not doing physical anymore. We're just gonna, if you've got a back catalogue registered of physical games from your PS4 and your PS5, then we'll find a way of crediting you that game, and you've got trophies and tracking and all the rest of it. We'll just say, oh, you've obviously played that game. We'll allow you to have the digital version of whatever it was that you finished. Whether you've still got it or not doesn't matter, because they're giving away something that they've already sold. You can have that on the 6, but we're not going to have digital. We're not going to have physical option for the 6. Or you can buy a third-party plug-in DVD reader, and we've got this proprietary one, or some third parties are making it or whatever, and you just plug it in and off you go. I don't see it being a core part to it, but they do have to offer something on the PS5 Pro. As I said before, they've already done it with the PS5 Slim. You've got this detachable disk drive that can plug in and work. And it was an uproar for about 10 seconds when it happened and when it launched, and so far it's it's a non-event now. So if that's the pathway they go forward, and they tell us that the PS5 Pro without a digital only is this much, or the base model is this much, regardless of whether you put any option and disk drive on top of it for $60, well, it works Sony for finding a way to milk more cash out of people. But yeah, they don't have a choice. They have to offer something in this generation. When they get to the 6, it would be a very different story.
Oh God, I hope not.
Nintendo's dealing with the same issue at the moment, and I haven't heard what their solution is yet. They got 2 that are still on the whiteboard. They've got 2 left. They either allow the old cards to fit in the new hardware, so your old physical games on the Nintendo Switch is huge physical. There's like 75% physical in their sales, so they can't get around this thing easily enough. Either have a separate drive that allows for the old cards to be read and run through the new software using the machine learning stuff they've got in there to basically emulate a Switch in the new Switch 2, or you've got your game registered. You register your game with Nintendo Online, again driving people to subscribe to Nintendo Online. Your game gets registered, and you get the digital version of that game. You can download it and play it. At the moment, they're arguing around which one's going to be better. And the things are starting to go into production, so they've obviously figured out what their solution is going to be. But I would have thought option 2 would have made more sense. It'll piss maybe some people off for a little bit, but if I sat there for 30 minutes and just went, plug my Switch in and go, hey, here's all the games that I've played on the Switch that I've registered, and I put the card in to confirm, card in to confirm, tick, 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 bang, there's my library I can now access on my Switch 2 or whatever they call it. Happy days. I don't have to buy the games again, but I do have to pay $10 a month to subscribe to the family version of Nintendo Online to make sure that I can continue to get that access to that catalog. Now, would it be cheaper to just buy the damn thing again? It may be. But either way, they're making money out of a backwards compatibility issue. Should be a non-event, but people want backwards compatibility. So, and that's, I suppose, for the broader listeners, that's just an insight into how the thinking goes with these next generations and mid-generation refreshes and all that sort of stuff. Is where do we maximize what we've got, and what do we have to offer to make sure we don't upset people? So, I do need to excuse myself. I've got to go. Apologies for running out, but yeah, thanks for having me on. Thanks for the chat.
Later, Smokey.
Sorry, Nate. I just seen you come in, mate.
No, man, you're good.
Hot tag. Do the hot tag.
Yeah, you go. Yeah, tag it out. Yeah. No, Falky, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. I know.
Take it.
The invitation went out the 11th hour, so thank you so much. I appreciate it.
11th hour? You gave me 5 minutes notice.
I did. I did. And on that note, do want to welcome Nate to the show. The gentleman who has like one of the best. Your gaming setup is like peak, man. Like it is. Man, the Star Wars thing. You set up the Star Wars Outlaws thing, and I'm like, you know what? I'm looking at my room. And I'm like, I gotta I got to do some like home improvements here.
Of the game.
Yeah.
I will say, NA, looking at your, your video stream, the first thing that struck me, I was like, as much as I love Ghost of Tsushima, damn, I would kill for another Infamous, next gen Infamous with like crazy powers, and can you imagine that? Especially with like these SSDs, with now you could theoretically teleport in an instant to a whole new dimension and stuff. There's so much they can do that with that from a gameplay perspective. So yeah, we need another Infamous at some point.
Nah, absolutely. I have a podcast member. I mean, you talked to Karaba before in Spaces and stuff, but yeah, he would very much agree with you. He gets on us constantly on the show, especially recently, because everybody's anticipating the Ghost 2 announcement, and he's just, man, I want an Infamous, and I'm like, I don't disagree with him. I'm just like, I really want Ghost 2 at the same time. So my compromise with just blow up the team, make it that much bigger. Give them the Naughty Dog approach. Give me 2 teams, and let's get to work. Can you imagine
them? Can you imagine them alternating between Infamous and Ghost, like on the? It would be incredible, man. That would be 2 cool IPs to do. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, the other day I was playing. I was just dabbling in Infamous Second Son because I was trying to get some screenshots, because I had this thing where I was thinking, oh, it doesn't seem like there's been as much of a jump graphically and technically this generation compared to the previous one. So I thought, let me just load up Infamous and see. And I was like, oh my God, this stuff holds up like today. Literally, it still looks incredible even today.
And it's the talent of those teams. PlayStation teams, man, the first party teams, the caliber of the things that they put out on the PS4 generation was insane. Especially if you had a PS4 Pro.
Yeah, unreal. Like I remember there's a scene in Killzone Shadowfall, the city where you like fly through the city in the helicopter and then you land and you look around.
That was like one of the reveal trailers for the PS4.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was beautiful.
It was.
I mean,
it was impressive.
Even like Killzone 2 was on the was it PS? Was that PS3 generation?
PS3. Yeah,
I remember when that came out. I was like, "Oh my gosh!" Like it was
when everybody thought it was fake.
Yeah,
at first,
it was a great looking game.
So that was a really interesting one, because like that game I was in a closed beta 7 months before release. And I remember because obviously it was NDA, I couldn't share anything. But then as I was playing it, I was like, it's the first time. Maybe Gears was a little bit like that, but with Killzone 2, as I was playing it, I was thinking, I can't even believe I'm playing this. Like, how does this look this good? Like, it looks so much better than everyone. And it was really funny because, thank you, Gorilla. I don't do this anymore, so I can get away with saying it. But they actually sent a preview kit. There was a really funky looking had Helghast artwork and all this other stuff for Killzone 2 early, a review copy. It was a press kit. And some guy on NeoGAF, he messaged me saying I'll give you $400 for that. Wow. And I was like, oh snap. I was like, I need to review it and I need to play it. And then he got it and kept it secret, and he still got it. Some guy, he's still on Twitter now. He's got this amazing press kit. But yeah, that game was so far ahead of its time, man. I remember I couldn't share, but I was like, how does it look this good? It's unreal.
It was a beautiful looking game. By the way, gentlemen, I do need to pivot to the conversation here. As we're speaking about PlayStation first party games, let's talk about Concord. Concord is currently at 130 players right now on Steam. The 24-hour peak was 178. Its all-time peak 7 days ago was 697. What happened? I mean, this is this is a head scratcher for me, and I'm trying to figure out what happened with this game. In some instances, I feel like Sony didn't really put a lot of marketing behind this. I did see stuff from Firewalk Studios. They were like, it's pay to play. Yes, it's $40, but you don't have to pay for the season passes. You're going to get content. You're going to get additional skins and stuff with the $40. So they almost seem like they positioned the game as you pay up front and you get everything later, as opposed to free to play, and then you got to kind of pay as you see fit. But these numbers,
I'd be remiss not to say, even Redfall hit like 2,000 something. Like Redfall. I would like to see Crossfire X's numbers. I haven't had a look, but yeah, I've actually never seen anything that low, with the exception of I think the Golem game, the Golem or whatever. Like, I think that had similar numbers. So yeah, they did really surprise me. I was like, is this even accurate? Like, can this really be accurate? But the only thing
actually beat it in concurrent numbers.
Oh shit!
Which is a shame. That's a shame to say that, but yeah.
That is.
Well, Gollum was again did not review very well at all. I mean, that was not a
it did not.
No.
So the only thing I was thinking is maybe the beta like put people off. Maybe it really worked against the game, and everyone who like so many people who tried it, who maybe would have in the category potentially buying, just said no. We've had our fill now, and unfortunately, I was one of them. Like, I actually enjoyed the game. I think it has a strong foundation. The gameplay was pretty fun, but
by the way, Nib, I've seen that commentary that you just mentioned. I've seen that in reviews where people have said it's fun, has a strong foundation, but the but, right?
Yeah. But yeah, it's just like, for me, the content was like, the unlocks and stuff were tragic. It was like, a different color version of the same boring ass thing. I was like, really, in 2024? Like, some of the map designs, the amount of content, I just know I didn't feel like it had enough meat on the bones. And with the amount of competition there is in this area, in this field, it just, I just thought, truly, like, I'd rather play Apex Legends, or I'd rather play, even Helldivers 2 or something instead, which I believe, just a few weeks ago had like a major content update. So, it's just one of those things that I don't know. Nate, have you played it? What were your thoughts?
So I had access to the beta, but man, they chose the wrong time to put that out. I was so busy with so many different games, and right now it's even worse. The full release is even worse. Like, I am.
And then you say you were busy with a lot of games. Were you playing a lot of games on PC?
I was definitely playing a lot of games on PC. Both, back and forth.
The best platform, I might add, right?
The best platform. But yeah, it's too much. It's a combination of a lot of things for me. When I look at the ebb and flow of the industry and really gamers' attention, you have a massive uptick in a lot of interest for a lot of different games right now. Look at all the different genres coming out, right? We talk about it all the time. You see it all over Twitter. Like, we laugh when people are like, there's nothing to play. Like, we're like, oh, that's like a running joke at this point, because there's so much to play. Like, no matter what you're into.
Too much. There is too much to play. There is too much to play.
Like speaking of, Logic on here, when I'm watching their show and I'm listening to the stuff they're playing, half the stuff they're playing, I either haven't heard of or I don't play. But then they're also playing some stuff that I am playing, and that just goes to show how much there is, right? And it's like, you're coming out at a time like that, also when the biggest hero shooter has been on its downturn for months, and then the rise of Call of Duty coming in, Call of Duty beta. Matter of fact, this weekend. You know what I mean? Like Black Ops 6, there's a lot of hype behind that. Like, I just also feel like they honestly didn't really do a good job showing that. I honestly think an open beta would have done them a bigger favor. I think that would have been, instead of this whole code thing, because there are some people that are strictly into those games, that will, adhere to that or take a chance on that if they just didn't have to look for a code or something silly like that. So I think that's another lesson learned. Stop locking stuff up like a free beta.
Oh, I thought they did do an open beta. I think
it was later. But again, something else was big that weekend. Because matter of fact, something Logic pointed out to me. I think it was double EXP weekend or something on COD and something else. And I'm like, see, if they were both just open, like, it would have been no problem. Like, people can kind of go between the two beta weekends, and stuff like that. That's why I think there's two beta weekends in the first place for most games now. A lot of people learn their lesson.
And let me say, don't think that COD doesn't do that on purpose.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
and I can't remember right off the top of my head, but
gatekeeping,
that's the second game that they've gone after on its beta weekend with the double XP.
Really?
Mhm.
Yeah,
I-
they've done it twice in like the last year. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the timing on that stuff is ruthless, man. Like that's what I don't think people understand. When you've got people playing games already, like Logic was saying at the time, he was into COD. Like I know he said he was going to cut back now, but he was into COD or
And
something.
that's turned out to be a lie.
It's turned out to be a lie. See, there you go. Yeah, exactly. So because of that, right? Your time is now preoccupied, right? And so on and so forth. For guess what else just started? The brand new season for Fortnite, which is huge, and it's partnered with Marvel, and it's crazy. Now you've also got Marvel Rivals coming out later, that a lot of people just tried, and that was in beta. Like the competition is thick, but
insane.
it's not just, for the multiplayer people, you've got a ton of competition. Then you've got people like us who do multiplayer and single player, and most of us primary single player, right? So automatically told people, I was like, single player is my primary. It's going to take precedent over everything, and then co-op, and then there's PvP. Like, so with that ahead of us, like right now, I'm playing Black Myth Wukong. I'm playing, Star Wars Outlaws. I've got the $100 edition. Yeah, I've got Astrobot. I'm about to pre-order that. I got the $100 edition of, what is it? Space Marine. It's crazy. It's so much stuff coming out. And then, PlayStation went on ahead and threw Plucky Squire right in front of me, for my PlayStation Plus. No problem. We got you there. I was already interested in that game. Like, it's just so much to contend with, right? And then, like I said, for the people that that multiplayer crowd that you're looking to snatch, they are busy on all these other games. Apex Legends. Like, I literally know someone who's played Apex Legends. I would say if we calculated her gaming time, 90 to 95% of her gaming time in the last 5 to 6 years has been Apex Legends. Like, these people are ruthlessly into these games. And this is why I always warn people, like, and Logic again spoke on this, but the finite nature of that multiplayer centric jump in everyday person is very specific. Like, it's a very specific set of people, and most of them have their game that they're into. So if you can't pull those people and you can't pull me, who do you have left? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was just going to say, actually. Oh no, go on.
Just be real quick. It was X Defiant. X Defiant was the other game that they nuked with the double XP weekend when it tried to go with its open beta.
Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say with your point about Apex, it's interesting. I've said this before on another podcast, but when I played Apex the first time, obviously I had no idea. All I knew is it felt kind of like Titanfall and Call of Duty, but had all these cool like other aspects to it. But I remember like it has the content hook immediately, because right off the bat it has these RNG like unlocks, right? And I remember I unlocked a few legendary gear items for different characters. And because it's RNG, like you don't really have a choice in whatever you get. You're just lucky enough to get something, legendary. But those legendary pieces were phenomenal. They were like entirely unique skins with completely altered their look and their style. And I think I had like a engraved kind of white embossed version of the Cyborg character. And that wasn't a character that I used much, but because I had this legendary skin, I was like, do you know what? Yeah, hell yeah, I'm going to use this character because I look boss. So then I use this character and I'm like, oh, his grappling is actually amazing. Then the more you learn it, you can like catapult yourself around entire buildings and all this other stuff. And then I unlocked another legendary for like the medic. But it was this kind of like, it was the quality of the content unlocks that diversified my gameplay and had the pull, because I was constantly getting rewarded with something unique or extravagant or cool. And double back to Concord, and it was the complete opposite. I looked through all the unlocks, and it was just like Halo Infinite. I got all the way to the end, and I'm like, wow, it's deflated by
don't compare Halo Infinite. I love Halo Infinite's gameplay mechanics.
Yeah, same.
But the reward
Unlocks
system
are awful though.
Yeah, they're not that great.
I hate the unlock system in that game. And I've played it a couple times since then with a couple homies like you that have jumped into it here and there. I mean, I haven't played with you, but people have jumped back in it. A friend of mine, Sonny on Twitter, he plays it frequently. Play a couple matches. It was fun, but I was like, I have no drive. Like kind of like what Nib was saying, right?
Yeah.
Like no matter how much I hate this season of Fortnite, I promise you I'm getting to like level 80 because I love Iron Man. And there is an amazing it's not Iron Man. I forgot the sidekick. That machine.
Yeah.
No, War Machine.
Oh. War Machine.
But that's what I'm saying. Like
whoa. We no, we're not calling War Machine a sidekick. War Machine is not James Rhodey Rhodes is not a sidekick.
Actually, he kind of is Logic.
No.
I say that from the movie. I guess.
Hey, so you know the soul slander you give me, Logic. I'm giving you War Machine slander right now.
Now we know his weak spot.
Hey, my soul slander is market oriented. You're making it personal.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yes, I am because you slandered souls.
But you know what, Brad? Like
to your point, that's my thing, Nib. Like you were like, I look cool. I look at this makes me want to play this game, right? The very first time I got to level 100 on Fortnite, Iron Man was level 100. So there's no way he was leaving and I wasn't getting it. So it was a drive to play.
So Concord.
So I'm sorry, guys. Real quick question. I mean, so is it the hook that's the issue here? And it's
unappealing, right? To me, right? And this is a thing that people brought up, right? And some people like it, right? Like shout out to Bari, right? But he said he's excited, right, about the way certain characters look. The characters don't even look appealing to me. And that's a first draw for me, right? What is the first thing you say when you do what? We see a game, right?
I never, me personally, I never put stock into that per se. Like to me, it's more like mechanics. And if it's a live service type game, it's like the rewards that I get. Like to your point about like Halo Infinite, like the gameplay mechanics of Halo Infinite are great. I think.
I agree.
But
so let me be. Exactly. Let me be game designer for a sec, right? Imagine, I forgot his name, Leon or something like that. The revolver dude, right? Imagine instead of you unlock a legendary revolver on the end of his whatever unlock tree, and it's like a laser gun, and then everyone sees you. It's like a fucking tracers and lasers everywhere, right? That shit would be amazing. You'd be like, oh, I want to unlock that. Say rocket dude, right? I said this before. Instead of a rocket launcher, it's like a giant shark-looking thing, and it fires tidal waves. Like you hit someone, and it's a massive, like physics-based wave. That shit would be amazing. You'd be like, okay, I need to. It's the hook, yeah, and it doesn't have. It just doesn't have that. It has the most rudimentary and basic kind of unlocks. Which the game has moved on so much in the last 4 or 5 years, and I would say, like, even though the gameplay is competent, there are some balancing issues as well, which can frustrate. But anyway, I don't know. I felt like it was sent out to die, and it's had quite a long development cycle. And me personally, when I see that, I'm like,
well, that's the other thing, Nib. Like, it's because I've read things that it was an 8-year development cycle, and so is it a game that started 8 years ago?
I mean, first of all, that's not chronologically possible, right? The studio was just formed in 2018.
Yeah, I think they said pre-production or something. The developer.
Go ahead, Logic.
I mean, so sure, but somebody was whittling away at concept ideas on their desk. But let's talk it. Let's put it in terms of industry standard language in terms of a production life cycle. At the earliest, right, it would have been 2018 when the studio formed. Yeah. They were probably steadily in concept. Even at that phase, they weren't even in pre-production. They were probably in pre-production enough to have made a pitch to PlayStation before they secured the exclusive publishing deal, which was April of 2021, right? So they probably weren't even in production at that point. And so thereafter, they probably moved quickly to production, which probably puts it along the lines of a 3-year production life cycle. And then I would so I would say at best, 5 years, right? Production between concept, pre-prod, and actual production.
Gotcha, but then when you play the game, when you play the game, even that seems, I'm just like there's like no no real content unlocks and stuff. It's unusual. It literally is just different colored versions of the same rudimentary things. And I know that sounds harsh, but it probably it's a weird thing, right? It makes me like listening to myself talk. I'm thinking, oh, you vain idiot! Like, who cares about quad specs? I used to be one of those people who used to be like, seriously, just play the game because it's fun. But these days, like those kind of reward mechanics and unlocks and everything, that they have that, that they give you for your time investment, they give you something back, and that can be an important part of the overall experience. And who doesn't like looking badass and looking cool or looking unique or having a differentiating aspect to everyone else who you're playing with?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think to that end, right? Like, I mean, in my case, like I said, Concord could have really never done anything to get me. I'm not the person they're looking for. Like, my longest stint playing anything multiplayer that was PvP centric was Call of Duty back when it was God tier, OG Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops 1, so on and so forth. That's when I was in it. Even current day, right? I couldn't stand Modern Warfare 3. The only reason I even played it was because it was on Game Pass. But the to that point though, right? Just to show you how important it is, Brett, what I'm talking about, like, because the mechanics the mechanics do have to be good. So you got to want to play the game in the first place, right? But then there's something else that needs to pull you into it. I guess is more so what he's showcasing. So this isn't something that's unique to this. I feel like it's lesser for me in first person games because obviously you don't see your character. So to what Nib said would make more sense getting a different weapon that looks entirely different and so on and so forth. But just to that point, right? Even as much as I hated, and I do mean hated, the most recent Call of Duty, I almost downloaded it prior, and I think I commented on it or something, and then Logic said something because I know he was playing COD at the time. But because they added Gundam, and I'm a huge anime fan, and especially mecha fan, I almost downloaded it just to buy that, just to have it. Yeah,
Nate, I'm going to develop a Gundam game and sell. Go ahead.
But it was that bad, right? And I went to see my nephew and stuff, and he had bought it, and I was like, oh man, that looks amazing. But like he said, right, when my nephew shoots the gun, it's like the gun from Gundam. And it's completely different, even though I know it's like, a really dressed up, AR-15 or whatever it is, whatever gun he was using, but it shoots like a laser and it has the sound from Gundam, and he has the parts, and when you get like
sounds amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. I was like, the crossover they did for that was incredible, right? And you got to capitalize on stuff like that. Something else that I don't think you particularly played ever, Brett, but being on PC as long as I played League of Legends for a stint, right? For a couple years, in fact. One of the biggest draws of League of Legends and one of the biggest talks is the skins in that game, right? I have some of the rarest, dopest looking skins for some of my favorite characters in that game, and it changes the entire thing, right? Like there's one in particular, and you don't really have to know this, I'll explain it. But one of the characters is called Sona. I have a skin for her called DJ Sona. She can literally change the music in the game and play different tracks depending on what we're doing.
See, that is
cool.
That is cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I'll tell you what, in terms of like marketing and presence and the content, right? I remember like I went to my mother-in-law's house, right? And my brother-in-law, he was there, and he was like, "Do you want to come and watch a concert in Fortnite?" And I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
I actually watched the Travis Scott concert.
Oh my god, I watched the Travis Scott one. I watched it live, right? I've never done anything like.
Yeah.
And I watched it, and we were watching it on his TV, and I was blown away. I was like, "This is insane! Like, this is the kind of thing you guys are playing." I couldn't believe it. I didn't even know things like this were in gaming, or because I don't play Fortnite. And then when I saw that, and I've seen all these characters and famous people and actors and tie-ins with all, I get it now. I get it, because like the dopamine hit from all these things and having these unique aspects and everything, like I totally get it why it's as popular as it is. But when you have stuff of that caliber and of that content reach and ambition, you gotta come with more. Like you can't, you can't do bare bones in 2024. You've really got to, push the button.
Yeah, one thing.
Yeah, and I agree with you what you said, Brett. Just to clarify, I agree with what you said, Brett. The mechanics are important, right? Because part of the reason I still play, and this is another thing about how you update your content. One of the reasons I still play Fortnite is because they eventually came out with the no build mode. When they came out with the no build mode, they broke the record for concurrent players.
That actually
straight fire.
Yeah. To your point, Logic, straight fire. I mean, I did not like build mode, and I was like, I'm not doing this. When they said no build mode, I'm like, I left PUBG. I'm like, hello, love. I was like, I'm here, and
absolutely,
yeah. I mean, like it wasn't even I was like, yeah, like because like I don't. It's funny. My 10-year-old like mocks me. Like, I actually did play no build mode the other day, and he was making fun of me. He's like, oh, he's like, that guy, I'll build you. You suck. I'm like, whoa, what? No, we're not doing that. But I guess the other thing too is Mikey Barra said something today. I'm trying to find the tweet, and he said something. He said something to the effect like Sony should get away from live service games. Gamers are tired of buying skins and battle passes. And Logic, you and I talked about this today. It sounded like you agreed with him with all that. Like it's.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't agree with him. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I said market data and financial earnings report says way opposite. Right? Like, I don't think what we're seeing is that people are getting tired of it. I think kind of going back to kind of what Nate said is that people are getting tired of doing it in so many different places. And the current evolution that we're seeing in the market is people are locking down and locking in and only doing that spend in a smaller number of games. They have picked their mains and they're sticking with them and they're pumping that money into that game. They're not, I mean, even you go back like a year ago, I would be talking about, look, these are the gamers who they play COD for a while and then they go to play Destiny and then they go to play Battlefield and then they come back to COD and then they go over to Fortnite. That has been a large part of the market demographic over the last few years. But I think what we're seeing now is people have gotten tired of the constant swing. Like there used to be groups, like people, like friends, and you would rotate around with your friends. You say, hey, let's go play COD. Let's, tomorrow night, let's start playing Destiny. This weekend, let's hit up Call of Duty. And maybe maybe people are doing that still to a lesser extent. But you're starting to hit your friends that, well, you guys go ahead and play Call of Duty. I'm not playing that. I'm sticking on this game. So I think that's what we're seeing in the market more so now. Another thing that I said last Sunday night on Enough to Keep Going, I think part of the formula in here is that there was a misprojection of hero shooters being a big thing. And I think the gaming community gets this way wrong. We talk about, and I will admit my own culpability in this because I just had this epiphany like last Sunday. We talk about hero shooters being a big thing, but the reality is on the market, there's 4. There's 4 that move the needle and that are a big deal. 2 of them we don't even think of as hero shooters first. There's Valorant and there's Overwatch 2, right? The other 2 are Apex Legends, which is a battle royale first, hero shooter second, and the one that people don't even think of as a hero shooter, which is Rainbow Six Siege. Outside of those 4, there are not hero shooters that are big earners that get talked about as being giants of the industry. And so I think, so going after this may have been, a logical step on Sony's part in terms of, hey, there's not a ton of games sucking all the air out of the room, right, in this particular subgenre, so we can go at it. But the reality is they're not the big deal that I think that we think that they are and that we talk about them being are. And quite frankly, after seeing what's going on in Concord, I'm at the point now where I'm ready to start talking about hero shooters like I talk about extraction shooters. And actually, I think what I said to you today, what I would be doing right now in terms of a lesson learned is I would be killing Marathon.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Because it was already a dubious premise, right, from my perspective in the first place. But if we
dubious how, by the way, just some context
that extraction shooters aren't a big deal.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we've had Escape from Tarkov going over. They're brutal. I mean, and they appeal to, you know, they're the Souls-like of shooters.
Whoa. Okay. Oh, okay. But wait, we Souls games are successful for From Software. Just want to throw that out there. But so
yes, but
Yeah.
but I guess what I would contend is Souls games also have the financial dynamic of you're going to make a capital investment, and then you're going to deploy that game, and you're going to collect that revenue. Games as a service means that you're constantly turning that hamster wheel, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I just don't think that juice is worth the squeeze. So if we can keep going here a little bit and go over the postmortem that I wrote on Concord a little bit earlier this week, and I may read it verbatim, I may not. So the first thing is we're going to let our games do the talk, and I especially want to do this while Dib was here. We're going to let our games do the talking, right? Which is the Sony mantra, which is the PlayStation mantra. Doesn't work so much for games as a service when the studio talking is Firewalk. Despite staff pedigree as a cohesive unit, they are a relative unknown. When Bungie talks to you about Destiny with the legacy of the Halo franchise behind them, you know to pay attention. When Neil talks to you about factions, you thought you should lend an ear. When Casey talked to you on the E3 stage about Anthem, you were given cause to pay it some mind. This is not the only thing that needs to happen, obviously. It is an essential piece that for a gas game, the business, whether it's backed by studio pedigree or franchise history, needs to message why the service game is important. So that first part of my postmortem is that I don't think that PlayStation conveyed to you, and I'm going to use a little bit of harsh language here, I don't think PlayStation conveyed to you why you should give a shit about Concord.
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
I mean,
It's
like,
also fair. Yeah.
I don't just realize you. Like, I just feel like there wasn't a lot of marketing behind this. Like, it was all on Firewalk. There wasn't like, this is why you should buy this game, or this is. I thought one of the interesting things with Firewalk, when they were talking about Concord, was the $40 up like price point up front, right? It's like, okay, you're gonna give us $40, but we're different. We're different because you're gonna get everything else that you typically have to pay for in a free-to-play model. And Sony didn't double down on that. Like, I didn't see any communication from Sony or Herman Hulse being out there, like, you know, pom-pomming this whole thing.
Yeah.
Right. So let me hit up part two. And definitely as I pause these, I want to hear your guys' feedback. Helldivers 2, because obviously as I say that first part, right, lots of people are going to say, oh, but Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 did a better job of world building in the fictional fabric of the Helldivers universe, and a better job of conveying a social fabric of community than PlayStation has done with Concord. People need a sense of community and why it would be important to a PlayStation player to participate in and be a part of that community. And by extension, the PC gamers on the periphery of the PlayStation circle, marketing volume is not the only thing that is important, but the content of the voice track is also important. So my main point with that is again, Helldivers 2, if you look at the Helldivers 2 kind of byline, right, and how they talk about most of the time, a large chunk of the time, they don't talk about that game like a game. They talk about it like reality, like it's a universe. So even as you're participating in the social media part of it, you feel immersed.
You do.
That's not going on with Concord.
Yeah, I agree. That was massive for me when that game came out. Everybody was fighting the whole tagline, super democracy and all that stuff. Like it was big.
Yeah,
it was going crazy.
For democracy, for freedom. Like
exactly.
I remember
streaming it.
Literally, we were playing, and then there would be people in the chat like for freedom, like running forward to kill like this big ass thing, and we were like, "Let's do it!" Like, it just had an awesome, funny, comical vibe. It was basically Starship Troopers, right? But actually done well. Yeah, and I have to say I never got anything like that. So I totally agree with Logic Q's point. Like it didn't do that world building or community building in the same way. In fact, it was a tiny bit empty. And what I would actually say is the more you in the beta, the more I learned the mechanics and the more the groups I was playing with did. If anything, it got less fun because what ended up happening is once we discovered how the game could be cheesed by, which classes to have and how you could set things up so you could absolutely dominate. Initially, it was amazing. We were like, oh man, we're unbeatable. But then after the 9th, 10th, 11th win in a row, it was like, like, is anyone actually going to be able to overcome this obstacle that we have in terms of the setup, or is there just an imbalance here with how you can use different abilities to totally obliterate and with the with the spawn system that they have, it's
and that's
very
the hook, Nib, by the way.
unforgiving.
That's kind of the hook. Like that, like for me, like I'm sorry to interrupt, but like for me, Call of Duty's like does that very well. It's like I can dominate a match. It's like, and then get it to another match, I feel like sweaty. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna. Oh no, I,
No, well, the thing is though, and maybe I don't know, maybe it's my skill level. Like someone will probably say, just get good. But I find like in Call of Duty, in Destiny, in Apex Legends, if you are skilled enough, even if like your whole crew is down, same in Counter-Strike and everything, right? You can single-handedly actually take most people out. I've done it like multiple times where, like I'll take out a whole squad, and the thrill factor, when your blood is rushing, your adrenaline's pumping, and you've taken out a whole squad. I couldn't really do that in Concord. There's something, I don't know if it's the time to kill. It's very squishy. Like if there's a whole crew after you, there's like no way. Yeah.
So you're perfect in your explanation. And now you bring up part 2 of why I personally don't like typical hero shooters, because they extend that time to kill and stuff like that, because they want you to particularly be team shooting a lot of the times and things like that. And what you just mentioned, right? In Call of Duty, we typically call the Slayer. That is the way that I play. So I am typically going 40-2 or something in a team deathmatch, and that's my jam. That's what I do. So when I can't do that in a game, it drives me crazy. So
40-2. So you're making other people quit the game.
Hey, Nate, we need to sync up on Call of Duty. I'm tired of playing with like bums like slow-mo, but
Hey, so I want to keep going with this, because there's points I want to get you guys. So now we're talking about the future, right? Fair Games has many of the same building blocks as Concord. Mission premise is different, but the backing tapestry is similar. Assemble your crew. Every person on the crew has uniques, whether in weapon selection and/or skills. People will start to identify with the role they play on the team and how they work together in combat. So eventually who you play with is just as important as the missions themselves. Again, this is my reference to kind of Overwatch and these games, particularly hero shooters, requiring you to be kind of, with a crew that you play with regularly and a lot / all the time. The ask for investment in personal player time is greater than it is in a Destiny, where Bungie is fine if you dip in and dip out in between campaign arcs, only coming back for the major story drumbeats. PlayStation needs to surmount that barrier to entry for the player and explain to them why it is worth their while.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what you alluded to before. They got to give you a reason. What am I coming back for? What's the reason to get? Like you said, I never got that initially, right?
Yeah.
To me, the point was like a lot like MMOs, which I would explain this to people, kind of like what you were saying about all the other people who have these big content setups already. Like a big reason why a lot of MMOs died is because whenever a new MMO would come out, they'd have a shtick, right? A thing. And then every time what would happen is WoW was so big, they'd take what you were doing, name it something else, and incorporate it in the next update and kill you. Like, that's basically what would happen. So it's like the same thing now. It's like you're competing against these big content streams with Call of Duty, Fortnite, Apex Legends. They already have these established people who, like you said, they're not going anywhere else. They're spending that money in that particular game. And these games can update themselves and kind of nimbly move however the flow is changing through everything, and keep continuing to give you a reason to play that game rather than never finding a need to switch to that new game.
By the way, Game Logic, have you been reading one tweet in these sections?
Yes. This is one of my mega tweets. Sorry.
Is that how you recruit people for the podcast, and how long their tweets are?
Nib, you write some long tweets too. Maybe not as frequently as I do. But
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Nib, this is why we call you Nib GPT, by the way.
He's like, okay, you've written a thesis or two, you can get on the podcast.
This is why I follow. This is one reason why I follow.
Well, no, Logic's actually a regular panel member, Nib.
So there's more. We're almost done. I love Jade Raymond, but the truth is that she hasn't shipped a game in over a decade. Not one that she's been close to the metal on. She has an executive producer credit from 2015. So Jade telling me why fair games is important isn't going to cut it. PlayStation needs to take the lessons learned from Concord and the positives from Helldivers 2 and ensure those are applied as tangible changes in the gas development and production pipeline. At PlayStation, there is too much of studios being cast out of Israel and being left to make their games a going concern on their own. That might work with a Naughty Dog or Insomniac and in the lightning in a bottle scenario of Helldivers 2, but it's not going to work everywhere or every time, as we can see from the tangible evidence and market uptake objective data. Much ado has been made about the paid price point, so this is one part that probably disagrees with maybe some of what you guys have said. Much ado has been made about the paid price point. I don't think that is as much of a deal if more push were done by the business about the value prop on offer. I also don't think it's going to matter about the game going into the subscription service or eventually going free to play. Games need to be important for the time investment Concord asks, not just cheap or free. Simple. Well, that last sentence is some slander, so we'll leave that alone.
No, go ahead. By the way, I want to welcome Gaby Forte to the. Hey, Forte, how are you, sir?
We ain't doing this, man. You is not about to sit up here and slander my podcast.
Oh,
mate.
so now you want to stick up for him? Okay.
I always stick up for slow mo.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
When I
Forte.
play shooters with him.
No,
you said
Forte.
you tired of playing with him with his bum self. What you say?
Look, all I know is that when I play with Forte, I win more games. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm not. And then a Nate here going on the wide end of the spectrum saying 40-2. He ain't being bashful. When the last time you went 40-2 in a multiplayer game, bro?
No, I mean, last time I'm gonna be honest, it's been because I don't play like that. But when I was on Destiny, that's the type of numbers.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just funny. I'm not calling you out. I just said when you said 40-2, I was like, man, when the last time this man went 40-2?
Let me ask you a question. Why do I have to slander Slow-Mo for you to get on the show, man?
Well, let me add to that, Brad. Why is Forte only come on here when he wants to get messy? That's the only time he shows up to Brad.
Well, first of all, that's because
you don't come on Wednesday anymore. You don't come on Wednesday.
I was on Wednesday last week.
Okay, but you were on Wednesday this
for
week?
an hour.
Forte, you were on last Wednesday. And that was
for an hour.
For 1 hour. That was the first time you were on in months.
Okay.
I work too.
What's in his contract, Brad? Because he obviously doesn't have the same contract I do.
Well, you work from home, sir.
He broke the contract a long time ago.
You work from home. I don't know what you're talking about.
Forte.
So now we go in. Now we go in on remote workers.
Every Wednesday used to make.
Well, I have inventory on Wednesdays.
That's not what Slow-Mo tells me.
What does Slow-Mo tell you? Well, listen, now you about to make me go. Now you about to make me slander Slow-Mo.
No, I'm just telling you what Slow-Mo said. That's all.
He ain't said that.
He did.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Forte, do you remember the famous Jon Snow quote about everything before the but? You said, "I'm not calling you out, but."
Yep. I'm not calling you out. But I don't know about that 40-2. It's probably been about 6 months.
No, I mean, I ain't gonna hold you. I mean, it's been a bit.
You know, the last time I went 40, last time I went 40-2 in a Destiny game, it's probably been years.
Last time you went 42 is probably what?
When PvP was good.
Yeah, when PvP was good. Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah, that's the last time I went 40-2.
Yeah. Well,
but what I was saying is like,
thank you for showing up, Forte. We appreciate you, Forte.
Well, I was cooking. I got off work at 7. I got home at like 7:00, and I was cooking. And then I looked at the thing, and I was like, "Is this like an impromptu stream?" No. And then I was like, "Oh no, are you moving the show to Wednesday, or is it because you didn't do it on Wednesday?"
It's always Wednesday.
Okay, you just because I know you didn't do it on Wednesday, so this is just a makeup stream.
Well, you wouldn't know anyway because you don't show up.
Sir, I was going to come on Wednesday.
Pause. Hey, pause.
I was going to be here on Wednesday.
No, you weren't.
Because I was sitting here at home. You ain't
got a lie, Craig.
No, I was off Wednesday. I didn't have anything because our inventory, and that's another thing. Inventory season's up. Our last inventory is what is it? September 13th. So I only have 3 more left.
All I know, Forte,
or 14.
People in live chat are saying Slow-Mo's got a bad knee. I don't know what that means, but
not a bad knee.
Well, Slow-Mo does have a bad knee. He has a bad knee that's connected to a bad calf and bad hamstring,
bad Achilles.
Everything from the waist down on that man is bad when it comes to his legs.
At least you know how to get Forte on. You just criticize Slow-Mo.
Exactly, right there. You know what's funny?
Well,
you know what's funny?
That gotta let you.
No, Forte. The only time you jump in the chat is when I'm doing a rant or I slander Slow-Mo.
No, that should just let you know I'm always.
That is so true.
That just lets you know I'm always listening to you because you can't say I don't listen and I don't listen to the conversation. I always creep. I creep and lurk and everything.
Oh man, I'm calling you
TLC. I'm always here. Not TLC though.
Listen, I'm out here like Jeff Keighley, smiling and smirking as he tells you one more thing.
Forte, all jokes aside, Forte, great to see you, man. But I do want to go back to Logic's question. I'm sorry, Logic.
He actually had a question?
No, actually, yeah, he did. I think I derailed the conversation.
Oh, you literally derailed.
He's presenting the argument.
Yeah, you were talking about Concord, Game Logic. I'm sorry, man. Can you?
No, my last 3 points in the type up were Jade. Love Jade Raymond, but she hasn't done a lot. You can't put her out in front of fair games and expect that people are going to think that the game's important. You got to do more than that. PlayStation does a little too much of, hey, it's on you, studio, to get your game out there and put it in front of people. Like I hate to say it because not because I dislike Xbox. I hate to say it because so many of the Xbox marketing efforts have been behind games that didn't stick the landing. But Nib opened up after he came on the show with a talking point about comparing Concord to Redfall. And one of my things I go back to is like, take how Redfall was talked about before we knew it was bad. Take how Xbox talked about Redfall and put that behind Concord. And I think what you envision is a very different play on the market with people's perception of Concord coming out of the gate. Right? Because what Xbox did with Redfall is they told you Redfall was important. They told you Redfall was a thing for Xbox players. They told you that there was this whole world behind it. Right? They conveyed to you why that game was important for at least the portfolio and at least the Game Pass subscription service. Right? They were messaging to Xbox players that this was a value prop and a value point for you to participate in, right? Because you were paying for it, for those in the subscription service. I mean, you can have whatever thoughts you want to have about like the game being bad and the game not performing and the game being incomplete and yada, yada, yada. There's other dynamics at play. Absolutely. But I think if you think about how Xbox messaged and talked about and marketed Redfall and you pair that with Concord, I think you would envision something that's more successful than what we're seeing today.
I got to be honest with you though.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, logically, I was just going to say though, on that point, I kind of appreciate that PlayStation didn't do that. And maybe it's like a personal thing because prestige and reputation and everything, like they're kind of, PlayStation, I feel like, has been trying to position themselves as like the HBO of gaming, right? They do these blockbuster tentpole titles. They put loads of marketing behind them.
Or the Apple of gaming.
Or the Apple of gaming. So I kind of, because those are the kind of things that give me less trust in the marketing of a brand. Because now, like, I have to be honest, like when Xbox really market something, I don't actually know if it's going to be good or not. I don't know, like, their quality bar is for me a
trust
bit,
issues.
I got trust issues.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but this is kind of centric to my thesis and maybe is the question. That works when you're putting out a property that is like Brap and I talked about the difference between Souls and a Concord. That works when you're making a capital investment. You've put it out of your own pocket. You've conveyed to people that, quite frankly, PlayStation conveys to its community that its games are of value by putting a $70 sticker tag on it, right? And by their voice track in earnings calls and investor calls where they say, we think that our customers are willing to pay for stuff. And I get that, and it works. My challenge is, does that work for games as a service? And does that work when you have gone out and voice tracked to people, we're putting 12 of these things out, and you have a large part of your demographic saying, why are we doing games as a service? You have part of your demographic saying nobody asked for this. Now, granted, you have another part of your demographic that is saying we did ask for this. We don't have a lot of multiplayer games. We don't have really big communities. You've got, I mean, as Nate said, you got Jay Barry out here, right, trying to convince people that the game is good. And I'm not saying that it's not. That's not an accusation. I'm just saying that's his.
We are not about to have Concord slander here.
No. I'm not slandering. I'm just saying that's a data point, right? You've got a place.
Fun game.
Yeah, I quite honestly, from what I've seen of the gameplay, and I haven't played it, I haven't been. Brap knows this for me. I'm a consumer where you have to tell me that it's worth my time to get down out of my seat. Otherwise, I'm sitting up in the Iron Throne and I'm letting people come to court and present their case.
Iron Throne.
And if I'm right,
he's not wrong. I get hyped for like video game shows. Just like, why? I'm like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
Iron Throne.
So they haven't done. They haven't done what they needed to do to convince me to get down out of the seat. But so that's my question, and that's my case. Like,
are you calling us peasants?
That's
no.
He's literally saying he is the king of the three consoles.
Yeah. He's like, just come up to my throne and pitch yourself to me.
Yeah, pitch yourself.
No, I do say this with games, right, Brad? What do I always say? I say, don't bother me with your beta. Don't bother me with this. Don't bother me with that. Develop your game, test your game, deploy your game to the retail storefront. If your game gets good buzz, and I'm convinced that it doesn't have game-breaking bugs and a bunch of crap I don't need to be bothered with,
a bunch of cap.
Then I'll play your game. Why are you saying it's cap?
Because I've never met a person. Wait, hold on. I've never met a person that's never been excited for a beta of a game. I'm not saying like as of now people don't get it, but there was a point in your life that you used to get excited for stuff like this.
Yeah,
so
there was 1 year, and I played I played a bunch of demos and a bunch of betas, and then I said I don't have time to be bothered with this.
Okay. So you're where I'm at. The way you making it sound like is that you sound like you never felt like this. Like this was always your way.
No. This is current logic.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. This is current. Like, okay,
yes, you
make sure you give all the context to that because you got people out here thinking that logic has always been like this. I never trust this stuff. It was just like everybody else. You just got the clue. It was like, yo, listen.
Forte, math wise, it is much closer to what you're saying because I have been playing games for decades. I've had 1 year out of multiple decades of gaming that I was excited to play betas. So when you take that one and you divide it by multiple decades, it pretty much goes to zero.
It probably was the year that betas became a bit, but it probably was the year that betas really became a thing where you were like, because it wasn't like we had betas throughout all the gaming.
No, it was late. It was like 2019, 2020. It's like it was after I came off the Star Citizen trip. I mean, Star Citizen is one big beta.
You fell for the biggest beta.
No. Don't jump to conclusions. It was not Star Citizen that did it. I came off of Star Citizen.
Was it Warframe? That game's still in beta.
So Star Citizen's not a data point in that. The data point is all the other betas that I played after that.
No, I think it finally came out of beta. I think it came out of beta in 2016.
Okay.
Oh no. It's still an alpha. Star Citizen's still an alpha.
No,
Star Citizen's not even a beta.
We're talking about Warframe,
yeah.
Warframe. And I played a lot of Warframe. My point is that I don't get easily bothered by games. It's the job of the game, the studio, and the publisher to tell me that I need to be bothered.
I got a hot take.
Logic doesn't wait in lines, by the way.
Exactly. I don't go to amusement parks and not buy the Fastlane Pass.
By the way, Logic, I used to believe in that, but until I had to wait, and I bought it.
No, man, shoot, they know how to get you. I got a hot take for you though. Let's talk. I'm going to ask you a question. So we're talking about live service, and we're talking about how Concord literally fell out the door and didn't even make it out the gate.
I take Slobo 100. Slobo, I'm sorry.
Oh wow, go ahead.
Forte, I'm sorry. I always do that. 133 players right now on Steam. But go ahead.
Oh, I know. Me and Slobo was playing last night. I was joking with her. I was like, so how long? I said, are we gonna be in the PlayStation matchmaking pool or the PC one? Because if we in the PC one, it's gonna take a while.
Forte, are you seeing this? So you're playing on PC, right?
No, I played on PlayStation. I refused.
Forte, I also got real quick. I'm sorry, Logic.
There's no players on
PC. So answer Logic's question too. But my question, what are you seeing from the retail perspective? Go ahead, Logic.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was asking, do you have crossplay turned off?
No, it's on.
Okay, because that is one thing I will say, and again, it's my opinion, but I will say for PlayStation players who care about the PlayStation brand and the platform and its games being successful, it's a weird thing to me that you turn off crossplay when you see articles being written and you hear PC gamers complaining about having problems timing out for matchmaking.
Oh yeah.
Because you're restricting them to the pool of like the 100 and something people that are online playing the game.
And that was the whole. And that was the whole thing. I mean, if you're gonna, it's just kind of crazy how that narrative kind of gets shifted. But to answer your question, Brap, I still haven't sold a copy of that game since it's been out. Just to let you know, not one.
There you go.
Yeah.
Not one copy.
Wow. Hey, wait. So, I'm sorry, real quick, Nate. So, Forte, you have not sold a copy?
Not one.
So,
not eight.
How does that compare and contrast to other, like PlayStation first-party games that you've sold?
I sell a lot of first-party PlayStation games all the time when they come out.
So it's been abysmal then.
I haven't sold a copy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's abysmal.
I haven't sold a copy of it.
So you got no phone calls, nothing.
No. Everybody bought that game digitally, I guess, and then found a way to return it on Steam.
Ouch.
I think it's like 42nd right now on the PlayStation Store. Last time I checked, it was like 42nd.
Ooh,
I do want to see engagement number. Like I do want to see like the next round of MPD numbers and PlayStation blog posts that talk about like download numbers for the game, so we get some sense of what the telemetry is, right, on what's going on the console.
We'll know from the PSN like list. Yeah.
Well,
that's what I mean by that PlayStation blog of like most downloaded games.
Yeah, I'll tell you like this: playing with Slow-Mo last night, crossplay turned on, playing PC and PlayStation. The queue time was anywhere from between matches. Sometimes we instantly get in a match. The longest I think we waited was like 3.5 minutes to get into a match.
Oh wow!
So it's not as many people playing it on PlayStation.
That's not good. Yeah,
for a 3 minute thing. But what I wanted to ask though, since we're talking about,
Forte, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Real quick, I have to get this super chat.
You got to
pay the bills.
Pay the bills.
Street Shadow with a $5 super chat says Forte is a liar. I'm joking. He didn't say that. He says,
I know. I'm looking at it.
Yeah. He says, only thing I can say about Fair Games from what I've heard, it's meant to be a heist game more similar to Payday, which might give it an opening. Yeah, but Payday, the last Payday didn't.
Payday 3 stunk. It was a complete failure.
Yeah, that game did not do well. The last Payday game.
Yeah. Nobody looking for that.
I do want to ask though. With Nib, so Nib, I do want to loop back to that question and conversation we were having. So and I'll make it a little more offensively charged and combative when I ask it this way this time. So a common PlayStation ethos, right, and one held by many of the PlayStation players on Twitter that I have blocked, is that we don't need marketing, we don't need executives to talk to us. How does that give us great games? Blah blah blah. So again, I go back to my contention. So here's a gas game that is not a great game, and because there is no voice track behind it, nobody cares. So part of my question to you is, does PlayStation stick with that ethos of we're going to let the games do the talking for us, or does it make a tweak in its go-to-market strategy for these remaining games that are in its gas portfolio?
So I feel like they were already on the trajectory to reevaluating that whole gas process. I think this will only compound it further. Like, they canceled a few games. There's a few that's crept through that they didn't cancel. I think they will probably end up reevaluating the amount of investment or time or resource, whatever they contribute to that, and the marketing and stuff behind it. I do think, like, to your point, I think even if they did market it really heavily, yes, it may have done a little bit better, maybe 2 or 3 times, but I still think it would have not had great longevity, and I think it probably will still end up, either way, it would have ended up losing support in the long run and have them pivoting to something else instead. The studio, I mean, Firewalk.
Yeah.
I just want to say before I pass it on to everybody else. So when I say like, this is why I was very careful to say it's not marketing volume. I don't need somebody to speak to me more frequently. What I need is, I do need Herman Hulst, who is head of creative, right? Susie Benson, who is out finding, right, these jewels and these pearls amongst the wasteland of the vast landscape of development. I need somebody of that ilk telling me as a PlayStation player why it's important for me to play this game, why I should be interested. Because what I said the other day was, look, Firewalk Studios is obviously going to talk their game up. They freaking made the thing. right?
Yeah.
I get that, but
Right.
the overarching perspective of what the PlayStation brand is and what they're about when it comes to games, that's a perspective held by Herman and Susie, right? So
I think PlayStation do that, but only for specific titles.
Yeah,
I feel
I
like
was gonna
they're
say I
very
think they do that
selective.
for specific
Yeah,
titles.
because I remember
Stellar
like
Blade,
with
maybe I got all of that.
well, they definitely
yes,
did it for Tilo too because they brought the thing to E3 like 4 years in a row, right? Maybe they skipped one of those years. So you understood why that was important.
Yeah,
So
so for a lot of their
yeah.
games, they have entire docu-series and stuff where you get full insight into how they did the mocap and the voice acting, and it almost feels like a movie, like a preliminary to a movie. So they do, they clearly spend a lot of money on that kind of the production side of the marketing for certain games. Even Astrobot, which is not, I wouldn't say it's necessarily within the wheelhouse of typical PlayStation tentpole titles, but the marketing for Astrobot has been, bro, I can go into London and there's literally like statues and bloody, they've made little like ornament things around town and around the city of Astrobot, even this big ping ball machine and stuff like that. They've clearly spent a lot of money on it. Yeah. And it's just like, okay, I get it. Like, so they are willing to do that marketing outside of even games that typically, project the brand, but I guess they need to have faith in its quality, and it's again, maybe it's a reputational thing, a branding thing. Like they don't necessarily want to push something heavily unless they think it's going to hit a certain criteria or marketing.
So that's what I was saying. I just think they've seen it personally because, like, personally, me, I've talked about for years how much I don't like platformers, but because and I believe to what Game Logic is saying, right, has been the thing to that show of support from PlayStation directly has shown me why I should be excited to play Astrobot. And that is why I'm buying it. Because all the little push behind it, the 80 levels, all the little things they've given me, how they've presented it to me is what took me from, I don't really play platformers, right? But I always tell people there's an exception to the rule, right? And this game is about to be the exception, right? It's given me that. And also, I mean, obviously I've played the previous one, but for me to be as excited as I am for this one, knowing I've played the one that came with my PlayStation about 80% of the way through, but I'm ecstatic about this one and the upgrades and the things that they've done to it. They've done a great job giving me like the reason to be excited for it, the reason, and everything they're showing behind it. It has spoken to me in that way, right? But to Logic's point, I don't think if they would have done that for Concord, that it would have helped me anyway. Because I'm gonna be real, because I know myself as a gamer, and the moment it was anything hero shooter, and this goes for any of them, Valorant, I don't care. I don't care how many 3 billion people play Valorant. I'm not playing it. I don't. I'm very specific, right? When I play shooters, that's why I said I played COD like that. And the only other one I really played, like when I was talking to Forte, he knows I played Destiny as well, alongside, when him and Luca and them were super heavy in it. But that's because the majority of what happened in that game, in particular, was when you PvP'd, was still the guns, right? You were shooting. I'm all about the gunplay, and Destiny has some of the best gunplay ever, like period. So yeah, it's just like
I hope Sony actually pivot back, because one of the things, like, I'll be honest, one of my most anticipated games for the longest time is not Factions 2, the live service game. It's just Factions 2, as in I just want Factions with Last of Us 2 mechanics, new environments, because I played that shit for I didn't need live service super updates and everything like that. Like, it was such an incredible experience, and I was so
me some dope skins.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Do we think that would have sold well? Do we think that would have done well commercially? And how would they have monetized it, such a way that it would have made the level of return that they would probably want to make?
So just, I mean, look, at the end of the day, they already clearly have done a lot of work into whatever Factions 2 was, and that has been cancelled. But I would assume the same way they did Uncharted 4's multiplayer and The Last of Us. They have skins and, weapon packs and things like that. But yeah, like I honestly think Last of Us Factions 2, as in just the non-live service version, could have still been really successful and bolstered Last of Us 2 sales as well. Because as much as Last of Us 2 has sold well, I don't know if it's necessarily got the same traction as Last of Us 1 did. And a lot of people think it's, because of the LGBTQ2 and all these other things. There was a lot of controversy around, Abby and killing Joel and all this other things. But I think the multiplayer could have been one part of it. And I had a tweet from they did a Q&A on Reddit. I wish I had it up right now, but I remember someone asked them what's the player numbers, and it was super high. Like, it was hundreds of thousands of people were playing it 2 years after it launched, The Last of Us multiplayer. And I was thinking, holy shit. Time. Yeah, I was like, oh my God, like if that was any other game, like, even Halo and stuff on Steam doesn't get close to that. And this game has like a couple of 100,000 people still playing it 2 years after launch. So, it clearly had, I guess that's why they put so much investment into Factions 2 live service to begin with, right? Because they thought, okay, we have something here. But I really think they could have it could have been a much more simplistic product and very akin to the original, and it still would have had a lot of success. Like, I could see myself playing something like that for a long time. So yeah, they don't need to go like the full shebang, have the additive content with these big tentpole games, and maybe that is still the key.
Gotcha. So Brap had to step away for a second. So I do want to get Forte in here, but the one thing I do want to mention is just to maybe have us think about and maybe talk about in a later episode is I worry about the premise and the precedent that we're kind of setting with the conclusion we're arriving at, that if PlayStation feels confident about a game, then you will hear the type of voice track that I was saying should be behind Concord. Because what that means and what that telegraphs, right, to the consumer base, to the ones who pay attention, which I get and admit and agree is small, right? Mm-hmm. But what that means is that the telemetry and instrumentation around that voice track is that it's not important if they're not backing it. They'll still put it out, and they're still going to put it on the storefront, and there's still going to be an asking price for it, right? But the reality is that they don't believe in it, right, unless you see the stuff behind it. Now, the hop, skip, and jump that I will make, right, is this is concurrent with some things that we've often said about Xbox, which is that the Xbox flip-flopping, right, and constantly changing strategy and constantly changing voice track, and how they say one thing, right, and then come back, 3, 4, 5, 6 months later and say something completely different, means that when they're conveying something to you, they don't have the conviction and commitment behind it. So it's a slightly different effect, or a slightly different symptom causality, but it lands right in the same area.
The only thing I would say to that is, if we look at like all their releases over this console generation, they have actually had very, very few commercial failures. Right?
No, I absolutely agree.
I think this might actually be the only one, actually, because even Returnal and stuff, which some people thought was a failure, but remember, Returnal launched at a time where the install base was only 8 million, had a 7% attach ratio, and sold 560k in 1 month, and it was quite a niche title. Like, so PlayStation themselves called it a mega hit. In their financial report, they could.
And by the way, Nib, like 7%, and I had this conversation with Matt Piscatella behind the scenes.
Yeah.
When people were like, "Oh, so and so game only sold like 15 million."
Yeah.
And he said he's like industry standard. If you sell like 5 to 7% of your install base as a first party exclusive, he's like, that's a hit. But people don't know that. Yeah.
No, and that's the thing. Like, and they were, they were happy enough to bloody buy the studio, but yeah, Returnal actually did solid numbers, and it was in 1 day of April sales, because I think it launched in the 29th or something like that. In 1 day of sales on PSN for the entire month, it was the third highest selling game on PSN. And contrast that to Concord, which is currently 42nd or something like that, So I don't like, when you're trying to draw equivalence between, so they've had all these successes. So they have this one dud. They already scaling back on the live service stuff. So yes, maybe they have let it out to die, but all I'm saying is maybe it wasn't fully unintentional. Maybe they know where their bread and butter is. They know what they know where the money is. Yeah.
And there's no argument to be made about PlayStation's commercial performance. I mean, anybody who's watched this show and see what I write is I constantly point to the data, and people need to acknowledge the reality and not believe in narratives that are written that are false equivalencies. But what I'm saying is, like, this is root cause analysis, and this is looking at, you know, what went wrong and what should the changes be made in the future, and that's all I'm saying. So we've been posting Forte out the hole for a while, so I want to make sure we swing over and are able to pick up his comments. Forte, what were you trying to get in here and say?
I mean, we moved on. That wasn't a big deal. I'm good.
Come on, Forte, man. Forte, I've been missing you from the show, man. You present a perspective that we don't all have, particularly from your retail perspective, particularly from just where you come from. Like, I want to hear what you got to say.
What you want me to say? I don't have anything to say.
I want you to tell everybody that PlayStation needs to hold the L and not skate by the flop of Concord.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't think the thing is, I don't think Concord, I mean, it's a flop in
sales wise, but
sales wise, but the game, I actually like the game. I like the game. The game's not bad. It's like, it's just unfortunate this game is like 10 years too late. Literally.
No, but that's my thing. Is I was like, I feel like you missed the mark for the hero shooter. Like that happened already. Like when they were bringing this out, and I heard the words hero shooter, I was like, you guys are, like you said, like, and it's 10 years is an exaggeration, but on purpose, because it feels like it's 10 years too late. Like it was like, where were you 3 years after Overwatch 1? You know what I mean? That was your prime window.
Yeah, that's thing. Go ahead.
To this point, I was going to say it's not necessarily, because I think some people think Sony only push like the AAA stuff, right? But I don't think that is the case, because No Man's Sky, Sifu, Kena, Bridge of Spirits, like those games, Sifu and Kena actually charted, right?
Yeah, they did.
Among the best-selling games of the year. And I was
Among Us too, right? It didn't blow up until it was on PlayStation Plus.
PlayStation Plus, yep.
Exactly. Yeah. And then
Rocket League.
Yeah, so Kena Bridge of Spirits, I remember, because Ember Labs is their first game. Like, I think they used to be like a visual studio or something in movies, and this is the first game that they made. And there was quite a lot of like state of play marketing, etc., around it on the blog, and they have this like PlayStation channel. They had some interviews and stuff, and that did really well. So it's not the case that, I just think they're a little bit selective. Like if No Man's Sky was actually one where they got a lot of flack for, and I think that might have actually contributed to them readjusting how they push things, because a lot of people were like, "What, this? It was a lie." Like, and I know now No Man's Sky is very different. People like some people I follow are always like, "Oh, you have to play this now." It's like
I convinced you in the space to buy it.
Yeah, I've got it. My copy is still sealed. My copy is still sealed right in front of me. Yeah.
Yeah. So, the question going to be is, so if we had to think about their live service push, and it only takes one, they already have a good data point when it comes to Helldivers. Now, how that progresses past now is truly up to the developers and how Sony handles it.
Agreed.
I feel like you already know that this game has the possibility of being a hit. And I always tell people about live service, it always comes back to the first, salvo of all the content they put in there is like, that's just the beginning. That's just the feeling. Like, what's the icing and everything going to taste like 6 months from now, a year from now? Is that game still going to be relevant a year from now? That's kind of where I'm looking at, because I look at that game and Sony already knows they have a hit on their hands. Even through all the controversy and all the stuff that's kind of happened with it, it still has a pretty good, lively player base on PlayStation and on PC. So I'm really interested to see how they treat that game over the course of the rest of this year and going into next year, to kind of see what kind of appetite they have when it truly comes to live service, because Concord didn't even get off the ground. It didn't even make it to a point where Sony is like really going to identify what the issue is with that game. Like, they already kind of know what the issue is, but it's not going to be something they're really truly going to.
The issue is the engagement.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So they're not going to I don't think they're going to put enough time into trying to figure out what they can do to get that game more engagement than it is to move on to the next thing and say that.
So
what like they have a year plan for this game, but are they going to really double down on that past that?
Yeah,
That's the problem.
Brett, I know I'm jumping in front of you.
Yeah,
but I just had like an epiphany, like on Monk. I solved the case.
Oh yeah, what's up?
They need to kill Concord.
Mm.
They need to take Firewalk, make them a support studio for Naughty Dog, and have them pick up and redo factions and get it out.
I'll take it.
I always felt like I don't know why they put that on the background, on the back burner anyway.
So Logic, that was actually what I was going to ask. Like, why would they invest in Firewalk if they presumably knew this game was not going to resonate? Like they
didn't know that. They didn't know that.
Well, I think they probably did.
No, they didn't. They don't go out and buy and purchase a studio.
Well, but
because of his good.
But sometimes it's about not just like what they're making, but it's about the talent, right? Yeah, you know what?
Right.
Okay, maybe this game's not going to be good, but there's some pedigree here, and maybe we can apply that pedigree elsewhere, and have that pedigree support our first party studios, and their ambition or their like to Logic's point with the Last of Us factions. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I mean, there's got to be. I mean. And I'm giving PlayStation the benefit of the doubt, but there's got to be some method to madness here.
This ain't no single player game, but go ahead.
Well, that's my point. Like there has to be some like I think there's value in talent. I really do.
There is,
100%, yeah,
and
absolutely.
And so I think like even like people are saying, oh, the Bungie acquisition was bad. They shouldn't have done it. I mean, maybe. I mean, we'll find out at some point. But there's something to be said for talent, like human capital. There's value in that.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think
in 2 years.
As much as I've ragged on Bungie, like on my Twitter about numerous things, I don't think it's fair to say that when they've just put out Final Shape, because it's the highest rated product that Bungie has put out in like, I can't remember what it was, 14 years or something like that. So clearly they still 14 years. So clearly they still have the talent and the skill. It's just the management side of things and a whole host of other things that are the issue. But in terms of the quality of what they're able to produce, it's like, imagine that manifested in a new IP. I mean, we're done with a new engine and with new state-of-the-art graphics and everything. So it just really depends on how Sony guide that talent and where they guide it to.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you a question there. And it is kind of something, and everybody knows I was a Destiny stan for 10 years. Still recovering. Let me ask you this:
like a crack addict. Go ahead.
Listen, everybody that touched that game over 10 years had a sniff of something.
So Forte, just before you ask your question, let me interject one thing. Fire Pete Parsons, hire Mike Ibarra to run Bungie. All right,
oh Lord,
that is spicy.
That is spicy.
Oh Lord, I mean, well, Pete Parsons, I mean, that studio's been in decline ever since Jason Jones went on sabbatical.
Is he wrong?
No, he's not wrong. I mean,
you get a bar.
Anybody other than Pete Parsons should be up there.
Yeah.
I mean, Brap, you can lead that studio better than Pete. And I'm not playing. Seriously, you're not going to go out. You're not going to go out and tell everybody to come, ride on your boat or drive in your car.
Hey, Slomo with his bad knees could run that studio.
He probably could, but no, but I love that studio. But let's be for real. We talk about Bungie and
go ahead, preach, man, preach
with Destiny. Because I was the person that could I loved the premise around Destiny when it first came out, but it definitely wasn't what we thought it was going to be when we finally got the game. 21 million people bought that game. Within the first 3 weeks of it being out, 21 million people bought it. Within a month, they lost 70% of their player base because a lot of people stopped. Now they still had a huge player base, like over 3-4 million people playing it, but it started around 21 million. And most of the reason that game got as much pub as it did is because it was Bungie and it had a huge pedigree behind it, and a lot of people wanted to see what the next thing from that studio was going to be. Yep. I'm here to tell you, if that game was made by anybody else, no name studio, new IP,
No,
it would.
I don't agree with that.
It wouldn't.
I honestly,
would the game have made it long enough for to fix the stuff that was wrong?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay.
No. If we're talking about the whole totality of what the thing is, absolutely, it would have been an amazing game no matter what.
Forte.
Yeah, the whole totality of what the game was. 10 years, and we saw what the final shape ended up being. But I'm talking about those dog years at the very beginning, that first year. Would they have made it out the gate if it was just any other studio, no name studio making that game? And the fact that there was nobody, it was no competition then.
Yeah,
would we be where we are now?
Yeah, that's the fair point.
That's the only thing.
I don't think so. As someone who played it through D1 entirely and D2 until like the Witch Queen or whatever, right after that, they made a ton of mistakes. You stuck through them, Forte, but eventually I slid out. Like I said, after the Witch Queen, but that's so. Like to your point, right? Like, no, I don't think so.
Listen, I was on my way out the door. If Master Chief Collection worked in 2015. Not 2015, 2014, because it came out in November 2014. Destiny released November 9th. By the time Master Chief Collection came out in November, I was through with Destiny. The raid wasn't even out yet. I was like, I just didn't want to play the game no more because I was like, I was bored. It was like literally nothing else to do in the game. PvP was like super slow, and I got tired of doing the same missions over and over again. Master Chief Collection came out, and I told my friends, I was like, yo, when Master Chief Collection comes out, I'm out, bro. I'll go play old Halo games and have a ball. Yeah. And then that game was busted because guess what? Destiny is literally the evolution of what Halo was. So it was like going from one to the other wasn't a big deal for me. Going back to Halo wasn't a big deal. I actually know what Halo is, and I wanted to see how they were going to progress inside Master Chief Collection. But once that game came out and it was busted, I was in a dilemma. I was like, dawg, I have to go play Destiny because it was between I was still playing Battlefield 4 at the time, and I was playing Destiny at the time. I was playing KI, Killer Instinct 2. So it was just more of the fact that they kept me because I wanted that space shooter type feel. And then by the time I looked up, they had fixed a lot of the issues in my game, in the game for me. But for a lot of people, they just said, goodbye, I'm good with this.
I'm back on Destiny, by the way, Forte.
I haven't logged in since I beat the raid.
Yeah, I didn't play the final shape, so I'm going back through. But my point, but Nib's point stands, right? The point is that the final shape did something to bring people back.
Oh, so it did bring people back, but
then they left.
I was gonna say, as a big fan of it, it only brought back a fraction for a reason.
For a reason.
Because I'm like half my friends list on Steam is people from that I raided with, and I'm talking about religiously. I'm talking about hunting. 60 tries through the hardest. But is
that a matter? Is that because of options? Because I feel like, at least for me, at least, like when Destiny came out, there wasn't anything like it on console.
Oh no, that's part of it. That's a big part of it.
So I wonder, like, if that's part of, like, why people didn't come back. Like I didn't come back because
it's also 10 years.
Yeah, D1 and D2 have completely different tracks, right? Like D1 had way more highs than lows. Like Destiny 1 was phenomenal. Like you had the beginning high, the drop for a minute that he talked about, then they brought it back a bit. Then at some point, like people were still I got footage of people playing Oryx and Crota and all that stuff. So it had a higher set, right, as they went along.
It took a while to get to that, though. Right? There was a big lull from like getting through like the initial campaign, and then it was pretty much bunky until the Taken King.
If you go watch when you watch shout out to DPS every Thursday 9 p.m. with the homie Slow-Mo. When you go look at that at the end of our intro, intro for this thing where we're killing Oryx, that's D1. Ain't
Yeah.
D2. That
Exactly.
was
Hey,
literally
that was
the
Forte.
very first time I've ever beat
Forte,
Oryx.
that
I
is
kept
that
that
is
footage.
that is Forte. That is peak Destiny for me.
It
Peak
is.
Destiny. Like when
It
I
is.
beat, like I literally fanboyed out as soon as we beat Oryx. I'm shooting it with a freaking pulse rifle because I have no ammo at the end. And we killed them. I was like, bro, it was
Forte,
awesome.
you remember the Volta Glass raid? I mean, that was
I know.
Yeah,
that was
it's insane,
peak.
yeah.
That was peak Destiny to me.
I remember people
honestly,
coming to me because I had a level 31 hunter and we were going to
Yeah.
we were doing Crota, and you couldn't beat Crota first week unless you had a level 31 hunter to go up there
Yeah.
to do the damage.
Or you had to have a Galahorn, remember? Because people were like, you
Well,
had
you
a
had to have
Galahorn, you can't run
Galahorn, and
Crota.
you had to have a level 31 hunter.
Yeah, you can't run Galahorn with me.
Yeah.
Like, or not Galahorn. You can't run Crota with me if you don't have a Galahorn.
But you see what you guys are talking about, right? Is D1. That's what I'm talking about. That was
That's
peak.
all D1.
That's when I played with all the homies. I'm talking about everybody I used to play MMOs with. Everybody, whole gang was on Destiny 1. I'm talking about, like you said, Crota. I'm talking about even pulling the network cable out so Crota would stop. Like,
you try to cheese it and network,
bro, we did.
It was
everything.
hard. It was hard for the first.
Yeah,
couple
Crota was
of
hard.
beginning.
You had to time
it was
the
in the
sword.
beginning.
Yeah.
But later, I mean, we could drag somebody kicking and screaming through Crota at one point. Like we would just talk about nonsense.
The Galahorn was key for Crota, by the way. But
the Galahorn was god tier.
Yeah.
And so many people that's another story though, because no one knew at the time in the beginning of D1, right? You had to be there, right? Guess what was the first exotic that was on sale? It was the Galahorn.
Yeah.
I got lucky because I missed.
Yeah.
So this is how you know.
Wait, Forte,
it was the experience.
I was so mad when like I would do something, like and like players I was playing with, they would get a Galahorn. I'm like, oh, are you serious? Like I didn't get one.
No, listen. It was the second week Zer came. The first week he came, he had Suros regime, and I was like, "Oh man, I want that auto rifle." But you had to have 17 strange coin. I didn't run Nightfalls that first. I didn't run Nightfalls on all three because I only had one character that week, so I only ran one Nightfall. I made a second character, a second hunter. Ran that Nightfall two more times. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you surprised? Given the HR issues at Bungie, that they called it strange coin.
Oh yeah, it is kind of strange coin, strange dude. But no, I remember everybody was mad. I went and I was one of the few people. I had 20. I had like 21 strange coin, and the next week they came with Galahorn. And I was like, a freaking rocket launcher. Oh well, but I said, you know what? I'm just going to buy it. Because you never know.
You made the right choice.
I bought it the second week.
The Galahorn.
And guess what? I didn't get my first official drop. So
after you bought it?
No, way after. Until I beat Crota the third time. This is in December. So we're talking about game launched September 9th. And then the second week is when I got it. So it was around September 17th, 18th is when I actually got my Galahorn. I bought it from Zer. I didn't see an official drop from that game. I got it from Death Singer. It was literally like the second week that Crota was out. I got the drop. And guess what? I got back-to-back drops on it. 2 raids in a row. At that point, I was saving them in my inventory to flex on people.
You know, the funny thing about Destiny, that first Vault of Glass raid, I honestly think it's one of the best gaming experiences I've ever had. But it's also one that nearly cost me my head, because I remember it took us 6 hours to beat it, and you know when you're locked in, right? In the hype of it, and I'm shouting on the mic, and obviously I'm not aware of how loud I'm talking. My wife literally woke up from the middle of sleep, she was shut the fuck up. I was like, oh shit, and everyone in chat was like, yo, Nick.
Nick, be careful. Real quick,
I literally went quiet as a mouse. I was like, come on, guys,
let's go. Hey, real quick, guys, let me get the super chat from Street Shadow with the $5 super chat. Says, many studios wish to have the D2 success. Also, I think Sony is aware of what Concord's status. Sony never propped this game up like the next big game. So thank you for that super chat.
I don't think you'll ever see another game.
So my response to that, right? Because I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to be careful. I'm just not going to be careful. Look,
don't be careful.
We have
no. Don't be careful. Just say
I understand what you're saying, but I just want to be careful that we keep that same energy, because when Xbox people come in here, they often bring up, right, these asides, these anecdotes. That is not a reason for Sony to get a pass. If Concord is not doing well, which I've said we're waiting for corroboration of, when we see numbers on what's going on the console side,
it's not doing well, Logic.
But if Concord is confirmed to be a failure, that's a failure.
Yes.
I don't care. I do not care if it's because, yes, I did the root cause analysis and I did the postmortem, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any difference, right? What the causality behind it was. If it's a failure, it's a failure. Period. Now, that being said, I also did financial analysis.
They financially just got them.
Yeah, I think Sony just tanked Logic.
Sony's like, we got you, bro.
They got him
financially out of here. So you talking too much about our game.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Go ahead before Sony gets you again.
Yeah, that's freaking Discord. So that all being said, my financial analysis assessment on this is that the impact is small. This is a sub $100 million game. Sony did not pay for the entirety of the development. They started paying.
I'm sorry, Logic. Real quick, there's a narrative that they paid $200 million. It's a loss.
No, that's dumb.
It's not a loss. Yeah,
I've done the calculations on this with an estimate of how much they started paying into it. Let's even say they were paying into it.
Up what?
Let's say that they were paying into it even fully at the point of signing the exclusivity agreement in 2021. That's still only 3 years of development, and I've calculated that at worst case scenario, we're still at a sub $100 million game. Even if they fully funded it from the point of the exclusivity signing, they're at worst they're into it at 75 mil. Now there's all different types of tax write-off implications and capital investment and depreciation implications as well that further damage control what that overall financial impact is, because anything that they paid into it before they acquired Firewalk has already been worked off their books. That was an expense that was isolated to that fiscal year. So the only thing that actually has to be listed as a sunk cost and that they're going to take a hit on is whatever they've paid for since they acquired Firewalk. So again, it's less than 100 million. It's not some big financial impact. Quite honestly, the discussion, right, about how much they're going to damage control it from here forward is the longer you continue to allow the game to be in service, the more of a problem that causes with how much you can write down, and the more obviously that you're continuing to invest. So quite honestly, the most cost saving thing, if the thing is a failure, is to kill it early, right?
So are they going to treat it like Xbox treated Bleeding Edge,
or like Xbox treated Redfall?
Spyrex.
Well, Redfall, we can't say Redfall because they actually did come out with a patch for that game later on.
I think it's more like Bleeding Edge.
Late.
I think
it's more like Bleeding Edge.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I say Redfall is because not only did they stop development on Redfall and eventually kill Redfall, but they also shut the studio. Right. So I mean, the final impact of that damage control was might be a little worse.
Shut down Firewalk. I don't think they will.
I don't think so.
I mean, they just purchased them. I don't think they're gonna shut them down. They would get some. They would make them a support studio probably before they put them down.
I agree with that, Forte. Yeah, a support studio.
I was gonna bring up one other thing because I think Forte brought up Helldivers 2, right? I think remember, like, Helldivers 2 sold like 10 million in a very short space of time. It's already an extremely profitable project. So even if it did dwindle away its numbers and didn't have that much longevity, it still has made serious bank for PlayStation. So it's not like every not live service, but these type of multiplayer games that you invest in, it doesn't mean that every one of them has to stand the test of time and stay around for a long time. Like, as long as you're profitable and you've made your money, like, it's still a plus, right? At the end of the day, I don't think, even if Helldivers 2 a year from now has very limited number of players playing, I don't think PlayStation will look at it as a loss or as a negative. I think they're thinking it already did way better than we ever anticipated. So it's a
I
positive.
think
So
I think you're right, Nib. I just think to what Forte was saying, as someone who was a fan of Destiny for a very, very long time, I think what he's saying in that case, and I agree, because he wants to see if they really, like he said at one point, they have the appetite for it to really dig in and give, because this is a big reason I haven't played, right? There's a bunch of balancing stuff going on, a bunch of things that they're still kind of trying to figure out. But I've played the core of the game, right? I was in the big thing. I played with everybody, right? But like, they don't need the Taken King 2 years from now. Like, they need the Taken King for that game. Like, this upcoming, like, they need that big, like, yo, did you see, like, the new Helldivers 2? Yo, I'm going in. I gotta be there today. Yo, everybody gotta get on. You need people talking like that. Again,
I would actually say, I would go one further and say they already should have had it.
Yes.
Yeah, they actually should have already had it, because like you kind of need that big thing like very early on to maintain that trajectory and
sooner the better.
Exactly.
I agree, but I think they also got blindsided, right, by the success, because, like, I mean, you even see the CEO when he that was right when he was like, I'm gonna step down so I can focus on the game and put somebody who's got an MBA specialist over here in business management and handle that, because this is crazy now, right? Like, I need a business person as the CEO so I can get in with my team, get in the trenches, and give y'all the game I want to give y'all. So I think they made the best move there, but the result is what is the only thing that's going to matter to us as gamers. Like, are you going to give us that Taken King? Are you going to give us the final shape before it's too late? Like, that's that's the real thing.
So I think the answer is no. I think that
I don't think so, but I hope they do.
So perhaps going back to Concord and what Forte said, do they have the appetite, right? And this is where I draw the analogy to Ubisoft, right, which I always clap on the back and give high praise for the fact that they stick with their games, they invest in their games, even when we think that their games have a small footprint, right? And this is where I go back to where I talk about some means of conveying and communicating to people that a game is important, right? I mean, we're all guilty of ragging on Skull and Bones, but what Ubisoft has telegraphed to us is that Skull and Bones is important to them, and that they find value in the player base, however small it is, because they're continuing to invest in it
heavily. In fact,
yeah. So my question is, was it Sean Layden who made the comment post? It was I guess Summer Games Fest time when IGN was doing their thing, and he was on the stage with Chris String and Impactor, and I forget I think there was a woman on the stage too. I forget what her name.
Yeah, a woman. Yeah.
So was it there that Sean Layden made the comment about publishers not having the investment and the tolerance and the patience?
Yes, that was him
these days.
And actually,
so I mean, that's
and the other not Michael Pachter, the other panel member actually agreed with him that that's the problem, that the publishers don't have the tolerance to like let the games do their thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big question. Like, are you gonna? I mean, do we think PlayStation has the tolerance to do to let Concord be a No Man's Sky?
I mean, we saw that with Sea of Thieves too. Like, like Sea of Thieves was not a game that did very well, and now it's actually a good game for Microsoft.
I'll be honest, I don't think this is that. Like, I could be wrong, but
I don't think
as we said on Mooch's podcast, like Sea of Thieves as content vapid as it was initially from launch, it still was unique. Like, how many multiplayer pirate sim whatever emergent gameplay type of games did you have? So if you are into that kind of world and sailing the oceans, and
it had the Rare Pedigree behind it, or the rare name, the rare name,
and its art style and everything, it was unique. It had amazing like sea mechanics and physics and all of that. Like, I could see it had enough that there was still something there. And even on, I remember on Twitch and stuff, it actually amassed quite a good viewing figures and things like that.
It did.
Yeah, and what was the other example you gave? You said Sea of Thieves and one other.
No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky, yeah, and even No Man's Sky, like a huge amount of initial hype. Their marketing, the music, like the world, amazing. Like,
but it's doing well right now.
is doing really well. But we all wanted like a space exploration sim kind of game, right? Like there was a lot of thirst for that style of game. Again,
I was hungry.
it had
I ain't gonna lie.
yeah, I was hungry, and it just didn't have the content. But I don't think there actually is the thirst, the want, the need, the desire, the the interest in Concord for it to sustain that. Like me personally, again, I could be completely wrong, but
I'm
I
right
just,
there with you.
yeah.
No.
that's a fair
I'm
point,
with you. I'm with you on that, and I know you're getting along in your show. But to your point, Nib, I'm the same way. Because I'm looking at the game. That's why I say I feel like there's hope for something to happen with, like you said, like the Helldivers 2, because I see where that game can expand and go, right? A lot like No Man's Sky did, and so on. I just don't think there's a lot of places to go for Concord that isn't what it already is. So I don't really know what they could do to interest people in the game going forward that's going to just drag in that big resurgence to this game. I just don't see it.
I'll be honest, if they introduced a whole new species, I don't mean like different versions of the automatons and the bugs. I mean like something completely different in a, it could even have like fantasy space vibes or whatever. It could be some real cool ass crazy shit, or it could be like some Lord of the Rings-esque goblins and stuff, like something really far out and just a whole new planet of it. I would 1000% jump back in.
That's what I'm saying. But you see what you just said? You gave me an expansive nature in which you can already see a way you can see for the game to go, right? For the game to expand. And the same thing, dude, I could see brand new ships. We could have ships that look nothing like the ships we have now. Alien designs, changing our stuff completely, giving us new additives onto our armor, finally bringing back the idea. They had an idea where they said the helmets used to matter, putting in different things. Hey, I've got on the scouter. Now I can scout enemies, 150 yards out and tell you what their power level is or something. I don't know. Like the game has so many areas it can expand, but like I said, in contrast, I don't particularly see what Concord could do in that case. And that's where I said, like, even games like Destiny, right? Destiny is not, this is the danger of being only a PvP game. And I tell this to people a lot, just PvP. Destiny was never just PvP. It became big and it was done well at one point. And people loved it. Me and Forte pretty much loved it at the same time. So, but Destiny always had those other things going for it, right? The story, which, the joke, I don't have time to tell you why I don't have time to tell you about the story. The whole joke's with that, But regardless, it always had these other things pulling you in to play it, right? And so on and so forth. And even though I'm not a fan of Sea of Thieves, I don't like the way it looks aesthetically and stuff like that. I get why people go over there and sail the seas and do all the stuff that they do, right? And so on and so forth. You've just got to have more going for you than just that. Even when people look at Fortnite, right? Yes, the base and the way that we may choose to engage with it, right? Like Brap said, I'm never going to play anything but no build, but I can tell you right now, when I watch my nephew play it, he plays no build, he plays build, he plays a bunch of the little arcade inventive things that's on there. I've also played, the Lego thing with my best friend, and that was actually really well done, surprisingly. The game has 10,000 pounds of things for you to do, but the core gameplay is still the focus. It's still very fun, and they never let that fade, right? But it's the expansiveness of all these games and all the different modes you can do, including Apex Legends. Mind you, one of the big reasons I never really got into it, because I didn't really like Battle Royale like that. But to, like you said, Nib, that hooked you in the beginning, regardless, you didn't stick. I mean, that you're not particularly that type of gamer, right? But were still
I never play.
Yeah, you were still like, whoa, this is kind of cool, though. You know what I'm saying? And then later, for everybody else who stuck to it, there's a 6v6 mode or a 3v3 mode and all this other stuff they added. And it was so big that I heard about it. And I don't even like Apex Legends. That's what I'm talking about. You need to continuously expand and add to these experiences while also maintaining a really great core product. The original idea of it, like the core of Apex Legends is still to be the battle royale or whatever, but you need these draws. We can talk about the draws in all these games, even when we don't play them. I don't know what the draw is personally, right, for Concord. And yes, I hear Forte playing it and I hear Bari playing it and they're having fun, but I'm like, I don't really care though.
Yeah,
that's the problem. That's the problem. Is just like I don't really care though.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. Go ahead, Nib.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, you mentioned it, Innate. Like, I am actually not a player centric player. Like, my bread and butter is single player games. So actually, the only reason I even moved I'm surprised Apex and Destiny even hooked me for as long as they did, because it's very rare for me to like spend 500 hours or whatever playing a multiplayer game. But it was just because there was too many single player games at the time vying for my attention. So again, it circles back to this thing where like enthusiast gamers like us who play a wide variety of different genres and stuff, it's even harder, right, to keep our attention because Black Myth Wukong, I'm loving it, and I guarantee I'm gonna love Astrobot, right? Like, so it's like, and then in between, I'm thinking of getting Outlaws as well. Like, where is the time for Concord? I've sunk like 60 hours into Black Myth Wukong. I'm literally on the final boss, and it's like there would have been no way. There's no way on earth Concord is going to pull me away from playing Black Myth Wukong, because
I'm all in.
I'm all in. I'm locked in, and I mean, and not just that. Even from like a muscle memory and challenge perspective, Black Myth Wukong is a hard as fuck game. So you really need to be on the ball, like mechanically. It's not like, oh, let me just go away from this for a bit and come back. No, it's hard as shit. Like, you need to be on your game and 100% with it.
Not as hard as Souls games, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. I don't think it's.
I don't know.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Don't say. Wait. Don't say that till you get further, because everybody say that in the beginning, and then they start getting some of these bosses that start smacking you up. Wait a minute. Don't speak too soon.
All right,
I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, go ahead, Div.
I wasn't gonna say like give any spoilers, but like this final boss now, I'm thinking, how am I? How am I actually gonna do it? Oh,
yeah, I saw the tweets. Yeah, you said he was like very difficult, right?
So, I don't think it was my tweet. I haven't put one out yet. I'm about to.
Someone put out a tweet, but like, never mind. Maybe it wasn't you, but.
Oh, mate, it's like it's Consort Rodan all over again.
Yeah.
Because the thing I found with Shadow of Erdtree was I actually didn't find it challenging at all until like the final boss. So I would say maybe there's like two.
That boss battle. It was hard, but why? Why?
Yeah,
I'm not gonna spoil it, but why? You know what I mean? Like, why?
No, the thing I will say, I don't find the final boss in Wukong as cheesy, because there was things about Consort Rodan, like, it's just too much fucking like firecracker effects, and even my frame rate would tank every time he did a certain attack.
Yeah, it's Rodan again. Why?
Yeah, why?
Like,
but Wukong,
I don't care. Like, I'm like, okay, why?
Yeah, why? Yeah. So, whereas I will say the final boss in Wukong, it's just as hard, probably. Maybe I don't know. I haven't had many attempts at him yet, but maybe even harder. But it feels more interesting and more fun. Like,
yeah,
like I can't go into details, but I'll just say, like, I haven't felt like. I mean, it is cheesy and it takes the piss. Like, it is proper rubbing it in your face. Like, it's actually being insulting intentionally. Like, it's like, like, what are you gonna do about it? Like, it actually takes the piss, but you enjoy it. Like, it's a fun, and the mechanical diversity.
It's so funny you say it takes the piss, because I know that, like, as an insult in the UK, like, are you taking the piss out of me? It's just funny, but no, you're right, man.
That is not a United States thing at all.
Yeah, no, it's not a U.S. thing, but I've heard. Yeah,
no.
Yeah. Real quick, gentlemen, I do want to go to another topic here. So I don't know if you guys saw the article from GameIndustry.biz, and this is from Newzoo. They put out like a survey where they say that video games now embraced by all post-war generations. That's the Boomers, Gen X, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and there's some interesting things here. Like, one of the things I constantly like read is that, like, not the gaming industry, but the console business is dying. And I think that this, and there actually was another survey that we talked about here on BRAP about, it's actually a survey by the ESA that showed that more Gen Z, Gen Alpha were playing console games or playing on consoles more than Generation X, which is my generation. Which I was kind of surprised by. But in fact, that like these like new gamers or Gen Alpha, Gen Z are spending a lot of money in console games, which is kind of interesting because that's kind of contrary to, I guess the narrative, if you will, that's out there that console games or consoles are dying.
But you know which side is pushing that narrative, though, right? Like,
well,
like we already know.
Well, I mean, I think Mike Ibarra talked about that earlier today. He said, "I got to pull my tweet again because Ibarra responded to me." Hold on a sec here.
That response tweet was beautiful.
Now I got to find it. Hold on just a sec here. Where is Ibarra?
I mean, but essentially, I mean, he's the losing side is the one pushing that narrative.
Yeah, it is true though, isn't it? That is basically the case because even PlayStation's own, I think it was only in May they put it out. Like they had the post-call slides and stuff like that, and they said engagement was orders of magnitude higher than the previous generation, and spend per customer was orders of magnitude higher, especially on add-ons and things like that. I think it was like 176% higher if I remember off the top of my head. But yeah, and then you have that Yuzu thing as well that's talking about the Gen Z interest, and then we also had a tweet from what's his name, Matt Piscatella, and he was saying the thing like people don't understand about console cycles are cyclical. So when you're at the tail end of one generation, it is going to die down. Like revenue and everything and growth is going to die down. And PlayStation is midway through its cycle. It is going to start to decline now, but that is the natural ebb and flow of the cycle. Whereas PC growth it's more of a constant. But he said in the beginning of like a console generation's life cycle, the growth is higher on console than it is on PC. And then towards the tail end of generations, it reverses again. But, people will only look at now the next few years, or at least before the Switch 2 comes out, and it will be all doom and gloom. But it's the natural order of the console cycle, right? Especially without major price cuts. These things are so expensive.
And it's always been that. Like that's always been the history of the console business. But I actually pulled a tweet from Mike Ibarra because I did ask him. I said, Mike, and I know I said this on the show earlier. I said, Mike, the narrative is that the living room is not the future or that consoles are dying. Thoughts on this? And Mike said, I think those losing push the narrative that fits for them. I think we know what he's talking about. Consoles will never die, in my opinion. And we go back to this Newzoo thing, this Newzoo article here, or not article, but GameIndustry.biz, talking about the Newzoo survey. And one of the things that really jumped out to me was this: is that mobile gaming has, of course, played a huge role in bringing games to the mainstream, though it may be a little surprised that most dedicated gamers, in terms of hours and minutes, can be found on PC and console. 2.1 hours on average spent playing games per day for both PC and console players, with that time spread across fewer, longer sessions than more numerous but shorter time mobile gamers are engaged. As a result, the non-mobile formats are in turn where you'll find the hobbyist's biggest spenders. So this is non-mobile now, right? Adds Newzoo, more than half of console players are medium or high spenders, spending between $5 to $25 or more per month on gaming-related purchases. So yeah, go ahead, Nick.
You know why that doesn't surprise me?
Yeah.
I remember with the Epic versus Fortnite thing, right?
Yeah.
Some of the financial information was leaked for Fortnite, and I remember being really shocked at the revenue splits for that game. And I've got them up, actually. I just did a quick search so I could have some context. Court documents reveal that PlayStation 4 generated 46.8% of Fortnite's total revenues. To 2020. Xbox One was the second highest, generating 27.5. iOS ranked fifth with just 7%, and the remaining 8.7% would be split between Android, Nintendo, Switch, and PC. So literally the vast majority, like almost 80% of Fortnite's revenue is on console. So, and that is it has a lot of much of the younger audience, right? Along with games like Minecraft and Roblox and things like that. So clearly there has to be an insatiable draw to the younger generation who are playing these kind of games, and so much so that the revenue splits on these games is orders of magnitude higher than the other platforms. Like it just, it had to be the case.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I agree. I mean, I've looked at that stuff for years and known that you can tell by the revenue that PlayStation shows you, and I know Nib's a big fan of these. The revenue splits where they show you where things come from, and a lot of the stuff comes from PlayStation, and I've had to explain this to people, and we've had this conversation, Brad. In fact, when you talked about the importance of exclusives driving people to your platform in order for them to play those other games that are not exclusive on your platform. Why? Because when you or your children decide to ask you to buy them V-Bucks, and they purchase them and they go on their PlayStation and do it, or your PlayStation and do it, PlayStation is going to get a cut of that. And they take that for me personally, and this is what I told people. I'm personally a fan of what I see PlayStation investing in. Therefore, I go out of my way to make sure when I do that, despite me also having a PC, that I typically purchase them on my PlayStation just because I'm aware of that. I don't expect nobody else to do that. But it's that big of a thing from the PlayStation 4, the PlayStation 5, so on and so forth, that it creates such a high. I mean, we're talking, I believe at one point it was like over 800 million or something in microtransactions and services for just Call of Duty or something. Like at one point, I was like, it was a massive number. But that's how important that stuff is. And to your point, right, as you talked about, like the ebb and flow of consoles dying and all that stuff and the support. No, if anything, I see more people now than ever before, especially people I don't even know to be gamers like that. Like this is stuff that I noticed just in social media, right? That don't even really talk about gaming like that to that degree. But what I see in a lot of their pictures, what girls taking selfies, so on and so forth, people taking pictures of their living room, whatever. There's a PlayStation 5 in a lot of these pictures. And we're not even, I know you said it does lower, right? As we go further, when we get towards the end of the gym, but we're not there yet. What's about to happen, and is happening later, which is why it's throwing a lot of people off. PlayStation usually does it in their third, like 3.5 year. It's happening later because now we're about to get the PS5 Pro. Now we're about to get, PlayStation is holding the cards for their first party studios who are about to fire on all cylinders. Make no mistake, none of these things are sitting there, right? And on top of that, look at the games that are already launching next year that you know of, with Death Stranding 2, and a lot of these other games that have shifted to next year, on top of GTA, which charts to this day from the 360 generation. To this day, it charts. That is crazy. When GTA 6 launches, and you sit there and tell people the best place to play for a year is on the PlayStation, or and most people find Grand Theft Auto synonymous with PlayStation, and then go into the PlayStation 5 Pro, and it supports it the way that I know PlayStation can do. Like, you're talking about an exponential jump in console sales. Like I told somebody I could see PlayStation soaring past whatever they think their estimate is. I think they said they could be 80 million by something. I can't remember what the number was, but like GTA launches, they're shooting to 100 million immediately. I don't care where they are. Like GTA, there are a number of people I know that play these types of games that wait for these games to be only. I mean, there was already a jump, right? And I don't think you talked about it. I think Logic talked about it on one of his shows. But the was it the NCAA game or whatever, the college football game, only on current gen, right? Caused a huge surge all of a sudden in support for current gen consoles, because unlike Madden and all those other games, it was not available anywhere else. It was only on current gen. Not only that, but the game was phenomenal, right? So that caused so many people to jump in. And not only did I see people jump in, I saw people jump in again. The key here, people I never really see play sports games. and it's like, yo, I gotta get this. Like, I have people asking me about it that number one, no, I don't even play sports games. Like, so to think that, it's dying or anything like that is crazy. There's only one person pushing that narrative for obvious reasons, because they're not growing, but that is not the trajectory for where PlayStation is in the current cycle, right? And obviously Nintendo, when you speak about Nintendo, theirs is lowering because obviously they're about to be on their way in with a new set of hardware. But yeah, it's doing anything but that. If anything, it's about to become explosive. Is what's about to happen as people look for affordable means of entertainment that constantly give you that value all the time, as expensive as everything is. Games do that better than anything else. Games are literally the gift that keeps on giving. So yeah, I think they're entirely wrong.
It's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because the last thing you just said, like, people are still playing GTA. My cousins are still playing GTA 5 today, right? So you spend $70 and you have a product that you can invest in, and that gives you, hundreds of hours, maybe thousands of hours of enjoyment for years. What kind of value proposition? What else gives you a shit? I spend like 15-20 pounds sometimes on lunch that I down in like 5 minutes. It's like, and this thing is giving me, so there's a huge value proposition. I agree with what you're saying. And to that point, I remember even Hogwarts Legacy had that impact. I can't remember the exact number. It was, I think that because stock came in of PlayStation 5, I think it was like 200 and something % growth year on year from the previous year. But Hogwarts Legacy was a big part of that, because even though it was eventually a cross-gen game, if I remember correctly, the past-gen versions came out 3 or 4 months after the next-gen only versions. So it did have a period where it was essentially like, if you want to play this game, which a lot of people did, I think it was the best-selling game of the year. I think, as far as I remember, in Europe, it was even ahead of Call of Duty and FIFA, which is very hard to do. So that was in itself a system seller. And let's be honest, GTA is going to be way bigger than Hogwarts Legacy. but
Absolutely,
but yeah, Brad.
Which keep in mind, it was the first game in years to outsell Call of Duty. Let that sink in. Hogwarts outsold Call of Duty.
and FIFA in Europe, which is impossible. Like, it's crazy.
Right?
But but yeah, I was gonna say, to that Mike Ybarra tweet, I posted like a video, and it's like 5 things: how exclusivity benefits consumers, what the data shows, how Nintendo PlayStation fared far better with their console and exclusive focus, why console ecosystem sales are more important to platforms than they are publishers, and why Xbox is pivoting. But I just want to touch on the only the first point. I see this so much now. Another like narrative that's forming around this whole conversation with consoles dying is exclusives are anti-consumer, and everyone should be able to play everything. This whole like kumbaya thing that Phil Spencer is spearheading with his armor on and everything. And the thing is, like, I vehemently disagree with that, and I always have since I've been in gaming, because especially as a multi-platform gamer, exclusives to me are pro-consumer. And the reason I say that is because when I buy my piece of hardware, and which is a fixed platform console, I want games ideally made from the ground up to maximize that hardware. And exclusives, as developers have told us time and time again, and as I've included snippets of in my video with interviews from numerous different developers, exclusivity benefits game design and development, because you have a situation where, instead of your 1,500 devs or 500 devs or whatever it is being spread thin across multiple platforms on porting work instead of, the rest of it, they can devote 100% of resources, time, money, energy, manpower, etc., to content curation, fixed platform, single optimization, and all the rest of it. So you literally get a better product, right? Because it's like, if all of us in this room, right, we had to work on multiple projects versus just one, that one project is always going to have a benefit of all our heads combined into one, versus us having to be split across many different things. And we see that, like, even recently, Washington Post, they had an interview with the developers of Final Fantasy Rebirth, and they literally said multiple times, being exclusive is what allowed us this degree of content and balance and seamless world design, which they just wouldn't have been able to do if they were split across multiple platforms. And just
to make one little tweak with what you said, I just want to, before we get the people running here trying to say, well, that's debunked because of this. It's that it maximizes the opportunity, right? So it's not saying ever that like an exclusive game will never be bad, because what a lot of people will do is they'll cherry pick a game and say, oh, well, it didn't help that game. I'm like, no, but on any given Sunday, right? I put a bunch of developers in a room. I tell them you have one platform to target, or you have 10 platforms to target. The team that's focused on one platform has a higher statistical chance of doing a bonga job, right, and getting it right and sticking the landing than the other team.
Absolutely. Yeah, so that exclusive game that flopped and didn't do well or was not high quality, imagine if the same team and the same development time had to do a multi-platform game. It would have been worse. Right? It would have been even worse, right? So so that's the point. I'm not saying obviously some multi-platform games are spectacular, and in fact, many multi-platform games are absolutely spectacular. Some of the best games in the world. But even if you look statistically, right, go to the top 50 highest rated Metacritic games, right? Over 50% of them.
Nib, you said third-party games are successful. I'm saying Souls games, but you know.
Yeah, over 50% of the top 50 highest rated games have at one point been exclusive, right? And that's very interesting statistic, because I believe last I checked, like exclusive represent like 5 to 6% of all game releases. In fact, on PlayStation's platform, they represent 2.3% of all releases. It may be less now because the generations have gone on, but I checked that a few years back. But yeah, so they have such a small. They make up such a small percentage of the total releases, but such a high percentage of the highest rated games, which goes back to the whole thing. Like, if you can obviously put all your time and effort into one platform, there's huge dividends, even from a technical and visual perspective, which is most likely why so many PlayStation games are award-winning technologically. Like, they've won by far the most tech awards in the industry.
Yeah. So, Deb, one thing I wanted to highlight from what Newzoo reported, and I think this is interesting, because there's always been that conversation around, oh, well, we're going to be able to play our games everywhere, mobile devices and whatnot, but they say, like, they highlight mobile gaming has popularized gaming, but PC and console gamers spend more time and money on the hobby. And so when I hear this like narrative that console gamers or consoles are dying, there's no growth. Well, that's not entirely true if people are spending more time and money on that particular platform, which is what Newzoo said. And actually this is kind of collaborates what you might remember this, Game Logic, with the ESA survey from earlier in the year.
Well, I was going to say, if I can go through every time I've debunked this narrative, which I like is just like a ridiculous number of times since it started in the wake of the end of February Xbox business update, right? Which is when that narrative started going around. So May 27th, the ESA Essential Facts 2024 report comes out showing Gen Alpha and Gen Z are the biggest users of PC and console, 54%, 58% for their gameplay time. Millennials, 55 and 48, Gen X, 39 and 35. Boomers. So actually, Gen Alpha and Gen Z, there's statistical evidence, not necessarily saying it's perfect, there's statistical evidence that shows that they actually play more on PC and console than older generations do. So that State of the Industry report expects a return to growth after the retractionary market after effect to the explosion of the pandemic year settles back to pre-pandemic growth numbers. Also indicated, and you can see in the charts, that when people say that there was no growth, that they are isolating that comment to the last year of the pandemic and the first year post-pandemic. So they take the two numbers that most benefit, they take the 2 years that most benefit their narrative, and they point to that and say, see, no growth. So first of all, the reality of those 2 years is the market did grow. It actually grew by 2.6%. It was very small growth, and if you don't look at the chart very closely and you don't calculate the numbers, it actually looks like no growth. Xbox's chart, depending on what numbers you look at, actually shows negative growth across those 2 years, while Nintendo and PlayStation actually grew at a very marginal percentage. So that, again, that was May 27th. June 26th, Destructoid put out an article. Barely anyone is buying those Resident Evil and Assassin's Creed mobile ports. Recently, Mobile Gamers Up shared an analysis based on estimates of app figures on the performance of the mobile ports of Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil Village, Assassin's Creed Mirage, and Death Stranding. To be blunt, it seems not a single one of these games has been profitable on mobile. Resident Evil 4, for example, launched on iOS on December 23rd, but is estimated to have only made $208,000 from roughly 357,000 unique downloads. For the sake of comparison, the console PC release pushed 3 million units in its first 2 days, according to Capcom.
Yep, same thing with Nintendo, by the way. There was an article, I can't remember, it was some mobile Zine or something, and they said that Nintendo is having the same thing. They've been very disappointed with the mobile traction and sales, and they're considering scaling back on the mobile thing. But just to add more figures, to 30th of April 2024, PlayStation, as part of their financial report, whatever, they said PS5 users are spending 71% more time playing games versus PS4 owners in the same time. And PS5 users are also spending 27% more money on PS5 versus PS4 launch aligned.
I wonder how much of that is games versus MTX in games.
So
a lot of those, yeah.
I don't disagree with you, Forte. In fact, that's why I went back to where I say I don't disagree. I do disagree with Ibarra saying people are getting tired. Because all the earnings statements indicate that that's where people are making money hand over fist is in live service games and people making recurring expenses. But I will say, from a business perspective, that doesn't matter. I mean, from the business perspective of the discussion of console versus mobile, right?
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter between that. It just comes back to the fact that, we were talking about this on Thursday, how we're sitting in the midst of some studios. Most studios for PlayStation is releasing one AAA game every quarter. I mean, every generation. Insomniac is the only one that's kind of bucked that trend. It's just, think about it, outside of, even for third parties, outside for 2K, outside of NBA coming out every year and the occasional other sports game they have, what other games have they came? I mean, Grand Theft Auto completely skipped the generation. So it's just like right now, so much of it is tied up into live service, where a lot of these companies, where you see these year-over-year numbers and stuff, it's like all this money is coming from people just buying different things in games and supporting the games that way. I also think that's part of the reason why games like Concord is in the situation it's in, because first, it's a hero shooter. It kind of missed the mark on that, not due to the type of game it is, just due to the timing. And then on top of that, everybody has a game that they're playing. Like when you look at a live service game, it's like you have to make a decision. It's like, will you try it out? Yeah, but especially if it's paid, because this was a paid game, so most of those people aren't going to try it out. But you just got to look at just the horizon of what's going on. People are already dedicated to certain games. I already told myself I will not get pigeonholed into another long live service game that's going to keep my attention for more than a month to 2 months or 3 months at a time, because you look up and you miss everything. It's like, so you're either, it's just like, people looked at like Naughty Dog and said they made the perfect decision when they decided, granted, we didn't want them to cancel Factions or put it on ice. We want to see that still come out. But they said it. They was like, unless we want to become a dedicated live studio, this is the decision we have to make. And that's why you see Bungie in the situation they're in. You see, Epic is literally only Fortnite at this point. It's like Respawn hasn't come out with anything of no outside of the Jedi games and then Apex Legends. So, and they have two teams working on those two different things. So it's just very tribalism when it comes to like where people decide to play, and it's going to be real hard for somebody else to like kind of break in. That's why I felt like when I said earlier, they need to really look at what happened with Helldivers, because that is a game that bucked trend. So we'll see.
This is my contention. If there's any truth to the narrative, right? Consoles are dying. Every screen is an Xbox. We need to put our games everywhere. Okay. Android overtook Windows in global numbers in 2017. It is the most prevalent operating system on the face of the planet.
You said Android overtook what?
Android.
Windows.
Oh,
right?
well, yeah.
And the Xbox operating system is a derivative of Windows. If there were really a point, if there was really a belief that every screen was an Xbox and Xbox games needed to go everywhere, Microsoft would be working on putting those games on Android. They wouldn't be worried about putting those games over on the cloud.
Well, that's because they're not. See, this is the fallacy that comes up when they talk about consoles are dying. It's not that they're dying or that it's shrinking. Like all numbers right now are showing that there's stagnant growth. But that goes back to the fact
for
that
Xbox.
Well, for Xbox, but also for everybody. Okay, so let me ask. I asked Slow-Mo this question.
Well, everyone.
PlayStation. PlayStation sold how many consoles last generation?
120.
I mean, whatever the number is, they're ahead of the PlayStation 4 curve.
They're definitely ahead of it. But do you see them passing
their revenue is up year on year by a substantial amount.
Well, it is not just revenue, but we know that I just got to a back and forth with someone on Twitter, but profitability.
Yeah, so profit.
They made more profit. They made more profit.
More profit than PS4.
No, actually more profit than every single PlayStation generation combined when you account for PlayStation 3 losses. Literally, the PS5 generation has made more profit than every single PlayStation generation combined when you account for PS3 losses. Like, that's insane.
So this is my thing for it, and I apologize if I'm cutting you off at the knees and I'm intercepting your question because I think I get your sense of where you're going. So I am not going to argue that we are not in an age where we're going to see the explosive growth of the early 2000s, right, even to a certain extent the 2010s. We are clearly out of that phase. Right. I will readily admit that growth is not going to be as big. But this is what I will say to, again, the pushing of this narrative. Even when there's no growth, you don't turn down an $80 billion, $90 billion, $96 billion business.
No, you don't.
One of the first rules in business is that your first job is to retain the customers that you have. And you don't lose them in the effort to chase after something else. And then my final analogy, right, the third thing on the heap, and I say this to Brap all the time, he's probably sick of hearing it, is I get and I understand we think maybe we're not going to sell more consoles to more people. But I also don't hear us saying, well, we should just get out of the microwave business because nobody new is buying microwaves. Right? There are mature businesses. There's caps on growth. That doesn't mean that you abandon those businesses. And if you want to pivot and you want to go after growth, then you can do that. But that doesn't mean that you need to, to reverse track on what I said about Sean Layden's quotes. That doesn't mean that you need to strangle your loved ones, right, in the effort to go after new business.
No, and I agree with that. I think it ultimately just comes back to there's an adjustable market that goes up and down, ebb and flows, where the amount of consoles are going to be so fluctuates. It's going to go. No one really knows what that number is. We could just speculate that is anywhere from that 300 to 350 million when it comes to console sales. If you just kind of extrapolate over the course of the last 2 or 3 generations, total consoles sold to people. Now that number is going to also get deflated on the side that a lot of people are going to move to PC and stuff. So it's always going to be around that number. And I will never say that consoles are dying because I don't think they're dying. I think a lot of the numbers that people see on both sides, even though PlayStation is still selling a lot of consoles and Xbox is still like lagging behind a heck of a lot, it's mostly due to the fact that people just don't have a reason to leave the ones that they're on. Like I literally every day have people walking in with VCR Xboxes from 10 years ago, finally upgrading now. People that have basic Destiny White PS5s from 2015, when the Taken, or 2016 when the Taken King came out, and
PS4s.
just finally, PS4s,
because I had one.
PS4s, and they're just upgrading now. So the closer, like I said, next generation. That's why I'm really not next generation. Next year, if Grand Theft Auto does not get moved out, I am really interested to see what the explode, because I don't even think we really see the explosion of console sales this generation, because most people are still sitting on older systems. It's like the majority of the systems sold right now are the hardcore and probably about 20% of the casual base at this point. I mean, that's all speculation. No one really knows what the actual number is, but there are still more people on older gen than there are right now playing. Now, unless those people decide not to buy next gen at all, that's going to be the OD that's going to stop us hitting that number where PlayStation is just going to explode well over 100 million, because I think it's going to happen once Grand Theft Auto comes. And then Xbox, they may not sell nowhere near as good as PlayStation, but they're going to get their bump too. And then you got so everything is going to jump up significantly over the next year to 2 years. And so that's why I think people are looking at these console numbers and they're talking about the death of the console. I say, well, you haven't even seen when the consoles are really going to hit for this generation. What we've seen up to this point is marginal compared to what we're going to see in the next couple of years.
I think the people that are running with the consoles are dying there for the ones that are
have the least amount of market share.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
9.85% of the user install base of the total console market.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, like, there's only one company that's not growing in the hardware space, and that's Xbox, and we know that because their financials. I mean, Amy, or as Logic likes to refer to her as Amy the Hood, is actually like warned warned investors. Hey, next quarter we're going to see another decline. And so that says something. Go ahead, Nib.
Yeah, I was going to say on that point, like, fool me once, fool me twice, all of that stuff, right? Like that. Let's just say the green inclined. Pretty much all the narratives they've pushed for the last decade have not panned out, right? So I remember when Xbox went to you,
Oh my! I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, but that is. So I have to say this real quick. The pundits on that side of the community, I'm not trying to console war. I'm really not, but they have consistently been wrong. Like it was little Johnny is going to go to Best Buy. He's going to see the Series S, and there's going to be Game Pass, and it's going to be done. That's the game changer. And then it was cloud gaming. Then it was ESRAM. And then there was Game Pass. And no, stop.
Stop. I remember when they were doing ubiquitous PC day-date releases, right, for every game. They started in 2016. I think it was Quantum Break, Gears of War 4 or 5, I can't remember. It started it off, right? Again, like, 130 million. Phil Spencer said 650 million PC gamers. I think at the time Steam was like 130 something or 120 something. And it's like, then now their install base is going to be bigger than PlayStation's theoretically.
That never happened.
Including Xbox. Yeah, it never happened. In fact, you know what? I've actually, because I've made the tweets recently.
Well, actually, they did get like 500 million MAU users or something. So.
Yeah. So fiscal year 2016 through to the 2023, the Xbox growth was, I think, 60% roughly. PlayStation growth was 95%, and Nintendo growth was 167%. Right. So the systems that adopted the traditional model with the exclusive and console focus, they had much more revenue growth. Then look at the start of this console generation. So we'll go from fiscal year 2020, so 3 months before the systems launched, through to the last fiscal year report. Xbox, when you take away ABK, their growth over the revenue growth over the entire course of the generation is 2.5%, essentially flat. Right, and that is actually a negative because they added ZeniMax and other studios. ZeniMax alone had an estimated 400 to 500 million estimated residual income per annum, even without Starfield and stuff, just on older titles. So really, it's a negative growth, right, over the course of the generation. PlayStation and Nintendo is easy for me to remember because they have the exact same growth percentage, 60.5%. Both of them over the course of the generation. That's their revenue growth. So you've got one system that has completely flatlined despite adding PC install and releases with every game day, and by adding, I think, 2.5 billion potential install by bringing their Game Pass service to Samsung TVs, to mobile, Android, whatever, PC, you name it. Cat's out on the mat. It's available everywhere. Now even Fire Sticks. And yet, not only did the revenue not grow exponentially, they actually even had Game Pass decline. Because in 2022, what we know from the FTC leaks is that at the time they had 37 million subscribers, including Xbox Live Gold and Game Pass, 25 and the rest Xbox Live Gold. And then in 2024, they announced, 34 million? So it actually went down from 37 to 34 million. So they actually had a subscriber decline, just not officially. We just know that because of the Microsoft financials that were leaked. But yeah, so they added 2 billion install and it didn't make no difference. They added 130 million install from PC for all their games. It didn't make no difference. Fundamentally, those who have adopted this traditional model of consoles first, exclusive sell consoles, they're the ones who have had orders of magnitude more revenue growth and success in the industry.
Absolutely.
So one of the problems I have with this everything's going mobile narrative is, I hate to once again call reference to the fact that I'm old and wizened beyond my years.
What? What does that mean? Old and wizened behind you?
So I'll spare everyone the Windows Phone analogy tonight because I think people have heard that.
I think you need to include that Windows Phone analogy.
So I'll cover the Windows Phone analogy thing very quickly. Look, Microsoft ran the same playbook on Windows Phone. We were all of us were those of us who were fans of Windows Phone asked why we saw the things happening that we saw, why after the Nokia purchase we would start seeing better versions of Microsoft apps going to iOS and Android. And we were told, well, it gives us a chance to incubate like these versions and optimize them and then give you guys the best versions. Then the next transition was we stopped even seeing those versions of the apps coming to Windows Phone. And then we were finally told, you guys are not as important as an iOS or an Android user because there are more of them. And then eventually, then Nokia was shut down. And then, Windows Phone was shut down. So, I have those scars and bear them. But almost more importantly, and pertinent to this whole thing about, everything's going mobile, one of the things that flummoxes me about it is I ask, where have you guys been for the last 17 years? Because much like Brap was an Xbox Live beta tester, right, Brap? You were an Xbox Live beta tester?
Yes, I was. Yeah.
Okay. Much like Brap was an Xbox Live beta tester, I was a mobile phone and tablet reviewer back in 2010, 2011 for several sites. And so all of these things that people talk about, I was doing them and have been doing them for the last decade plus. So I played all the mobile games on mobile phones and on tablets. One of the things I don't understand where it seems like people are waking up to something that they seem to act as like is going on now. We've been able to put AAA games natively on mobile for 2 years. A lot of people have a misunderstanding that FSR is something that is solely coming from AMD. It's not. It's a joint venture between AMD, Qualcomm, and Samsung. And Qualcomm and Samsung's interest in it is because they put variants of FSR on mobile. And it's been part of the Adreno GPU and Snapdragon chipset for the last 2 years. These games and these experiences have been on mobile for a very long time. Infinity Blade was on the first iPad.
Yep, I remember that.
Console controller compatibility has been on those devices for several years. The Final Fantasy library, almost in its entirety, except for like the newest, latest, greatest, like next-gen technology games, is on mobile. Like all of these experiences are available. Call of Duty Mobile, Warzone Mobile is out there. And yes, it does big numbers. Fortnite does big numbers. Right? But the point is that companies have not shown an intention to invest to, again, cannibalize their businesses that they do now in that $90+ billion space and sacrifice those consumers in order to put more skin in the game on mobile. So again, the people who proclaim like this is something new, revolutionary, people who have said, oh, whenever I talk to my nephews and nieces, all they ever talk to me about is playing on mobile. That's because their parents haven't bought the $500 flipping consoles yet. right? But again, nothing that's going on today is new. Nothing that's going on today in that space is revolutionary, and nothing is going on over there today that presents a clear and present danger and immediate threat to the takedown of consoles. 15 years from now, maybe, but not today.
Agreed.
Yeah, agreed. And it's the same thing with cloud, right? Like, what was it? Google Stadia already died. Like the penetration of Game Pass and PS Now, and which turned into PS Plus or whatever, it hasn't been, huge. Like it's still just this additive thing that mostly enthusiast gamers are using, right? To play their console games on the move now and again. But it hasn't had this wide breadth of adoption. And again, maybe it will in future, like you said, 10, 15 years or something, when the infrastructure and everything is completely different. But right now, consumers have shown, that they're not ready to make that transition. And actually, subscription services in general have actually stagnated or declined.
Yep.
So like we keep hearing every time, like you said, Brad, man, if it's not ESRAM, it's Kinect, and it's the Series S, or it's the cloud, or it's the Game Pass.
I've actually been hearing this for years, and it's like,
yeah,
and it's never,
oh my God,
it never comes to fruition. Like it's not, it just stopped. Like
Never
just
ending.
stopped because we
never
have
ending.
no, it's not, and we have data that says otherwise. Like.
Yeah.
Focus on the data. And then we have people that are like, oh, well, PlayStation 5 is not the most profitable generation. You're not accounting for inflation. I'm like, no, actually, they do account for inflation.
Yeah.
Put those numbers out. Like, I think I sent you those tweets, Nib. But
the thing is, the thing that frustrates me, right? And I don't actually really give a shit about executives, to be fair, neither Sony, Nintendo, or whatever, but when they are part of the zeitgeist of the gaming culture and conversation, it does actually irk me a little bit. Because yes, maybe I am more inclined negative towards Phil Spencer, because some of the things that he says are antithetical to how gamers have always understood and believed. So what I mean by that, for example, he made this comment about cross-gen, right? He was like, oh, cross-gen is just this thing that like fans talk about online. It's not really a real thing. No, motherfucker, that's not true. Like cross-gen has always inhibited because you're held to a lowest common denominator, right? Like literally we've had developers through the generations and even today still telling us, even within the same generation, because Series X is technically a new console generation, but even that is still a lowest common denominator. But the notion that PS4 and Xbox One or whatever, or even the Switch, are not holding that game design for next gen systems that have SSD and data streaming capabilities that are orders of magnitude greater is absurd. Like we've had entire presentations of, for example, Horizon Zero Dawn. They couldn't maximize flight in the game to a certain velocity and height because the asset streaming wasn't enough, and in the end they made Burning Shores with all the cloud tech and stuff exclusive. PS4, Spider-Man, the developers were on record. They said they had to slow down Spider-Man's travel velocity because the asset streaming couldn't keep up with the speed of the city density and fidelity that they wanted. And now on the PS5 and Spider-Man 2, you could not only swing considerably faster, you can literally basically fly around like Superman, right? Like insane speed through those rings that you're traveling, God knows, like 100 and something miles per hour through the city with ray tracing and all the fidelity and the crowd density. So these are like gameplay things that cannot be done on the previous console. Same with Rift Apart and your time portals and 2-second loading or whatever. Every time you go through a portal, you're going to wait 30 seconds or 10 seconds or 15 seconds. It wouldn't be seamless anymore. So these comments that he's made and now he's making again with like, oh, everyone should be able to play everything is better for consumers. Again, that's not true. If you're a consumer who values quality over accessibility, you will actually be for exclusivity because you want the best quality game possible.
Yeah, I think.
I agree.
Yeah, I think it's back to like logic what you said about gaming becoming a commodity. Pork bellies.
All right. I mean, one of the things. Well, first of all, to go back to Nib's thing. I mean, my personal feeling is like I don't land on the square that like one is better to the point of that is the only thing that it should exist. I point to the mobile phone market. Yeah. I point to the mobile phone market and I point to the PC market. Right. We have proven that, and I wrote this up again in a long post on Twitter. I wrote this up, right? Yeah. And I said what actually has been proven is, and I was kind of throwing shade at a lot of the people who run around and champion that, one of these business, like, first of all, I don't know why the gaming argument, while we say it's a console war, it's not really a console war. It's this year in particular, it's been a business model war, and that I don't get at all. Why are people attacking each other over differing business models? But I go back to those. We know why. I go back to those markets, right? Mobile, exactly. PC, other markets. And I say, look, what's actually been proven is what's best for consumers is for there to be multiple business approaches, multiple licensing approaches. We have proprietary solutions like the iPhone, where the entire stack is owned by the vendor. We have licensed models, like in the case of Windows, where people build a technology, an ARM, where people build a technology and they say, you can utilize this technology, just pay me a license, Google Play Services layer on top of AOSP. And then we have open source, where Linux builds a thing and they say, we don't care who takes from it, right? Just take it, go use it for your own purposes. Consumers benefit the most when there are those. Consumers were not as well off when there was one of those models. Consumers were not as well off when the only thing was like IBM and Windows fighting it out between each other, right? And Apple was almost non-existent. Consumers were not going to benefit from Apple going under, right? And Bill Gates not saving them with a last-minute cash infusion. So, I mean, what's really beneficial for us all is for us to have these options, because then we can pick 100%. Our supplier, and we can pick, like, there are reasons to like iOS and Android. I use both, right? And there are things that iOS does better versus things that Android does better.
Hey, I'm coming home, by the way.
Yeah. I will, just to add one final point to that, and again, it could be Android, Apple, BMW, Mercedes, Jaguar, whatever you want. Right?
Mercedes over BMW, by the way, in my opinion.
Yeah. So as someone who's had multiple,
wait, do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? By the way,
I agree. Yeah,
Thank
I agree.
You.
As someone who's had, but I wouldn't say like BMW is bad. I think they're fantastic cars.
No, they're not bad. But
it would depend on model. Like, which model are we talking about? I might be inclined. Like, if I'm talking small sedan, I might go M2. If you're saying like, C or E, I'm going to go E63 or C. Anyway, whatever. The point is, like, my basic point is, we shouldn't be locked into tribalism of a brand just because of the brand. Like, I actually don't care about PlayStation as a brand. What I care is the product that they've given me through the years and are still giving me.
That part.
If tomorrow they stop giving me the games that that I love, or the game of the year bangers, and because so many of their titles are in my like top 20, 30, 40, 50 games of all time, that's why they've curried the favor with me, right? But if tomorrow that changed, I would support someone else. So the thing is, people need to get out of this. Yeah, people need to get out of this tribalistic thing. Like, okay, you support Xbox, fine. It's fine. So I've spoken to some people who they support them because they love Gears, they love Halo, whatever. I can respect that. But if you're talking about non-stop L's and you're banking on this support and on just wishful thinking, you support this brand because of the hope of the future that's never arriving, you need to sort yourself out, bro. Like, you need to sort yourself out. We buy these consoles fundamentally for the games, and if they are not providing that very basic thing, then your preference needs to switch elsewhere, because it shouldn't be the brand that you support, it should be the product that it delivers.
Agreed. Content is king, man.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Dib. But on that note, I didn't realize this show has been on for like 4.5 hours. So,
oh shit!
Yeah,
I mean, I knew, but I was letting you roll. I was like, you know what, we in it. Let's go.
Forte comes in here. See, I got a whole 2 hours. I did a whole show.
Hey, see, Forte, like, come on, man.
Came in here and derailed the whole show for another 2 hours.
Where's Slow-Mo?
I don't know. Slow-Mo probably playing Call of Duty. Who knows?
No, he's not. He's probably playing Concord or something.
He was playing Wukong the other day, like constantly.
Yeah. Hey, Forte, who's better at COD? You or Slow-Mo?
Slow-Mo is.
No, he's not. Don't lie.
He is better. No, he plays it a lot more.
No, he doesn't.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, it is what it is.
Who's the better gamer?
Oh, well, that's a different story. Slow-Mo just I am a Slow Mo is a variety gamer where he plays a bunch of games but isn't good at a bunch of games.
That's not what I'm asking you. Who's the better gamer?
Yeah.
Who's got better skills?
Did you hear what he just said though? He said because he plays more games, he's sucked at them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He plays so many games, he gets mixed up, you know.
Oh, so he's a master of none. Okay.
Yeah.
Jack of all trades, a master of none.
Yeah, you call Slow Mo a casual?
So you just call Slow Mo casual.
So Slow Mo is a casual.
Yeah, 40. I just want to clarify. You came in here to defend Slow Mo, and you've left insulting him.
I'm the only one that can do that. That's the thing.
What's that Batman quote? You either live long enough, or you go become a villain. Well, that's what's happened to you, 40. Now you're gunning it.
Rules for thee, not for me.
Yeah, that is funny.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, no, that's funny. Well, look, I want to thank everyone in the live chat for hanging out with us for 5.5 hours, or no, 4.5 hours. I'm sorry, 4.5 hours. Please hit that like button if you haven't already. And if you like the content, please subscribe, hit the bell notification so you're alerted when we go live. And big shout out to our guests this evening, Detective Seeds, Mag, Nate, and Nib. Gentlemen, thank you so much. I always say this. I don't know if you guys want to be found, but if you do, Nate and Nib, let everyone know where they can find you.
Yeah, I mean, you can find me on Twitter at TheRealNate or Saturdays at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on the Otter Players Podcast. Yeah, and if I'm not doing that, I'm gaming, so you know what it is.
Nate's always gaming. And Nate's always gaming. Always. On PC.
That's a good thing, though.
The best platform. Go ahead, Dave.
No podcast for me, but I am just NIB95_ on Twitter.
Or AKA Nib GPT.
GPT, that's it. Download the plugin. The AI is very advanced. Like I've been using it this whole time. It's just fooled you guys.
That's what's up.
Yeah, no, Nib. It's actually great to finally get you on. Like I know we've talked about having you on.
I know
the time difference. I get it, man.
I almost wasn't on today. I rushed in and I was like,
what?
He might not actually what? Yeah, because I came in. I joined at 11 something, or and you said it starts at 10, right? So I was like, maybe I've missed too much. Yeah, I was like, maybe I've just missed the boat on this one.
No,
but yeah, it was a really fun conversation though. It was good. It was good.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for Nib to admit that he's low key related to several royal families based on these weddings he goes to.
Yeah. We got to talk about something real quick because to Nate's point, wedding pictures, excursions in Turkey, the food porn, Nib, you don't strike me as someone that's overweight. Like how?
No, I'm overweight.
How?
I'm overweight.
How do you keep the weight off?
No, I don't.
And I say overweight. I'm comparing like being overweight in Europe compared to like America, by the way. Or
okay,
America wouldn't be.
I'm not that level of overweight. No disrespect to Americans, but yeah, I don't. It's just like keep on the move, right? And I should be gymming right now, really, but I'm not. But yeah, it's that I'm not like from a wealthy family. I have no royal family connections or nothing like that.
I don't believe you did. But you were driving a Mercedes, by the way. I've seen that.
Yeah.
A very nice one, sedan.
AMG.
I spend beyond my means.
AMG. Yeah.
I just spend beyond my means. Like the amount I earn, I shouldn't be spending what I spend. But you have to live life at the end of the day. This is what it takes to keep a wife happy, basically.
To be fair, Nib has given several tips on how to be frugal while traveling. He has given some pointers as to how he gets certain things for free and tells people exactly how to do it. So I'll give him credit for that. He definitely I believe crazy.
Nib has an Amex Black Card, by the way.
No. Let me give you an example, right? So I was in Qatar just because I got a really good deal. So I stayed in the Ritz-Carlton. It's £440 a night. Do you know how much I paid, including breakfast and lunch?
How much?
£50 a night.
How?
Wow.
How?
£50 a night.
How?
And I was staying in the hotel with Formula. Yeah, just a crazy deal. And I think it was because there's all the stuff going on worldwide, with Israel and Palestine and all the rest of it. I think there was just a period of time where people were spooked to travel in that region.
We can't do that from the U.S.
Yeah,
never. We can never do that from the U.S. Never.
Yeah, COVID was the only time we had travel plans like that.
Yeah, exactly.
They were like, look, $20, bro, you can get on this flight.
And it's not wrong. During COVID, we can travel everywhere.
It's insane. I went to Portugal last year. I think it cost me like £60 return. I just managed to get a good deal.
Oh.
Like, crazy.
Are you saying I should move to Europe? Should Brad move to Europe?
Yeah, but don't move to the UK, man. It's going downhill. Just like
wait. Well, look, I'm Spanish, so should I move to Spain?
Yeah, do it, man. Spain is lovely, absolutely lovely.
I've heard that. Maybe Brad move to Spain.
Are you married?
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately,
don't go to Spain then if you're married.
I'm calling Mrs. Brad.
Definitely don't go to Brazil.
Definitely don't go to Brazil. Yeah,
that's
don't
trouble.
go to Brazil. Yeah.
Look, I went to Brazil 4 times as a single male, and I will tell you that the life expectancy of a single man in Brazil, like I exceeded the odds. So
Logic, you might have logics in Brazil right now.
You know what? Thailand. I felt the same thing in Thailand, man. It was a friggin' trap.
Our Thailand is definitely a trap.
Oh my god, it is 100% trap.
Hey,
Thailand
Logic. Any kiddos running around in Brazil or no?
I firmly believe that there are. Yeah, the statistical likelihood is that there's more progeny of mine throughout the world.
Oh no! Oh no!
That means there's future leaders in the world. We'll pay you compliments, sir.
That's possible.
Man, maybe one of them gets a job at Microsoft. I'm joking, but oh, Forte's like
Logic, man. Logic, man, you need to step up your protection game or something, because that's scary. having little mini Logics around that you don't even know about. It's like we're discussing Game of Thrones.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh my god,
you're like the Targaryens.
I was about to make my own joke, man, but the Game of Thrones thing just took me out.
Bro, we literally thought the same thing when we started talking about that. I was like, oh, this is about to get real Game of Thrones.
Logic, you're like the Targaryens, man.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking all these Targaryens lining up to try and
no. Let's not take it down the incest road. That's not what we do.
That wasn't down the incest road. Like, remember, the theory was there was bloodlines of the Targaryens from the brothels.
Oh, okay. I'm not as up on my Game of Thrones. I was thinking more Nick Cannon.
No.
It was
the brothels. Yeah. Because they had a bunch of bastards running around, and they were like, "Everybody show up and see who can ride the dragon."
Yeah. Okay.
It's Jon Snow.
Yep, Jon Snow. Exactly.
Oh my goodness, that is too funny. But oh my gosh. Yeah, I can't believe it. Seriously, it's 4.5 hours, by the way. So Nib, Forte, you got to plug your show, man. DPS podcasts. You carry the show. Slow-mo, he's okay. Slow-mo's okay. He stutters a lot. Slow-mo's got a stuttering problem, bad knees, But, you carry the show. Go ahead, Forte.
Or no?
I think we lost Forte.
What'd you say?
He said, "Go ahead and plug the show."
Oh, I thought you broke up. I didn't hear that part. Yo, Gaming Forte.
Wait, Forte.
Well,
I said you carry the show.
Oh, you said I carry
got bad
the show.
knees. He stutters every once in a while.
He does have bad knees,
and he stutters. But go ahead, man.
He stutters.
You got a stuttering problem.
Well, guess what? DPS podcast with the homie Slow-mo. It's always a great time with him. It's going to be fun. Next week we're going to have probably a lot of stuff to talk about depending on what all happens. But you only know if you come to DPS podcast channel, and it's going to be a great time. 9 p.m. every Thursday. Come check us out. Come check me out on my YouTube channel, Gaming Forte. And we're going to have it's always great over there. And good to be here with you for the whole show. because we went 4 hours and I was here for two and a half of it. And I appreciate you, Brap, and this was fun.
Forte, we miss you, man. We miss you.
Well, I'll be back starting middle of September.
When? You always say
middle
that.
Of September. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you have. You've said that, but anyhow. All right.
He's gone again. I think he's searching like Brazilian tickets as we speak.
Who, Forte? Oh my God. He's like
or Thailand. He's like I need to go to Thailand over there.
He's like, honey, my travel agent Nib has got me a deal. It doesn't include you.
It doesn't include you.
Yeah, single pass.
Oh my God.
Hey, I'm playing somebody as we were doing this. I'm playing somebody in NCAA, and this dude is like talking. He is like, "What the heck is my team doing? This AI sucks."
Hey, tell him to go to DPS and Brad, man. You plug the shows. That's free marketing right there. That is free marketing.
Oh man.
Yeah. So, also want to give Game Logic. I don't know if you want to plug E2KG. Goes live every
Sunday night.
Sunday
night. E2KG is the channel, so it's the E2KG Network podcasting channel on YouTube. The show is Enough to Keep Going. Sunday nights, 8:45 p.m. ish Eastern time. If you guys ever want to join in, it is if anybody ever wants to watch, it is an austere show. We have rules, so it's not for everyone. I will readily admit. But if you do want to come by and swing by and catch up on the week's gaming news and our gameplay experiences built around what we've been playing for the last week, you're certainly welcome to drop by.
All right, no doubt. And Nate, you might have a show, maybe.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I thought I went already. No, I went already.
Oh, you did? I don't remember.
Yeah,
I'm
old.
I'm old, man. I'm sorry, I'm old.
No, I mean it's because we got sidetracked after I did it. So yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. Because we're talking about Slow-Mo's broken knees and
trips to Thailand. All the good stuff.
When Nib started, Nib seriously, you remember Robbie Leach, Nib?
No.
You don't know Robin Leach is?
No.
Robin Leach? You don't know who Robin Leach is?
No. You know,
Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous?
Nib.
He said, how much is it to the BBL capital?
Nib. You should be having a Robin Leach show. Google it. Seriously. Oh. You get all these deals, Nib. Okay. You're going to Dubai. You're going to fucking Indonesia. You're going to Vietnam. You're going to New York City. You're going to Canada. You're going to the UK. I mean,
you go to Zimbabwe.
Nib,
you go to the Congo and get your hair crushed.
Nib, you were at Mars. I mean, Nib.
So I've actually, I've been to 35 countries so far.
So Nib, so seriously,
what's the country that's if you had to pronounce the country, what's the hardest one to pronounce?
There's none on here that are too hard to pronounce.
Hey, Nib, have you been to South America?
Yeah. Probably Kyrgyzstan is, but this old man he corrected me in the taxi. He was like, no, Kyrgyzstan.
You gotta put the roll on it.
You gotta roll it hard, Nib. Kyrgyzstan.
That sounds like the breeder. That sounds like my breeder when I went to get my dog when we called him a dash hound. He was like, it's Dotson.
Yeah, he's like, Kyrgyzstan, and I was like, all right.
Hey, Nib, Nib, go to South America. Let me know when you go.
All right.
Yeah, all right. Seriously, go to South America.
Where in South America?
Brazil or
oh, he's trying to get me divorced.
No.
You trying to get that? Yeah, man.
So seriously, I would say now Peru.
Peru. I would say Peru or Chile, Uruguay, Paraguay, or
Argentina.
Maybe
I want you to go to. I want you to go somewhere nice. I want you to go to Belize
or Nib or Colombia. No, Belize is good in Central America. Or Colombia, but don't leave the cities.
I don't. Let's send it to Colombia or Ecuador.
He just named all these places you should go and just said don't leave any of these cities. No.
Why would you say Colombia and not Ecuador? I don't disagree with Ecuador, but Colombia.
You want to go to the sugar fields in Colombia?
No, bro. You don't leave the perimeter, and the perimeter is inside the city.
Yeah, that's my point.
Is it really that dangerous? Is it that bad?
Nib, actually, don't. If you go to Colombia, South America, don't leave the city.
Yeah, it's mad dangerous. I've watched like 4-hour specials.
Well, that's what they tell you. Like when you go to Jamaica, like stay at the resorts.
Right,
if you leave the resort area, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, they don't catch you slipping. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. You're a little too far away from your cruise ship.
I've never had anything like that.
That's how Slow-Mo broke his knees. He was running.
That's how he broke his knees.
They were like Slow-Mo McClot. He ran and broke his knees.
Oh shit. Yeah, I went to a wedding in Grenada in the Caribbean. That was really good.
Yeah, Grenada's not too bad. Yeah,
it's not.
Nib, I'm telling Nib, Google Robin Leach. You should be the next Robin Leach. Seriously.
Is it Leach with LEA or EE?
Leach. I don't know.
Who is it? Like, describe it to me.
No, it's LE. I don't know how to spell his last name.
It's LEACH.
There you go.
Okay.
And he's British.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
Exactly.
Nib, okay.
Nib, you are missing your calling.
And you're missing your calling.
Nib,
lifestyle of the rich and famous.
Nib's got he's got the shades. Nib, what kind of sunglasses you got?
Don't ask, dude. Don't ask. Remember what I said? I spend beyond my means. All right. It doesn't mean
he has gotten that question.
You got Tom Ford. What do you got? Gucci. What's going on, man?
Nah, more than that.
What?
They're Dieter Max 6 limited edition.
Oh man, what kind of watch you have?
A Casio.
Jesus. See, I already know, man.
Yeah, do you know what the thing is though? Like in terms of watches, like you don't have to have an expensive watch because I love watches. And I'm always on Kickstarter, and I like kickstart watches that are unique or that are cheap. When I was in the Netherlands, I literally started conversating with someone on the underground or whatever their equivalent is about watches, and I swear down it was the most random thing. He was like, "Oh, I'm actually designing my own watch," and he pulled out this rucksack, and he had all these like concept versions and prototypes in his bag, and we went through. He was like, "What do you like? What don't you like?" And they were made out of mahogany and stainless steel. And we were going back and forth with ideas. And I said to him, "Look, because it's made out of wood, you need to heat treat them and see how they react in different hot weathers. Because I've been in countries before where wooden materials, they expand in the heat and they can mess up the construction and stuff." So anyway, we had this back and forth, and he was a really nice guy. And when he launched his watch brand, which was called Verhooj, he actually sent me 3 watches free just for our conversation. So that was cool. And they're not expensive watches.
Like, I was the concept designer on a couple watches while I was on the beach chilling.
Nib, seriously, we need to chat offline, man. Like something's amiss here. Like you are making things happen, but you're very I don't know, modest about it.
I just talk too much. That's what it is. Because in the trade I'm in, you just talk to a lot of people, and people are interesting, right? Everyone has a story.
That is true. Yeah,
agreed.
So on a similar note, I'll give you guys a quick life hack. So the typical markup on jewelry in American stores is anywhere from 100 to 300%.
Oh, wow.
So if you do go down to South America and you do go to Brazil, so a lot of gems come out of Brazil. And so what you can do is if you go down there and get your jewelry. So actually, because like I said, I did the 4 trips there. I went down on the second trip and picked my gemstone. So you can walk into a jewelry store in Brazil, and the dude will just bring out like a tray full of gems, and you can actually go through the tray and pick your own gemstones.
Oh wow!
What did you pick out of curiosity?
I think at the time it was like an array of birthstones. So I think I picked out like topaz and I don't know some other ones. So you could pick out your. So I then went on when I came home I designed my own jewelry. So then the next trip I went down and presented him the jewelry design and said, you could tweak these. I don't know if this is like it's going to work or whatever. And he said, yeah, I'll work with it. And then the next trip I went down, then I picked it up. So, and I paid like way significantly under cost of what I would have paid in a U.S. retail store. So just a life hack.
Oh, yes. Wow. Yep. Yeah. I'm telling you, Nib, Robin Leach, there's the void. Do it.
Yeah. Like we're all probably like,
hey,
we probably
said,
do jobs.
I follow Nib. I need travel tips.
I was going to say, I'm sure all of us have jobs that are hard, right? And we graft and whatever to make whatever money we make.
Yeah.
And then I watch, like, my son, he loves, like, children's toys and stuff, right? And every now and again, I try not to let him watch too much. But it will be like, oh, he loves cars or he loves Octonauts, right? And he wants to watch someone playing with the toys or showing the toys of Octonauts. And I went on one the other day, Cars. I kid you not, this dude, random friggin' dude, his nails aren't even well kept. He's playing with a bunch of Cars toys, and his video had like 450 million views. And I was like, what am I doing with my life? Like, this dude is playing with kids' toys and making bank.
Well, you know what's funny, Dave, is that you said he's showing toys, but his nails are bad, which means that your nails are good.
No, my nails are awful, man.
Oh, okay. Well,
my nails are bad. I bite my nails, so yeah, they're not good. But I just thought, surely that is something that goes with the territory of just handling toys on video. Like, it's nice nails.
Honestly, there's a void for something that you don't realize that you've never looked into that someone is making an exorbitant amount of money on. Like, trust me. Yeah. I mean, there's like 35-year-old dudes making Roblox videos that get like 100+ million views. Like they found the niche.
Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? It's like, I need to do that, like, candy. It's meant to taste so good. I need to try some of that.
I'm telling you, Robin Leach. Look up Robin Leach. I mean, you could fill that void easily.
Yeah, I saw one that was crazy. I don't know if you saw the lady who she sells fart. She sells like designer fart in these canisters, and she ships them to people.
I saw that.
And, she made like a few $100,000 a year.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, it was. All right, it's almost oh my gosh, almost 5 hours here. But Nib, Forte, Logic, and Nate, thank you so much. Seeds and Falky and Mag, thank you so much. Everyone in the live chat, thank you so much. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Really appreciate it. And please hit the like button if you haven't done this already, and consider subscribing and hitting the bell notification so you're alerted when we go live. So on that note, perhaps going to have some more beers. And everyone have a great weekend.
Beers.
Yeah.
And check out DPS, E2KG. Check out Nate and Nib. Check them out too. And Mag and Falky. We'll catch you guys next time. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Layers, everyone.
And actually, remember, have fun playing games because that's what it's all about. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. So we'll catch you next time. Take care.